Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Eliminations Day. It's Easter Sunday. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you as well, Governor. Can we have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? We've got pairing lanes full of eliminations, which are just rolling around underneath the tower now. We've got an action-packed day coming your way. If you've been with us for the last 2 days, you are hardy souls. Congratulations. Anyone been camping for the whole time, like we do? It's not like we don't, you know, we don't have like a palace somewhere we nip back to. we try and get some sleep in the field like everyone else does. But it's all good fun anyway, and we miss it when we can't do it. Junior Dragster again into the pairing lanes, please. Could we have Junior Dragster? Thank you. So this is all eliminations today. If you lose, you go home. If your win light does not come on, you're toast, effectively. Although, actually, what do I say toast? Toast sounds quite nice.
Yeah. Okay, your first pair in Pro ET.
Very quickly. Is this the new FIA fleet?
Yeah.
Looks very cool,
It has
mate.
a checkered history.
I never realised I was setting it up, but I'm glad I did now. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you and good night. We're going home.
Yeah.
Right. Brett Featherstone, Mason Griffiths. Sorry, Cole.
Oh dear. Everybody's tuned to the live stream going, what on earth are they on about? Good morning, everybody on the live stream as well. I know you've just tuned in as well. Yeah, let's just get the bad jokes out of the way straight away and then we'll get on with the racing.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Right, Brett Featherstone, Mason Griffiths. Brett in the borrowed car from John Bean because his car is out of action, but it will be back at the next event. Good news for him. He gets away, as does Mason. So it's 10:82, plays 9:10.
Mason's going to get there and he breaks out, but so does Brett Featherstone by a bigger margin. So the predicted times on the scoreboards, it is Mason that takes the win. Slick Tricks Lane, 10.50 for Dougie McClure. Racing Susie.
Oh dear, oh dear. Dougie was like setting up, saying he loves Susie very much, but for the 10 seconds we're on the track with rivals, and I'll have the trailer ready for you. You can load up when you get back to the pits. And then he goes, on a serious note, the trailer will be ready for you to load.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Yeah, breakfast tomorrow won't be fun. Maybe even lunch won't be fun, actually. Yeah. Actually, maybe even breakfast this morning won't be fun. So Dougie's going to be going for, or going to get the tree first anyway.
Yeah.
He's going to go and try and run 10.50. As long as he gets there first and doesn't go too quick, he will win. However, Susie's got her own plans. And Susie's car's been really good.
Oh, Susie goes red. Well, Doug goes 11.55, 10.04 for Susie, and, well, Doug takes the win.
Doug is going to be serving Susie a plate of cherries
Indeed.
for breakfast tomorrow.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's not going to go well. Okay, there's an awful lot of family racing in drag racing.
Good one in Super Pro.
Yeah, I know. Well, do you know what? Husband and wife top fuel teams.
Yeah.
I think one of the first was in Europe with Tommy and Anita. Anyway, Bob Molden and Laura Baton, your next pair. Bob, the winner of Pro ET, back at the Spring Street Nationals. He's the current points leader. Let that sink in, Bob.
And he still will be, as Laura Bainton goes red, unfortunately for her. So Bob Alden goes into round number 2.
Well, Laura red lights and goes 700ths too quick, unfortunately. Bob was 0.21 on the tree, but there's every chance by then he'd seen Laura's.
Have you noticed already 600-700th breakouts already? Tailwind again.
And it's chilly.
Yeah.
It's going to warm up though. I mean, there's loads of breaks in the cloud.
Yeah.
There's not none of the wet stuff forecast for today, thank goodness.
Brett Featherstone broke out. Mason broke out. That's right, they're all breaking out. They're all going too quick.
So, Colin Morris, cash beside the racetrack with the Camaro against Hans van der Speck from the Netherlands, part of the Shark Attack team. Well, this one's kind of over at the tree. Yeah. Colin's going to coast to a 9.05 win. Hans actually backed out of it. Colin was 0.5 on the tree. Hans was 0.2. That is an age in drag racing, unfortunately. But we always appreciate everyone coming over here from overseas. Well, it's a little C, isn't it, if you know what I mean.
Right, Charlie Seward, your number 1 qualifier with the Bracketeer Camaro. Darling in 885, going alongside a tricky customer in Dave Cherrick, looking for 989 with the Dark Revenger. Oh, Charlie goes red. He eliminates himself. What a shame. So it's Dave Cherrick that goes through.
It was an 0-1 red, unfortunately. So the number one qualifier. Oh no, don't look at the scoreboard either.
He went 886 on 85 as well. The car was working very, very well indeed, but unfortunately Charlie just a little bit too keen to get off that line.
Well, if you look at the numbers and add them up, they're actually perfect. However, one was, whatever, it works. Do you know something? I was watching some of the spring speed coverage. One thing I noticed, anyone that red lit, I kept saying, please back off, and they didn't, and they ran perfect TTs. I think it happened like 3 or 4 times. People who red lit ended up absolutely bang on. Okay, so Jess Bishop with the nightmare. Jess was only number 26 qualifying. The reason I say only, she was oh so close to her dial-in every single time, but just on the wrong side, just like a few thou too quick. This will be a fun one as well, against Rory Hart.
Actually, if you turn the clocks back, both of these are ex-junior Dragster, if you think about it.
They are.
.962. Rory Hart will be going first in the Sierra, and then obviously Jess will be in chase mode.
Finally, we have a green light drag race as well. Both with pretty good lights. Who's got the best race car? Gonna be Rory. Oh, look at that for a race.
Wow.
That's by far the closest race of the first round. 04 to an 07 on the tree. Jess was bang on the money with a 9.14 with an 8 on a 14, but it was the reaction time difference mainly, and the fact that the guy in the other lane was bang on his dial-in as well. Excellent
race.
Job to both of those. Once again, spot the ex-junior drag racers, as you said, Colin.
Yeah. Jeff would have won any other pairing so far.
Yeah, absolutely any of them.
Any of them so far, but that one.
Drag racing, as they say a lot, is right place, right time, or wrong place, wrong time kind of motorsport, isn't it? You only have to beat who's in the other lane, not the rest of everybody else. Mark Huxley, Dave Rudd. Mark Huxley goes red by 0-1. Unbelievably, Dave Rudd went red as well. But Mark Huxley did it first. Oh no. Oh no, it's not a perfect number. Sorry, I beg your pardon. 9.76 as well for Dave Rudd. He was 0-2 red, but Mark Huxley moved first.
Yeah.
Really only just.
Well, Mark was absolutely delighted that he's got Forge Motorsports joined him as a new sponsor, and very happy about that. But he won't be happy with a round one exit.
So Don Scott and John Bean, number 5 and number 21. However, if John Bean expected an easier task in round 1, exactly that. Yep. Don Scott is not one of those. Don Scott 9.70, 880 for John Bean with the shotgun Mustang. Everyone, almost everyone, has been breaking out earlier this morning. So the Big Plymouth will go first. That's super close at the finish line.
John Bean takes it 882 on an 880, only 0.4 win margin. Don Scott went 983. Don was away first, but John got the job done.
Yeah, Don had a real good, that was 0.3 reaction time. Again, for a pedal car, I presume he leaves off foot brake, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lee Morris, Adrian Portelli. Again, Adrian Portelli qualified number 4. You would expect an easier run normally, but then there's no easy first round races or any races in Pro ET. Lee Morris, 9.90, 10.04 for Adrian. It is a green light drag race. Not much in it on the tree. Adrian Portelli takes it. Win margin is 0.3. He was off the line first by a couple of hundredths. He was closer to his dialing as well. So well done, Adrian. Billy Everett, another ex-junior drag racer. In a very mean-looking Duster in the Kestrel lane.
That's fact. Last year that car was like a flat black. It's now had I don't know if it's had a polish or a lacquer coat or whatever. It's looking very, very good.
Yeah. Obviously, whoever does it, whoever's done it, hasn't got long legs because the roof still looks very original, shall we say? But it looks super cool.
Yeah.
Really good.
Going alongside Darren Huxley. Well, Mark Huxley, unfortunately, is out. Let's see if Darren can uphold family honour in Pro ET.
Oh yeah, there are 5 of them. If one doesn't get you, then none of the others will.
And Darren Huxley breaks out by, oh, ouch, ouch. 11.23 with a 9 on 11.24 dial. But then, having said that, Billy did get there first anyway.
He wasn't going to win anyway.
Wasn't going to win it.
No, Bill did a better job on the tree. Not quite so close on the dialing, but that doesn't matter. It's all about taking the stripe and not breaking out. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
But okay, I'm not going to argue. Neil Watkins,
Yeah,
Nick Mugridge.
that's the old one.
Oh, okay.
So the little Purple Express Dodge pickup taking on all these little pesky junior comp dragsters. Nick Mugridge will come along and nip at your heels. Not only that, Nick is doing the chasing, so Neil's going to struggle to see it coming. Oh, it doesn't matter. Neil Watkins goes red by 0.009. So it's going to be Nick Mugridge that is going to take the round win. Well, Neil broke out as well, as did Nick, but the red light tells the story. Neil Watkins went too soon, so it is Nick Mugridge that goes into round number 2.
Vic Parsons and Simon Innes again. This is another matchup you may expect to see late rounds, not necessarily round 1, but such was the way qualifying worked out. We scheduled 5, got 3. Just one of those weekends, unfortunately. A bit of weather and a bit of everything thrown at us, which meant that qualifying was shortened somewhat. So Simon Innes, multi-time. I like that camera angle if you're watching the live stream at home. That's a really good one.
Camera angles, actually.
Yeah. That's a super one. I think that camera's been there all the time. It's just that they're now using it.
Yeah, it just faces this way.
Yeah, looks super. It's really good.
So 10.68 plays 9.72. Simon will go first. And goes red. So Vic Parsons, who also went red, but Simon Innes did it first.
And Vic Parsons goes 9.73 on a 72. It will be rough for Simon to win that one. Okay, Super Pro ET into the lanes, please, for round 1. Super Pro, please, for round number 1. Okay, Matthew Dowdy and Tom Watkins. Just over a nip over 2 seconds difference in dialing for these two. Matthew was number 27 qualifier, but don't count him out on, well, never count anyone out on race day, frankly. We've had the number 1 qualifier already out. I'm still amazed that no one knows this. Colin sits up here with paper and writes down every winner and works out every matchup for the next round and everything else as well. My brain can barely keep up with the numbers, and Colin has the time to write it all down, talk about it, and explain it all too. is another green light drag race. Matthew's out in front, but here comes Tom. But Tom breaks out, and so does Matthew, actually, but he breaks out by the least. Tom took the strike by 0.3, but I don't think, looking at any of the numbers, he was going to win that one. Well done, Matthew Dowdy. So that's Neil Watkins out in round one, Tom out in round one, and Amy's left. Amy's in the water box against Reuben Dawson. Stu Thompson, Marie Mills, numbers 14 and 30, and we may have said this before, that means nothing now. Two good-looking lights. That's a close one. Stu Thompson breaks out by the lead. Marie got there by 0.1, but broke out by the most. They both had good reaction times, 0.4 and a 0.6. So, the last remaining Watkins in competition in Pro ET. And it's Amy. 9.55 Slick Tricks Lane against Reuben Dawson with the Copo. Interesting, Reuben hasn't entered this. He's just running the other one in comp, isn't he? Because he normally double class, didn't, or used to double class, I should say. But this is a car that will be driven by someone else at one of the other events. Is that correct?
Yeah. So this car will be at the main event with David Barton driving it.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just find that it really does make me smile hearing things like that. It's great. Green lights on both sides of the track. Come on, Amy, last Watkins. Now we have no Watkins.
Oh, 8.78 with a 6 and an 0.3 light.
Yeah, Reuben was not going to be beaten that time round. Amy went too quick by 0.05 and was 0.9 on the tree. Reuben was 0.3 and bang on the money. So congratulations to Reuben Dawson. Yeah, bad morning to be at Watkins, unfortunately. It's not happy Easter for them.
That means both my neighbours in the pits. I'll be pretty lonely when I go out to the car. My neighbours either side are out. Oh dear. Okay, Paul Marston and Tom Kay. Well, at least Paul conceded the junior comp drags this time because he's doing the chasing. It'd be 10 flat on the dial-in for Tom. Paul dialing in 8.91. Both away well.
Tom's way out in front. Tom takes the win, 10.03. Paul Marston was closer to his dial-in, but unfortunately he missed the tree. 0.12 for Paul. And a 0.01 for Tom in the other lane. That pretty much was the end of that one, sadly.
Well, all 32 cars that qualified made their way through. So you've got the two alternates that are coming up to the line now just to run through. Number 1 and number 2 on the alternates list, Jeff Cowley and Roy Walker.
I think that's the last pair. We've got.
It is.
I always wondered, Roy Walker's nickname of Sleeping Beauty. I always wondered because he's cute and cuddly. Is that right? I'll take that as a no then.
Yeah. There's only one part of that sentence that's true, and that's the sleeping bit.
It's accurate in some. Hey, look, that's accurate than many more statements put out by governments around the world. So there we go. I'll have that.
I was just thinking, I've known Roy for like 18 years now. He's top bloke at the end of the day. But
I think they were both waiting for each other. Look at the reaction times.
Oh no, that's normal.
Right. 8.99 will be the win.
73 for Roy. That'll do. Yes, it's working, Michelle. It's working. Oh dear. Nice. 8.99 there. Very good indeed.
So we have a run by the two-seater. That finishes up Pro ET round 1. Go on.
I'm going to read this one out, actually. Dan Holloway won't be making eliminations in Sportsman ET as Holly has gone into labour. So congratulations in advance. We've got to obviously wait for the news headline on that one, but Oh, exciting times. Exciting
Do you know
times.
what's more incredible about that? Is that the main news of that one is Bracket Racer gets something dead on because she was due today. There we go. Yeah. That's what. That's the main headline. They've actually got something dead on. Good luck. It's going to be well worth it. It's going to be a great day.
Right, the two-seater Dragster. We've got 3 passengers lined up today. The 4th one is to be confirmed. First passenger today is Rob Pollard from Somerset. Partner had a ride a few years ago, and Rob's always wanted to have a go in it, so here we are then. Rob's turn.
I can't help thinking about that. It's a case of they're not gonna go home with the trophy, they're gonna go home with the baby. How cool is that? Yeah, but it's true. It's great. I was supposed to come up here and work when my daughter was due as well, but she red lit. But anyway, whatever.
Whilst two-seater here is a few birthday shout. Well, Gary Malone got in touch, the Time Chasers racer in the bikes. Couldn't do a massive favour and give my partner Sharon a shout out today for her birthday. Lots of love for Gary and the whole of the Time Chasers team. I'll do it again when you come around for eliminations, but I thought I'd get that one in this morning whilst you're in the pits and not crash helmets on and stressing to get ready. Well, we know John Crawford's always tuned in. It's Dom Crawford's birthday today. Happy birthday to him. So 79 or 80, 167 miles an hour-ish. 797 and 167 miles an hour indeed.
Ish, yeah, well done.
We know how that car runs, so we can normally call it. Right, Junior Dragster. Lola Bell Kent. The best reaction time in qualifying. She was number 1. But this is Teddy Howe taking on Grace Smith. Now, qualifying, as we know, is done on reaction times. Eliminations, though, is done on dial-ins. Now, Teddy, 8.90. That's as low as you can go in junior modified. Grace Smith, 8.13 with the Boost Monkey Junior. So it will be Teddy going first. He is in the Kestrel lane. And then Grace in Slick Tricks lane is the one that we'll be trying to catch up and pass before the 8th mile finish line. First thing we need is green light drag race is what we have.
Grace has already caught him and gone past him. Either she's going too quick or, no, bang on. Teddy Howe just a little bit off on the dial-in. He was bang on the tree. He was 03 on the Christmas tree. Just the car just didn't quite do what it was supposed to do, or predicted to do, shall we say. Okay, Frankie Kent in the Kestrel lane. One bonus about Dad not racing this weekend. He's been on the start line every single time when the kids have run. Taking on Molly Openshaw in the Slick Tricks lane. Frankie's going to get the green light first. When I said he was going to get the green light first, Frank, you have to wait for it, mate. 0.14 red, unfortunately, for Frankie. That's the end of his day, sadly. However, I know Frank, he was going to be cheering on Lola instead. Car went a little bit too quick as well. So did Molly, actually. 903 on a 910. Okay, Richard Wilcox in the Slick Tricks lane, going against Emmy Cromwell. One thing that just sometimes staggers me is all the camera work and the
the production of the live stream and everything is just absolutely superb from here. You folks tuned into the live stream, lucky people, have such great coverage, and it's free.
So they're absolutely side by side. Who's the bravest at the finish line? Bang on!
Ooh,
Richard
nice.
Wilcox, 8.70 with a 2 on an 870. However, he needed every bit of it because Molly had him off the start line by 0.03 of a second. Okay, Ada Cassisi, made even more famous yesterday by being interviewed by a brother in Nitro FM. In the Kestrel lane, 7.99. If you wonder why the dial-ins are slightly different, Colin will explain. No, it's because some are junior modified, some are junior stock.
Oh no, they're both junior
Oh,
modified.
they are actually junior modified, I beg your pardon, sorry.
JMAs, yeah.
I picked the best time to say that, didn't I? I do apologise. Yeah, but depending on age, the cars are allowed.
And sort of how the cars are set up as well.
So Jake Cooper away and running. Ada trying to run him down, and she does. 8.06 on a 7.99. She was 0.10 on the tree. However, the guy in the other lane was further off his dialing, sadly for him. So Amelia Innes and Ethan Cannon. Now, this is a much better example. Ethan's car in the slick tricks lane. Now, because Ethan is younger, you can start racing junior dragsters when you're 8. And if my kids are watching once again, they are stunt kids. They are not real kids. They go to a special school. They receive special funding for it. And it's just not possible. It's just not too hard to do. Anyway, sorry, Ethan Cannon.
You're not exactly selling the car for everybody else,
really,
though, are you?
Sorry. Yeah, busy putting mine off and screwing it up for everyone else. Anyway, yeah. So Ethan's going to go first and get the green line first. Yeah, the older you get, the quicker you can go, basically. Almost like real life.
Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Let's have Street Eliminator lanes as it's a breakout for Ethan Cannon. Got there too quick. Got there first, but got there way too quick. So, oh dear. Amelia Innes into round number 2.
Okay. Letitia Checkett. I'm never... Do you know what? I said this to Emma the other day. I don't think I've ever called her that. But Emma thought that you had to put her full name on the entry list. And I thought, no. Okay, so this is Letty's second ever round of competition. And she's going up against Tom Peters, who's done this a number of times before. So, once again, Letty's 8 years old, hence the 12.50 dial. That's the minimum you can dial with a junior stock dragster in the slick tricks lane. And Tom Peters, 8.90. Good luck to both. Well, Letty got a green light. And so did Tom. He's going to go flying past her. It's just whether he does it in time or not. That's really close. It's Tom, 8.95. Look at Letty, though.
51 on a 50.
Right on the money. And she was 0.24 on the tree. Yeah, she's getting the hang of it. It won't be long. Well done to Tom, and well done to Letty. That was a really good race, actually. Letty was probably thinking, I'm winning. I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Okay, Luke Mugridge and Sam Hiscock. Luke, unusually for the defending national champ, qualified number 10. Sam was 22, but it was a bit rough at the top.
Yeah, but then look how tight it was at the top.
Yeah.
Like, it's 0.2, it's still a cracking light. But you consider the top 5 had double O's, and they only had 3 qualifiers. I mean, that's normally like 9 qualifiers. They were really good.
Pretty close on the tree. Someone's pedaling. And it's Luke, and he does a perfect job as well. 8.11 on 8.03, took the strike by 0.4. He was slightly quicker on the tree by a couple of hundredths as well, which always helps. Okay. Loader Bell Kent. Brother Frank red lit in round 1 a little while ago. And Harry Peters in the slick tricks lane.
Well, again, Tom Peters already through, so can Harry join him? Or Lola Bell put an end to that, and it'll be one of each of the families going through. Short answer is no. Lola Bell goes red, unfortunately. So it is Harry, who also went red, but did it second. So Harry Peters is through. Even though it doesn't show 2 reds on the tree, we can see a negative on the timing screen here, so that's how we know he went too soon. But
as long as you leave when the tree runs, you get a green light because the other person did it before you. Okay. Kendra Redshaw, Daniel Todd. Daniel was number 4 qualifier in the slick tricks lane. Kendra number 16. We've still got a number of pairs to go as we whittle them down. We've got the first round of Super Pro round the back, and I think you just called Street Eliminator, didn't you?
I have, yeah.
Well, that was a deep stage for Kendra Redshaw, so that if you leave at the same time on the tree when the ambers run, it means you're going to do that, unfortunately, which was red light. Really good run in the other lane, though, for Daniel Todd. Only 0.03 of a second off and an 0-1 light as well. Okay, Chloe Cromwell, your number 2 qualifier. With Candy Hayes in the Kestrel lane. And Kai Cooper.
Oh, nobody wants to go into stage.
There we go. They're rolling in now.
Kai goes in. Chloe goes red, though. Kai, 007 on the tree. Goes 802, but we're already determined by the red light in the other one.
Quick question for Rich down there in the pink shirt. Why is your dial-in Bob? Yeah. It says Bob. Not a dial-in. It says Bob. Anyway, if anyone's got any transit keys, can you get, or hasn't got transit keys, go and pitch them out of Richard's pocket now, so we don't have to put an announcement out later on. That'd be good. Ted Sullivan in the other lane, taking on Neve Deavy. Pretty close on dial-in as well. Neve's going to get the green light slightly earlier. Neve's out in front.
And
Neve
stays
takes the
there.
win. Neve with a 0-1 reaction time as well. Not bad at all. Lovely to see family members mugging each other down there. Okay, Eva Davis in the Kestrel lane. 8 flat.
Yeah, this is the last pair.
Taking on Chevy Check-It. As Dad Mick guided her into stage. Mum obviously takes care of Letty. Dad takes care of Chev. Chev was number 3 qualifier as well, off the trailer, I think that was too. Now, one of these 2 young ladies is going to be moving through. And it won't be Eva. She was 0-8 red. Chev, though, was 0-1 on the tree. Can she run 7.92? Oh, wow. If you can hear me, Mick or Emma, if you can hear me down there, frame that timing ticket. That was an 0-1 light and a 7.90 with a 3 on a 7.90. That was fantastic.
Very good indeed.
Well done.
We've got a moment then. So it's going to be Harry Peters taking on Richard Wilcox in round number 2. Daniel Todd has got Luke Mugridge. Kai Cooper has got Neve Deavy. Ada Cassisi and Molly Openshaw. Chef Checkett taking on Amelia Innes. And Grace Smith has got Tom Peters. Junior Dragster. Right, it is Super Pro ET, but the Bluebird has just gone out there, put some extra sticky stuff down there. So they have more track to work with, more stickiness, shall we say.
That was well put, mate.
Yeah.
I like that.
Some more stickiness.
Quick heads up on what's coming today. So, I don't know what time it is. I've lost time already. Okay. 10 o'clock, the Trampoline Wall Stunt Show was due to start the Easter Bunny meet and greet as well. We are due to have our show sessions during the day. The timing may be subject to slight change only because we were slightly behind with eliminations and everything else as well. The first live action arena show is in about 40 minutes over behind the main spectator grandstand at 11:45. And obviously all of our eliminations are going on throughout the day with interspersed with jet cars, top fuel dragsters. We've got fuel funny car eliminations today as well. We just got the ladder for that, and we've got all 4 cars in for round number 1. So it's going to be a great fun day. If you've never been here before, you can walk along the banking or down the front of it, obviously. You can walk back behind race control and into the pit area and go and check out all the cars and bikes that you're going to be seeing today, including one unbelievable steam rocket bike of Graham Sykes, which is pitted up there around about halfway up where all the in the middle of the main pit area, if you like. Please go and check it out and have a chat with Graham as well. It's an awesome thing.
Phenomenal bit of kit. I must say, there is nothing on the planet faster that will accelerate quicker. Nothing.
I always wondered, and please don't anyone try this because I don't want to see it happen, but I'd be interested. I wonder how quick something like that would accelerate if you chucked it out of a helicopter or off a cliff. Don't try.
It wouldn't accelerate as hard, but it's as simple as that.
Well, I wonder whether gravity has more pull than hitting the button.
No.
You reckon?
Definitely not.
It's
well, because if you consider G-force is gravity force, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there's only 1 G on acceleration when you drop something. Yes, it goes faster.
I wasn't expecting that an intelligent answer, mate, but thank you very much.
Graham, we go through the notes on his. It's phenomenal G-forces that Graham experiences. So, eventually, gravity will pull you through. In other words, gravity is a continuous acceleration.
Okay.
But obviously, when Graham runs out of steam, he's no longer accelerating. So
but the initial G hit.
The G hit is massive, absolutely massive. Right, Super Pro. I'm just going to get this out whilst the Bluebird is out there, and we have a quieter moment, so the sponsors can all be heard. Many thanks indeed to Rich Walters for getting all of our sponsor list together and everything. The 2025 Super Pro sponsors for the Peatney Memorial Trophy are Figures for Figures, new one this year. Thanks ever so much indeed. That's Elaine that's stepped up there. AJS Bodyworks, A-Leak Roofing, Alders Automotive, the Bath Bloke. Now, we hope to see Bob Doyle. He's not here this weekend, but hope he makes an appearance at some point throughout the season. Always good to have them here. Flexi Waste Environmental Services, Garage Thomas Haas, obviously Thomas in Switzerland there, still stays part of it. Giles and Hartley Racing, obviously they're racing this weekend. Giles Services Limited, Good Vibrations Motorsport, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, of course that's Jeff Hauser's concerned just in finding with Scott Hauser, champion last year. Holly Walters Dental. Well, Holly was here yesterday, but she's not here today for obvious reasons that we just mentioned. And big congratulations in advance, and just say hope the day goes well, and we hope to get news at some point throughout the day. HR Racing, Hydro Hose, JK Farzik Technic, Merch Manifolds, MJC Property Solutions, Pete Walters Race Design, Plane Racing, Powered Company, Premier Rosettes, S&B Racing, Slick Tricks Racing, Solo Precision, Surrey and Berkshire Scaffolding Limited, Swinney and Son, Team Time is Money, The Cud Life, Ultra Plastics, Walters Motorsport, Windscreen Wizards and Dolly's gift box. So those are the sponsors for Super Pro for 2025. The off-the-trailer number 1 qualifier was £50 and a medal. I think that was presented last night. Number 1 overall qualifier, which was £150 and a medal. That went to Scott Hauser. The main award is the best package in qualifying and eliminations, and obviously that will be sorted out at the end of the day. And the bounty, £50, and that's on Alan Didwell. So whoever knocks out Alan Didwell will pick up £50. Just looking at the list, Mark Corsell is the first to have a go at the bounty today. So that's the round 1 matchup there. Alan Didwell against Mark Corsell. The interesting one, obviously, is Ashley Bell racing AC Bell in Super Pro. It's the family rivalry, so we look forward to seeing that one. The tractor is just out on track at the moment, having the Bluebird having just done that. Let's have a look into the pairing lanes. And those of you that are tuned into the live stream, that is Mark Bailey's Barracuda. He's ready to go. And Mark Bailey has got Pete Walters. And you can just see Rich Walters' shirt in the background there. There is a Dragster. There it is. That's Pete Walters' car. He is the one that's going to be taking on Mark Bailey with the Barracuda. So some really, really good matchups. And then you sort of think, well, hang on a minute, how can a Dragster like that take on a door car? But then having said that, that's why we have dial-ins. And it makes life very interesting indeed. Okay, as we look at the pairing lanes, we can see the first car coming around the corner. It's Callum Swinchat. And it looks like he's on his own. Well, we hope he's not, because his competitor, Alan Schofield, is there. But the tow car, yes, it is moving. Oh, thank goodness for that. I was a little bit nervous there, and I wasn't quite sure. But yeah, here comes Alan Schofield. So yeah, we do have a pair. Excellent to see. This will be interesting on the dial-ins as well.
So this is the, once again, crewman doing an incredible sprint. Did you see that out of the corner of your eye? My goodness me. Probably caught that on the live stream in the background. Al Schofield's crewman for the, there we go, with the dining. Look, he's just made it down here. He was on that side of the track again. He really is an Olympic sprinter, that man. Well done.
So dial-ins then, 881 for Callum Swinchat, 797 for Alan Schofield. So the little Topolino, the King's Topolino. King's, no reason it's called King, is they're from Kingsbury. So it's the King's Topolino.
As in Kingsbury Rules?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Kingsbury Northwest 9,
Yep.
London. Yeah. That's where I was born, actually.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Being from there, I thought you'd know whether, like Kingsbury Rules in boxing. Yeah, exactly.
But I was only there till I was 2.5 years old, though, mate.
Oh, you should have studied harder, mate. Work harder.
Bizarrely, the road that they live in is round the corner from the road that I grew up in. There we go. Right. Callum qualified 6, Alan qualified 17. That means nothing anymore. It's about whoever gets to the top end first without going under or pulling a red line, which Alan Schofield has just done. So Callum Swinchat with a Topolino goes into round number 2. Let's have a look at the ETs anyway.
He's going to be bang on. No,
Always
he's
a
not.
breakout as well. 881 with a 7 and an 09 light. Callum Swinchat showing great form there. Alan Schofield, 791 on a 97. The car went very well indeed, but it was the 01 light that didn't help him.
Yeah,
the minus,
broke
I
out
should
by some margin as well. Okay, Mark Bailey against Pete Walters for this pair.
Not much of a bend out there. Sorry, not much of a bend out there for Pete.
There you go. So Mark Bailey, 8.76 in the slick tricks lane, and 850 for Pete. Maybe it's hurt. That's really not. That's a good second off what you'd expect them to dial, actually, to be honest with you. Maybe the idea is just to shadow Mark Bailey all the way down and just take the stripe and hope that does it, as opposed to actually running him down. 850 is the slowest you can dial in Super Pro, actually. Oh, no, it's not, obviously, because Mark Bailey dialed 876. Yeah, it's obviously not, because Mark Bailey dialed 876, sorry. Well, it's not going to be bad. Well, Mark Bailey, 882, 859 for Pete. Well, out of competition in round one. However, more pressing matters. Nothing says I come from a racing family like being born at the racetrack, is it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, they can all concentrate now on making sure that Holly is all okay. We know she is, but
yeah, most importantly.
Yeah.
Good luck, Holly. It'll be a great day. It really will. So, Pete Brown, 8:33 dialing.
That car was hauling yesterday. It really was.
Running very well indeed. Up against Ian Brown. If you look at the dialing as well, that car normally runs 7.6 something. This time round, 7.58.
That's taking air and wind into consideration. A little bit of tailwind. Good air this morning. Track is holding everything. Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't exactly seen any wayward runs yet, have we? The biggest surprise this morning is going to be the size of the throttle stop in the blown dragster that Dougie Hill's driving. Okay, anyway, Pete's going to go first with the dragster. Going to be run down, hopefully, for them with the by the door car. Goodness me. No one's going to be disappointed after this one. Pete pulls the chute, goes 7.61. Pete picks the worst time to run, his worst number of the weekend, I think, 8.66. Pete was, is that 005?
005,
yeah, on the tree. Ian Brown went 0.1 and he was second off the line.
Pete did have to pedal the dragster though, because the car did take a move to the right, so I just think he had to stab the throttle, and that was just enough to slow him down that little bit.
That was because we said the track's holding everything you can throw at it.
Good driving though. Never take that away from the boys.
He was 005 on the tree, folks. He was. He really was. Yeah, exactly. Whatever you gave him for breakfast, do it again. Fantastic, yeah.
All right, next up then, Daniel Giles taking on Scott Collin.
So Scott's still sat in the water box with the Adrenaline Rush 100E. It has been a bit of adrenaline rush this weekend, hasn't it? All over the place. Now, I'm only going to say this out loud, simply because he's been posting about it. Building a BMW.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, he has, yeah. Yeah, I don't quite know where the journey is going to take him with that, because I thought everything was always about this 100E, but no, putting a BMW together.
Surprisingly. There is actually one, Michael Madera's car runs in 760 heads up in Germany, up in Scandinavia. He spends a lot of time up there running that car, and it really is awesome. It's a beautiful looking car.
So 760 the dial in for Scott, 738 for Daniel. Watch the twisting launch for Scott. This ring really does try and corkscrew. Bit too much. Oh.
Unfortunately,
got it stopped. So Daniel takes the win, 741, but that was a hit.
A red light and a little bit of fluid down there on the start line by the looks of it for Scott. The crew there straight away, the door is opening. and the track crew swing into action to do their thing. It was hopefully more of a glancing blow than anything else. Anyway, we will, while everyone attends to Scott, we are just going to get the ambulance and everybody going down there to check him out. He's still in the car, presumably talking because the marshal's having a chat with him. But we'll hand back to Nitro FM for a couple of moments and we'll give you an update the very moment we have it.
He gets away, as does Mason. So it's 10.82, plays 9.10.
Mason's going to get... And Susie's car's been really good.
Oh, Susie goes red. Well, Doug goes 11.55, 10.04 for Susie, and well, and he still will be, as Laura Bainton goes red, unfortunately for her. So Bob Alden goes into round number 2.
From the Netherlands, part of the Shark Attack team. Well, this one's kind of over at the tree. Yeah. Colin's going to coast to a 9.05 win.
Oh, Charlie goes red. He eliminates himself. What a shame. So it's
close.
Dave Cherritt that goes through.
It was an 0-1 red, unfortunately, so the no.
And then obviously Jess being chase mode.
Finally, we have a green light drag race as well. Both with pretty good lights. Who's got the best race car? Gonna be Rory. Oh, look at that for a race.
Wow.
That's by far the closest race of the first round. Mark Huxley goes red by 0-1. Unbelievably, Dane Rudd went red as well. But Mark Huxley did it first. Oh. So the Big Plymouth will go first. That's super close at the finish line.
John Bean takes it 882 on an 880, only 0.4 win margin.
Well, it is a green light drag race. Not much in it on the tree.
Pro ET.
Oh yeah, there are 5 of them. If one doesn't get you, then none of the others will.
These little pesky junior comp dragsters, Nick Muggery will come along and nip at your heels. Not only that, Nick is doing the chasing, so Neil's going to struggle to see it coming. Oh, it doesn't matter. Neil Watkins goes red by 0.009. So it's going to be Nick Muggeridge that is going to take the round win. And goes red. So Vic Parsons, who also went red, but Simon Innes did it first.
Well, it is another green light drag race. Matthew's out in front, but here comes Tom. But Tom breaks out, and so does Matthew actually, but he breaks out by the least. Two good looking lights. That's a close one.
Both away well.
Tom's way out in front.
Okay, so we are back with Super Pro ET. Good news, actually, for Scott Connolly. He did get out the car unaided, walked to the ambulance. The team have been released, and obviously Scott go over to the medical centre, get checked out, and he'll probably be back in the pits very shortly indeed. But yeah, Scott, commiserations for the incident, but good thing is that Scott is A-OK. So we are back with Super Pro ET, and can I please have 850 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 850 bike, let's have you in the lanes. This is Darren Law with the Wicked Lady, the Dragster, dialing in 8.73. Going up against Lee Huxley, the Dark Horse Mustang, 8.62. Obviously, the winner will progress into round number 2. And unfortunately, whoever is on the losing end, the day is done. So 11 hundredths of a second difference on the tree, but that basically means that Lee Huxley reckons his car is 1100 seconds quicker than Darren Law. It's all about reaction times. Who can get off the line first? Or closest to their green light without going red. And if we have a green light drag race, they'll sort it out at the top end. Oh, unfortunately, Darren couldn't hold the car on the line. He goes red. So the win light goes to Lee Huxley. .858 breakout, it matters not. The red light told the story of the race. It's Lee Huxley that goes into round number 2.
Okay, your next pair, Alan Didwell and Mark Courcelle. Alan, winner and current points leader in Super Pro in the Kestrel Lane. When I say points leader, there is a championship that runs through 6 rounds throughout the season. How far you go in eliminations at each event determines the number of points you get, and whoever's got the most at the end of the year, guess what, is the winner, and so on.
Now then, there is a bounty on Alan Didwell's head because he won the last meeting. They put a bounty of £50 on the event winner at the next event. Whoever knocks him out gets that bounty.
What happens if he keeps going? How does it work?
If nobody knocks him out, he takes the bounty himself.
Well, there's an incentive
so
to keep
the 50
going.
quid is up for grabs. And if no one takes it, then yeah, Alan gets it.
So Mark Courcelle, 8.18 is the dial-in for the wall breaker. That's pretty quick for that car. In the slick tricks lane, he's going to be going first by around about half a second. Alan Didwell will try and run him down in the more traditional, these days, rear-engine car. Well, I think Alan's already caught Mark. It's a case of not breaking out, which he didn't.
.009 off the line, though, for Alan Didwell. Cracking launch.
Yeah, that was kind of the end of Mark's day
It
right
was.
there, really, unfortunately. As soon as you can't give away nearly 0.2 of a second to, well, the previous national champ and most recent event champion as well. Tom Atkinson, team time is money. Managed to squeeze into the number 2 qualifying spot at the end of racing yesterday. This morning, dials an 8.41, taking on Leah Kellett with the Dragster. The great thing about Leah being in Super Pro now, she's going to be racing a whole bunch of people that she's never raced before,
Yeah.
isn't she? The other thing she's got to learn as well, she's used to racing. Normally Joe drives the car in Super Pro. She drives it in Super Comp. And the way that the tree works is different between both classes. So with Super Comp, all 4 ambers flash and it goes green. It's what's called a 0.4 or a pro tree. In This class, it's a Sportsman tree where the lights count down and it's a different stagger when the lights come on. So it's a completely different skill, even though it's the same tree. It does take a totally different skill. Also, she's got to worry about not breaking out. I think she's got the hang of it.
This is going to be a close one.
Very.
Oh, a breakout for Leia. She got there first. 0.02 of a second too quick. Tom Atkinson goes 8:42 on a 41 and a 0.1 light, but Tom is through to round number 2.
Yeah, Leah had it pinned all the way through the finish line at 178 miles an hour. You don't get the speed when it comes to racing because it just shows the dial-in and the ET. But that was one of her fastest ever speeds, and probably ET's as well. Yeah, definitely that. Okay, Phil Toppin with Grandad's Toy number 2. The dial-in is 8.99, which is the slowest dial-in you can have in Super Brain. The car has the potential to go much quicker than that. And when everything is sold, pretty sure it will. Taking on Bailey Ashdown. Daddy's Money Motorsport. Yes, I wonder how many cars could be named that. What do you think? Actually, even if Daddy's racing himself, it's still Daddy's money.
I suppose I'd better start saving now if I'm going to be a granddad in September. Yeah, 8 years.
Yeah, ish. You'll thank me for saying the stunt driver thing one day, mate. You really will.
I'll record it.
Yep.
I'll go back. Do you remember when Darryl said? Oh, Bailey not got off the line at all.
Well, all Phil has to do is not break out or hit the wall. He goes 9.15. He takes the win. Bailey's car died on the start line.
Oh, game over for Bailey. What a shame.
Well, Phil Toppin with his best run of the weekend as well. And once again, he kept it pinned all the way through the finish line. Obviously not aware that Bailey hadn't left the start line.
Okay, well, Bailey's car just been pushed past Josh Duncan there. So obviously he is in the next pair. Taking on Elaine Hancock. Well, would have been taken on Elaine Hancock, I should say. No sign of Elaine, unfortunately. So Josh on a solo. But I'm just so pleased that Elaine made it back this weekend. Good to see the Crazy Lady Racing team back at the track. And look forward to seeing them a bit more as the season progresses. So dial in then for Josh, 8.38.
It's a shame no Elaine this morning. Hang on.
So the target number then, 8.38, there or thereabouts will be good. 8.37 with an 8, very good indeed. Nice tune-up run, guys.
That was lovely.
Really got a handle on that car now.
Right, place that car. I think I've got a good idea. I think that was Nigel Turner's car. However, I'm going to stand to be corrected. Nigel Turner's Super Pro car from a while back now. Someone else will know. Who I believe.
I don't know if it's the same Nigel Turner, but we do have a Nigel Turner's birthday today, so...
Oh, you never know.
Happy birthday, Nigel.
So, AC Bell with the pork and beans dragster. 875 is the dial in the Kestrel lane, taking on Ashley Bell. Well, one of them's going to be going to round 2. Will it be Dad or Lad? I think I said that that's his car. It may be completely wrong or totally different.
So AC Bell taking on Ashley Bell then.
I like the occasional smoke signals the engine's giving. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. 875 pays 885. Ooh, there's only a tenth of a second difference on the tree. The Firebird side of the tree will go first. They both get away well.
Goodness
they both
me.
want it. Put
Proper
it this way, they
race.
both want it.
Well, AC's way out in front.
And takes it.
Yeah. Problems for Ashley. That was. I thought he was going to break out because he was so far in front, but well done. Pork and Beans moves on. I can't believe I just said that. Seriously, that's great.
Right, your last pair, then a solo from Scott Howes, and that will wrap up Super Pro for this session.
There you got Street Eliminator ready to go as well.
Dave Russell, the van with no name. Actually, that's been around a while now. I remember that being here the first meeting I came to when we were commentating. So, yeah, it's about 18 years.
God, are we that old? We are, aren't we? So, if we're 18 years old, does that mean we're allowed to drink at work?
Yeah.
No, that was not a serious comment, but anyone complains or writes in. I get it.
So 8.76 for Dave Russell, 6 flat for Dougie Hill, and Dougie's got to slow down to run that. A cracking run yesterday in the 5.7s.
Well, he can't do that today. Well, he can, but he won't be around for round 2 if he does. So one of the slowest cars in the class against one of the quickest. He red lit by 0.9. He's not going to lift. That's 581. Possibly saw the red light anyway. 946 to 60 foot. He was 0.9 on the tree, sadly for Dougie, but what a stonking weekend for that team. He's going to be a complete menace in Super Pro at this rate, isn't he?
Well, Dougie has no fear. Young lad. One of the marshals here at Sandpod when he's not driving. But I've got a funny feeling he's going to be driving quite a lot this year.
And a completely unassuming character.
Yeah.
Until you put a crash helmet on him, basically.
Yeah.
Thinking about it, there's an awful lot of races like that. So there's people like Dale Leakes. You look at him, you go, yeah, he drives a funny car, rides a top fuel bike, definitely. There are people like, I'm just trying to think and be polite, Martin Hill, as an example. Very mild-mannered, very soft-spoken Yorkshireman, very polite about everything, takes everything in his stride and drives the world's fastest jet car. There you go.
Yeah, I think drag racing typifies and never judge a book by its cover.
1000%.
Scott Hauser then, the Bang Tidy Dragster. He was your champion from last season. He's #1 qualifier, and because of the odd-numbered field, he gets a bye in round #1. A match-up in round #2 awaits with Mark Bailey with the Barracuda. 07 off the line, dials in 7:30. It will be there or thereabouts. It always is. 7:32.
Quick run by the two-seater, and we are into Street Eliminator. Top Speed Tools to make Street Eliminator. Our show session is not far away either. I think the live action arena is in full swing, hence the people on the bank. But Colin, who's in this time?
Yeah, passenger is Alan Ward from Cambridgeshire. Basically, this is a bucket list one. He's always wanted to have a go in the back of the car. And finally, that is being realised here today at the Festival of Power.
I'd always love to know how many people... So, dial-in day is one thing. That converts a lot of people to racing.
Yes.
Yeah. However...
Oh, this has got to as well, surely.
That's what I was going to say. I wonder, someone would know, just how many people that have gone in the two-seater have gone, wow, this is so much fun, I've got to do this.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's probably thousands of people that have done this now, I would have thought. Good couple hundred runs a year, and this has been around for a good 15 years,
yeah,
something like
at
that.
least.
Yeah. Comp Eliminator, can we have you in the lanes for round one, please? Comp for round one, please. Into the lanes.
A very good morning to Trevor and Lorraine Large. Actually, in Malta this weekend, but tune into the live feed. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can always keep up to date with what's going on at the pod. So, Trevor and Lorraine, hope you have a good break. .802 at 167. Right, here we go then. It is Street Eliminator. Round number one. All the cars that went out on the cruise last night came back, but unfortunately there was one car that didn't leave to go on the cruise, which was Mark Sheridan. But it was a tiny leak. It was a fitting that was letting air in instead of fluid, and they managed to get it fixed, but unfortunately did not get out on the cruise. So Joe Baxter, Michael D'Souza, no dial-ins. These are street legal cars. Whoever gets to the other end first will win. If they can hook up and get the tyres to grip, Joe Baxter eventually gets that done.
And he's having a wander at the top end as well. 936 to 168. I thought he'd done it that time, actually, because he managed to get to about 60 foot and then the car went a bit squiff.
Yeah.
1050 for Michael, though, is his quickest run of the weekend, I think.
Yeah, Michael's starting to step on up a bit more now, which is really good. Oh, hang on. Different way of doing the old nitrous purge. Left and right.
It's like a sniff per nostril, so to speak, isn't it, if you know what I mean?
So there is a rumour going around that Graham Smith is going turbo at one point.
Yes, possibly when he's no longer with us. Just kidding, Graham.
So it's lovely to wind him up, isn't it?
Big thank you very much for the T-shirt, Graham. Much appreciated, sir. Very, very much indeed. So great to see that car out again. Down into the low eights, hopefully sometime soon into the high sevens as well. You never know. It's just when they want to turn it up or not, as the case may be. Against Nigel Hale, these are numbers 4 and 8.
No, interesting. It's Nigel Hale that's having problems with traction these days. Even though he has a postcode on wheels there, sometimes it doesn't hook.
And a fair amount of weight.
Oh, Graham gets a little bit loose off the line there.
Still a race though, still nails it again. That won't be a low 8, but it will still be a win light. 924 at 136. And a really good looking 1048 at 138 in the other lane. And once again, I'd say it many times, but it's true. Massive respect to the Hale family for supporting Street Eliminator week in, week out. They know they don't have the quickest cars. They know they're a good few seconds off of the quickest cars in the class, but they turn up and they try, and sometimes they pick up round wins here and there as well. So, yeah, well done to the Hales. Number 1 qualifier, Tony Higgs. Will it be a full run? Will it be... Might be just a test to get off the line, just to test the setting. He's building the boost, so he will be leaving the line. Like that. Look at that.
Beautiful. Coasting now, though.
118 to 60 foot. I think that's solved. Definitely that. That's, do you know something? That's actually half a shame he didn't keep that one going. Anything with a street tyre on, whether it be bike or car, If it's got 1.1 second 60 foot, it's seriously hauling.
Well, not only that, he just coasted across the finish line at 92 mile an hour, still went 9.54. Wow. Okay, Victoria Smith with the Boost Monkey Buick.
No Mark Sheridan, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately to say we didn't make the cruise. So Victoria was your number 2 qualifier, went 770, over 190 miles an hour.
Now this is another one of those cars that really has an awful lot of grunt, especially up towards the finish line. The car is capable of running 200 miles an hour. There we go, comparative walk off the start line and then off
That's
it
going to build
flies.
speed nicely.
774, 185 miles an hour. Very nice looking 1.28 to 60 foot. Almost looks sedate actually, didn't it, really? Got round one, a comp bike coming round behind the tower now as well. I can see the jets, which means that all the big stuff is not far away, folks, so don't go anywhere at all like you would on a beautiful sunny Easter Sunday. James Murray and Rob Carter. One slip from Rob and James will be there. He went 9.72. Yes, a 9-second Cortina Estate. Another one of those great sleeper cars in the Kestrel Lane. However, Rob is not leaving anything to chance. Moonlight will come on in the Slick Tricks lane with an 824 at 159. Backed off it a little through the finish line. Real good 9.95 for James Murray. 143 miles an hour. Do you reckon they were designed to go that fast? I'd say no.
But
I'm amazed.
So matchups round 2. Tony Higgs has got Graham Smith. Victoria Smith's got the bye run, and Rob Carter taking on Joe Baxter.
One thing that always surprises me, in all seriousness, is that on cars of that age, it's things like all the trim and stuff like that doesn't start peeling off at those speeds.
Yeah.
I remember when I was at school, one of my friend's mums had, I think it was a Citroen, but when it got over 70 miles an hour, all the trim started peeling off and everything else as well. And that's a similar age, that car. So, heads up racing first, the finish line wins. Graham Dance taking on Aswin Lenoble in round number 1 of Comp Bike, which is an absolute shark tank these days. Look at the top 4, 5, 6, 7, all in 8, 9, 10, all in the 7s. Good run for Aswin Lenoble, but not as good as Graham Dance in the other lane with a 735 at 193. Comp Bike is basically run what you brung type of class. You get a lot of bikes in here that previously were racing in super street bike. You've got some big tyre, big slick bikes. Sorry, big tyre, wheelie bar bikes even. And some pro stock bikes. And some other stuff that just don't fit anywhere else. But that's not a bad thing.
So Michael Piggott and Chris Neary. So Michael qualified number 2 with a 729. That walk speed bike going really, really well. And Chris Neary, it wasn't going entirely to plan this weekend. He hasn't had the perfect run yet, as in everything going the way it should.
Emphasis on yet.
Yeah.
It's always just a moment away. Now would be a good time. Still not quite happening for Chris Neary.
No.
Beautiful run for Mike Piggott. 725 at 199.88. Just a breath of wind from 200 miles an hour. And yeah, Chris Neary's best run of the weekend at 960 at 152, but still nowhere near what that bike can run.
Michael Piggott gets a bye in round 2 as well. So yeah, very happy with that. That's Len Padgett. but no sign of Paul Hambidge at all.
Well, they were number 7 and 8, so they were the closest matched in round 1. Len was in the 7.6s. He went 7.61. This is great weather for pro stock bike racing. Tailwind, hardly a cloud in the sky, lovely fresh air. .109 to 60 for Len. That's a pretty good looking run actually, and it's his quickest of the weekend at 7.50, 170 miles an hour. I'd also like to mention as well, very quickly, if anyone has a direct line to God, or whoever runs things these days, if we could book this weather for every single race day throughout the year, that would be fantastic, please. Hardly a cloud, tailwind, fresh air, beautiful day. Daniel Madeira and Pete Slater. Daniel was number 6 with a 7.44. Pete's got a bit of a mountain to climb, 4 tenths behind, but anything's possible.
Oh, good looking race.
Very close race. In fact, Pete's out in front at the moment. Oh, what a race. Virtually dead even off the start line. Daniel took it with a 7.40 at 195, and he needed every bit of it. Both of them ran their quickest runs of the weekend. 7.52 to lose out at 186 in the other lane. That was a proper race.
Yeah, and that's a new PB for Daniel as well, actually. He went 7.44 in qualifying for a PB. He's just found another 400s. So well done, Daniel, but a great race.
Keith Wright, Kestrel Lane, number 11 with an 8.64, taking on Dan Diaz. 7.37 for Danny.
Dan's bike didn't sound right when he tried to build it up on the boost.
Keith Wright is long gone to a 7.81, his quickest run of the weekend, 171 miles an hour. Well, you would have almost bet the farm on Dan in that one. But bike just not behaving at all. He's just going to coast through the finish line, take the first exit. Rather dejected looking crew as well, unsurprisingly.
Patrick Rawnsley and Jasmine Cordell, your next pair. And then you've got Danny Cockrell on the solo. That'll be a wrap for Con Bike. And then it'll be 850 Bike leading us into our first pro stroke show session.
That phrase might stick, I like that. Pro stroke show session. Say that quickly a few times. Jasmine Cordell ended up number 5 with a 7.40. Up against Patrick Rawnsley, both of these two in the 7s, as most people are, or have been in comp. Probably family affair as well down there on the start line. Brother and dad down there watching. No one's going in. Jazz is just revving the throttle as if to say, come on, it's your go. And Patrick's going, nah. Oh, both together. Great looking run for Jasmine. Nice, smooth, straight, and a win light as well. 7.17. 176 miles an hour. That was beautiful. Lose out of a 7.69 at 185. They both did everything they could on the start line to put each other off. It didn't work. They both ran their quickest runs of the weekend. And for Jazz, I'm pretty damn sure that was her quickest run ever.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
Danny Cockrell. I can say the bike name because he's put it on the entry list. Fat Bloke Returns. But 7.02 in qualifying. Could it be a 6-second run? Prime conditions for it for Dan. He's never been there on 2 wheels. Every chance, 125 to 60 foot. That's a flyer for Danny Cockrell. 705 at 207 miles an hour. I love the fact that the team almost look nonplussed with that after everything he did in qualifying. But there we go. What a great first round in comp bike. So, eliminations for 850.
Yeah, double Dutch on this one then. Ralvin Petronilla taking on Patrick Marit. This is 850 bike, round number 1. Come all the way from the Netherlands, end up with one of your... Whoa, huge whip. Wow! Ralvin, how he held that one, I do not know. That was superb.
Probably lots of practice. Will he take the win? He does! Fantastic. You can win and be spectacular at the same time. Ralvin Petronilla, that one's going to be replayed a few times. 857 beats an 865. That was...
What a wheelie that was.
Yeah, you guys on the banking and on the grandstand got a perfect view of that.
So, Kevin Wright taking on Angelos Karandrias from Amsterdam.
Colin saying like his names. I love it. A lot of spinning going on for Angelos in the slick tricks lane. He won't be over the line first.
Wasn't much in it.
864 at 136 for Kevin Wright. They were both pretty much dead even on the tree, actually. Both had 0.18 lights, so it was who had the better bike that didn't break out. Joe Elliott, Anna Sasiak. Joe's bike is BMW 1000, and it's normally aspirated. So I've mentioned this before, but a really good barometer as to what the air and the weather and the track are like are Joe's bike. Because when the air's better, when the track's better, it runs better. And he's going to take the stripe on this one as well. 764. Anna went 843. Still didn't get there first, unfortunately. That was all about Joe Elliott. Okay, Paul Morris and Steve Jackson. Your next two. So a few more pairs to go of 850, and then it looks like, is Comp Eliminator starting the session, Colin?
No, I think it's the Jets, actually.
Okay, well the Jets are ready to go as well. Just checking. So Paul Morris was number 6, and Steve Jackson hadn't actually run in the 8s.
Oh, unfortunately, Steve couldn't hold the bike on the line there, just pulled him through. So Paul Morris is going to take the round win. It's 9:29 at 1:45.
Can we have Super Street Bike and Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike and Pro ET, please, into the lanes. That's for round 2 of Pro ET, I think.
Okay, Gary Malone, the Time Chasers machine, and Gary did ask me to do a shout out to Sharon. Many happy returns for your birthday today. I did shout out earlier as well, so that you could have 2 hits as on this one. And that's from all at Team Time Chasers. Gary going alongside Carl Thomas in the Slick Tricks lane. Oh, problems for Gary though. So Carl Thomas,
if he doesn't go too quick. But he's already looking over his shoulder, backing off. Perfectly done.
Yeah. So Carl Thomas through. Once again, happy birthday to Sharon.
So,
right.
Sorry. Stacey Reed and Pete Wise. Pete Wise in the Slick Tricks lane was number 7 qualifier. Stace was in at 14 because she didn't put a run in that was legal, as in the right side of 8.50. Now would be a good time. Today's about win lights though in racing, so I'm pretty sure that Boyce and Stace have got something up their sleeves. Well, 1/10 of a second off the line will help. Right, Stacey's got to back off about now and coast. Perfectly done. 8.65 beats an 8.66. She was also off the line first by about a 10. Stacey moves on to round 2.
Right, your last pair. J-Row, number 1 qualifier, taking on Pete Slater. Matchups round 2. Joe Elliott taking on Stacey Reed. Ralph Petronilio taking on Carl Thomas. Kevin Wright taking on Paul Morris. And whoever wins this gets a bye in round 2.
J-Ro's already looking over his shoulder.
Double breakout, wow.
That is a huge shock. J-Row was slowing down, looking over his shoulder. He broke out by more than Pete Slater did. Pete Slater had a better reaction time. That was actually what made the difference in that race. Unreal. So we hope you enjoyed the bikes. We're on with the Jets. Anyone not seen a jet car before in VIP?
Yeah,
lovely.
there's a few.
Right. Those lovely orange sunglasses may be slightly melted after this, though. You're going to like this.
That's all right. It got them out of a Christmas cracker. Thought we'd use them eventually.
Steady. They're not far away. They can reach, you know.
Yeah. Okay, to kick things off for our exhibition session, it is Perry Watkins with Oklahoma Willie. This incredible machine. That's right, he's not messing around at all. He's going straight into it.
Absolutely show quality. Show quality. The reason it's called Oklahoma Willie was it was found in a field. It was a farm truck. It was found in a field in Oklahoma. It's very old as well. I think it's a good 70 years old, something like that.
Yeah, 1958. This vehicle. Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of rotting in a field in Oklahoma. Perry brought it to the UK, fully restored it, and then thought, you know what? There's something missing. I know what it is. A jet engine. There we go. Everyone in the VIP balcony, be prepared to jump.
Something's been spotted.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like one of the fittings. Well, very unusual to have any sort of issue. The good thing is with Perry, there we go, you can just reverse it off the start line. It's actually got an engine in it as well. It's still got the...
Yeah, it's still got the flat 4 underneath the bed at the back.
So it's possibly the only self-manoeuvring jet car on the planet, other than forwards anyway.
May have hit the wrong button on the old Discord. It was Pro Martin Super Street, not Pro ET. Oh, great.
Okay, so Perry will just... I'm sure, actually, they will get that hopefully fixed behind the scenes and just come straight back, but we shall see.
Yeah, very quickly as well, race director just came in and said, you might have heard it, apologies, hit the wrong button, it's not Pro ET, it was Pro Modified that were needed, please. So Pro ET, not yet, sorry, Pro Modified, please, into the pairing lanes if you're not already there, which you probably, possibly might be. So, yeah, apologies if anyone from Pro ET thought that and thought, hang on a minute, let's go. Sorry about that. So we have, is this a side-by-side run this time round?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. They've actually just...
Yeah, as I say, but honestly, that truck is just absolutely gorgeous. Those of you that tuned into the live stream can see that. And I just think it's the engineering that's gone into it to have the thought process to still have the engine in there to drive it around, you know, manoeuvre it on site, etc. It's not just a phenomenal show vehicle. It has a purpose as well. Very, very good indeed.
Well, Perry's going to park it down there. The race director will be very happy with his new mode of transport.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly where he parks. So thank you very much for the donation, Perry. We've got Jet Dragsters coming round as well. They will be side by side. And what show they put on over the last couple of days, this is something to watch. Even if the sun's shining and it's not dark, they still look pretty awesome. The one good thing out of that, actually, was nobody on VIP actually got a whiff of what was coming yet.
No.
This is going to be better. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
It's all right. You'll see what I mean in a minute.
So 2 jets coming at you. We have the Spider-Man jet of Julian Webb, and of course Fire Force number 5 of Martin Hill. Match racing to 1,000 foot. You can see the orange markers are up there. That's the race distance for our jets. If it's your first time witnessing these incredible machines, hearing protection is recommended, as they are, shall we say, a little bit noisy.
And diapers, possibly,
Yeah.
where you're sat.
They have the equivalent of around about 10,000 horsepower each, just to give you an indication. They are powered by a Pratt & Whitney J60 jet engine. I believe it's the same engine in both jets. Actually, it's the same engine that's also in Fire Force 3 as well.
Where do they come from, those?
Well, they find an aeroplane that had 4 engines on it, and they thought, right, okay, we can get 4 jet cars out of that.
Okay, that sounds logical, yeah.
I mean, the Pratt & Whitney jet has been around a long, long time.
Okay.
And the problem they have now is getting serviceable parts for them.
Okay.
So, yeah, basically, I mean, Martin has, shall we say, connections to get hold of these parts, but eventually
They will
run out, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the tractor's moved out the way. Perry's still parked over there. So Martin that's Fire Force number 5, the only jet dragster in his stable. He's had 4 previous jet funny cars. 2, 3 and 4 are still in existence and still running. Fire Force 3, I'm sure you're going to see today at some point.
Yes.
And Spider-Man, the car in the other lane. Was it Martin that built most of that?
No, it's Scott Hauser.
Scott Hauser, I beg your pardon. Sorry.
Yeah, did all the fabrication work. And we know that Graham Sykes did the wheels as well, because that was part of the build that he got involved with.
Yeah, that's the Spider-Man car. Just sitting there patiently waiting to go. So after the side-by-side jets, we are scheduled. I'm not sure whether Perry's actually going to run or not, as the case may be. We've got Comp Eliminator round number 1. We've got Pro Modified. You just take us through the order, Colin, just so everyone knows.
Yeah, Comp Eliminator, Super Street Bike, Pro Modified, Top Fuel Dragster, Nitro Funny Car, Nostalgia Funny Car, and Top Fuel Bike. All to come at you in this session, so it's going to be very exciting indeed.
Just loads of eliminations and racing throughout the day. Here we go then. And once again, they can't hear me now, but just watch the people on the balcony. If you've seen jet cars before, don't watch the jet cars. Watch the people on the balcony. That's what we do. Fun. We're really grown up about this. We just like scaring people, don't we? If you're watching on the live stream, getting a good look at Martin Hill in the cockpit of Fire Force. There's the team unhook the starter. Now, before anything gets serious, both of the support vehicles have to be moved well out of the way. There goes the transit. Soon to be followed, I'm sure, by the Spider-Man one. Okay. Oh no, don't smoke us out so we can't see him. Anyway, side by side jet dragsters coming your way on Easter Sunday. I love the fact the only clouds in existence at the moment are the ones made by the cars. Now everyone on VIP is looking a bit nervous. They still don't quite know what's coming.
Yeah.
This isn't the loud bit. Someone's already made a run for it. They think they're in a band.
They do,
Do you know
don't
that?
they?
Have you noticed?
The rhythm section.
Yeah, they are.
So there we go then. Julian Webb of Martin Hill. It's the Spider-Man jet against Fire Force 5.
Good looking side-by-side run. Martin's going to get there first. 4.45 at 257 miles an hour. Bear in mind, those are 1,000-foot times,
Yeah.
folks, just in case you're thinking, my God, that's a new world record. And Julian, 485 at 240. He did actually go red by 0.2. Left Martin for almost dead on the start line. But what a tremendous show. Everybody on VIP, do you see what we mean now? Yeah. Who was it that scarpered up the back? Yeah, send them home. Round of applause, please, for the whole teams.
Very enjoyable.
Do you want to know something else really funny? And to the Fire Force team as well, please. Put your hands together. What a show. Can I just give you one more little nugget of information? Sorry. That's not the loudest thing you're going to see today.
By a long way.
By some margin. So, Perry has actually, whatever the issue was, is solved.
Yeah, as I say, we sure it was a fitting. But Ed had spotted that on the side of the jet, so that's been taken care of. So Perry Watkins, as soon as the track is ready to go, will be putting his exhibition run in with Oklahoma Willie. This 1958 Volkswagen that Darrell has mentioned was found in a field in Oklahoma, and the farm was owned by Willie, and that's how the vehicle got its name. And what a transformation. I mean, it would win any show and shine wherever it went, but to have it as an exhibition vehicle like this, with that jet engine on the back. Perry is a very talented engineer. He's built a lot of vehicles over the years, including one that I remember really well. It was called the Flatmobile. It was like the Batmobile, but literally just inches off the deck. And one of a fantastic creation that Perry has put together. But this is, I would say this is his favourite one. This is the one that goes everywhere. It is actually taxed and MOT'd. The reason I know that is because I checked it. It's fantastic. But it does actually go around the country in the back of a trailer. It's a little bit, shall we say, it's not very conspicuous on the road. But if needs be, he can drive it. Just don't pull up behind him at the traffic lights and annoy him, because he will melt you. Expect speeds somewhere in the region of 140 miles an hour. It will get there in about 11 seconds. And then when Perry gets to the end of the track, the parachutes will blossom. He'll slow down, turn the corner at the top end, by which time the jet engine will be switched off and he will re-engage the engine and the drive shafts and drive back to the pits. So Perry just giving it a bit more now as the flame show just gets a little bit loud and the flames a bit more intense on the back of the truck. So it is a Rolls-Royce Viper 535 jet on the back of Oklahoma Willie, the pickup truck. As Perry brings it up to the line. Pointing very left, but he'll just straight up as the track kicks in. As I say, around about 140. What we got? 145 miles an hour on that run there. 11.32 for Perry Watkins and Oklahoma Willie. We really appreciate that one. Well done to the two team. As I say, it was a very simple fix behind the scenes, and Perry gets his run in. So thanks ever so much indeed to Oklahoma Willie. Right, we now look round. I think it could be just a little bit track prep. It's going to be Comp Eliminator up next. And what a mix of vehicles that we've got in Comp this weekend. Very, very exciting indeed. And then after that, it will be our two-wheeled warriors on Super Street Bike. And then round one of Motorsports UK Pro Modified. And then what a lot of people have come here to say, Top Fuel Dragster. And also Nitro Funny Car, Nostalgia Funny Car. We've got all the big stuff lined up in the pairing lanes at the moment. Those of you that tuned into the live feed, you've got a perfect camera shot of all the cars that are taking part in Comp Eliminator. And next to them, nearer to the camera, is Super Street Bike. So we can see exactly what's going on in the pairing lanes. It's the most eclectic car park that you'll ever see. You'll see a Ford Fiesta with wheelie bars, and you sort of think, hey, hang on a minute, that's front engine. And front wheel drive, but no, it's rear engine, rear wheel drive. And Chris Todd going to be taking part in Comp Eliminator. Dave Swift with the AMX down there, and you'll see a couple of vans there, but oh, hang on a minute, there's a white one that you can see in the middle there. That is Terry Newton 8.7 second Escort van, Z-Tech powered, and took the Z-Tech front wheel drive record this weekend. So, as I say, great mix of vehicles to come round the corner in Comp Eliminator. That is the next class that is going to be running. But just a tiny bit of track prep out there whilst we get ready. Basically, just making sure that the track is in tip-top condition. And when the jets run, do tend to blow everything around. So, Nitro FM, if you could just maybe, I think it's literally just going to be one tune. And we'll take it back with Comp Eliminator here at the Festival of Power. Well, that was very quick indeed. I thought track prep might take a little bit longer, but no, got it wrong. Okay, so this is Comp Eliminator, round one eliminations. Your number one qualifier was this car here, Reuven Dawson with the Honey Wasp, the Copo Camaro. He has an index of 8.90. That doesn't mean anything now. They can go under that as much as you like, which Reuven did a very good job of doing yesterday. He went into the sevens yesterday, Went 7.90. In America, they class these cars as factory showdown. These are the factory hot rods. Race them on Sunday, sell them on Monday, but they generally don't sell them. Beautiful launch, lovely wheelie. And he clicks it early, no surprise there. Well done to Reuven. Can I please have Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Top Fuel Bike into the lanes.
He still went way too quick for his index, even though he lifted way before the finish line.
Yeah.
When on Sunday, sell to England. That's what that should change to, not sell on Monday.
Send to England.
Yeah, send to England. There we go. Luke Stevenson. Wow, dream matchup for Luke against the Silver Surfer. Luke, 9.50 the index. If he gets anywhere near that, he'll be overjoyed. A mid-11 is probably what Luke's aiming for. Ahmed, though, 9.14.
Now, I did find out Ahmed has actually got the billet block in this car.
Whoa, that's for
so
door
he's
slammers.
treating it with respect. 888, exactly what he wanted to do.
Getting the win light. Luke goes 11.73. Sorry, Luke, you didn't go too excited. And once again, please like and follow European Front Wheel Drive on Facebook. They are massive supporters of the sport and front wheel drive drag racing. Obviously, they are sponsoring the front wheel drive class at Door Slammers. Basically, Door Slammers, if you haven't seen it, it's all about cars with doors, which both these two are, and heads up classes, first to the finish line wins. Basically, hope you brought enough with you. It's a massive event. It's one of the most, if not the most international event we have all season, isn't it? You know, racers from Malta, from Poland, from Bulgaria, from Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, everywhere, basically. Absolutely everywhere.
You name it.
Yeah, Lloyd Perkins, Darren Dewhurst.
950 plays 799. Lloyd had a really good going qualifying, went 753. Darren 970 with the front wheel drive Vauxhall Corsa called the Shed. Lloyd will go past.
Only just though. Nice, 767. Good run for Darren though, 970.
Well done. Matched his qualifying basically.
But Lloyd takes the round win. I'm not sure. Lloyd will message me, I'm sure, to say this or not. Is that your first ever round win, Lloyd? I know you've been driving the car on and off for a while. Don't remember a win light in your lane. Not being rude, just asking.
Spencer Tram and Chris Todd up next. Spencer with the Camaro. Index of 1168. Chris has got to be really, really patient though. 7.39 with the Fiesta Roo. But Subaru Impreza engine, turbocharged, and it's in the back of the car, not the front. And the wheelie bars are not for show. He really does use them. But yeah, it's a big match for Chris to climb. Spence goes 11.27 and an 8.85, 153 for Chris, but it is Spencer through. Well, one very happy camper indeed this weekend has been Dave Swift.
Overjoyed, I think. First time in the 7.0s.
Worked very, very well indeed.
You know what the next step is? Into the 6s, and then I was going to say it gets expensive, but it's already expensive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why did I even think of saying that?
Tough matchup though. Got Gary Carr for company here. Gary just sat under the tower waiting to do his burnout. Obviously a different routine for each car. Dave will do his burnout across the line and then reverse back. Gary literally just do his burnout in the water box and roll forward.
The only thing for Dave Swift on that one, Sean was saying go that way, and Dave wasn't, shall we say. I'm sure they'll line him up when he comes up to the start line. So Gary Carr is the defending champion, which is a real badge of honour, especially with racing as tough as this in Comp Eliminator. 11.68, he's going to go first by nearly 6 seconds actually over Dave Swift 7 flat. Dave will do very, very well to run him down before he pulls the chutes, but you never know.
Big wheelie off the line there for Gary. And there goes Dave in pursuit.
Nice 107 to 60 foot. Gary's already over the stripe though. 708 once again for Dave Swift. 192 miles an hour. That looks fun.
Gary with 11.08 taking the win.
Now the only thing is, Gary's just gone 6/10 under his index, hasn't he? Yeah. Not that it sounds worse than it is, probably. But if you do it in eliminations, you have your index adjusted.
Right, Terry Newton would have been alongside Ben Mace, but unfortunately we're not going to see that bantam. So Terry, no heroics here actually. He is literally just breaking the beams and driving up the track to secure his place in round number 2.
All he needs to do. Pro Modified not far away. I can see them poking around the corner as well.
Yeah, just got 3 pairs to go here. So Amir Akram Ashad with the Anomaly, the Honda. 916 on the index for Amir, taking on Nick Williams with the Copo Camaro. There's an index of 850, went 783 in qualifying. Winner of this gets Spencer Tram in round 2. Yeah, Nick has clicked it straight away.
Still needs to get there first though.
923, only in 103. 1070 to 104. So Nick Williams will be racing Spencer next round.
We do have a few tasty matchups in this round of comp, and this is definitely one of them. Dan Williams against Rob Smallworth. Rob was 4/10 under his index yesterday. Dan was a bit further, admittedly. However, as always, anything can happen. Dan can't take Rob lightly at all. He knows he's going to be chasing him down.
Well, fair to say the Chevelle has really been hooking off the line, and the front wheels have been coming up way high. So much so in testing on Thursday, went a little bit higher than expected and the car twisted, so Dan had to come off the gas, which they don't like doing because it brings them down hard, and broke a suspension strut when it came down, but they got it fixed. And, these cars normally just ride out the wheelie and they can keep the power on. Very spectacular to watch.
If we haven't said already, unlike the racing you've seen before, this is first to the finish line wins. There are no breakouts. Those are their indexes. Dan goes on the green, so does Rob. Now Dan's going to hear him coming, well, and wiggling around actually.
10.26 for Dan, taking the win.
Yeah, Rob backs out of it with 8.36. That was a big wiggle,
Yeah,
unfortunately. That's also Rob's worst run of the weekend, sadly, in round 1. What a shame. Dan, as well, may take a hit on his index after that one, because that was quite, even though he backed off, quite a way under.
Yeah.
So this one's going to be fun too. Emma Goddard running personal best after personal best. She was 0.46 under her index of 9.50 for front-wheel drive that you see on the board up there in the Kestrel Lane. She's taken on the fraudster of Kev Jenkins It's amazing, isn't it? You put cars away for the winter, get them out again, and guess what? They don't go anywhere near straight when you get to South again. Kev was having issues, directional issues off the start line. These both run to form. This would be a terrific race. Is this Emma's first elimination run?
No, she was
that was
here
it a few
at,
weeks ago.
yeah.
Sorry. Okay. So they're both into stage. Emma would get the green light first. There she goes. Well, Kev's car bogs off the start line. Then it will pick up and run. But Emma is long gone to a round win and a 908 at 167 miles an hour. Good job, Emma. Just unfortunately for Kev and the team, the speed was there, 177, but the car just went. Bleh. That's technical, isn't it? Bleh, off the start line.
Right, Super Street Bike, been looking forward to this. My goodness me, 5 of the 8 qualified bikes in the 6s. Super yesterday, it was 664 for number 1. Absolutely
mega.
Standing.
Very good afternoon to everyone listening in. Lawrence, thank you very much indeed for your message, sir. Especially the Super Street Bike roll round. So thank you for tuning in. In answer to your question for comp bike, no, there is no breakout or anything like that. It's a case of kind of run what you run class, and why everyone loves it. There's plenty of restricted racing elsewhere. Believe it or not, this is one of them. They do have rules in Super Street Bike. Martin Hallett and Jake Michelle. Jake was number 3 in the end. Really? Only number 3?
Oh, Jake out of the hole.
That's a great looking run for Jake. 668, and check the speed out. 220 miles an hour, but what a run for Martin Hallett as well. 7.10, over 201 miles an hour.
Wow.
Well done, Martin. Is that the first time Jake's been over 220 as well?
Yeah.
I know he's been in the 60s before. I'm not sure he's been over 220 before. Yeah, conditions, like I said, whoever's in charge of the weather, can we book this for every race day? Because this is gorgeous. Tailwind, sunshine, fresh air. Just the stuff you need, well, to do what Jake just did, really enough.
This is a cracking matchup. Costas and Alan. Costas went 692 in qualifying. Alan went 687. So just 0.05 of a second difference. That could be made and lost on the tree. But Alan Morrison having a phenomenal weekend on his lad's bike. And Costas, of course, part of the JKE Raceworks team.
It's also Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike, and Kath is down on the start line, having a lot of fun watching all these guys. Whole shot for Costas, nearly 1/10 of a second. Will it be enough? Alan is just going to miss the blocks. 690 for Costas, his quickest run ever, 211 miles an hour. Alan had to back off through the finish line. He was slightly slower at every increment as well, so I don't think he'd have caught him. But he was drifting towards the blocks. But he didn't nail them. Costas' first 6.8 will have to wait till later on. He went 6.90 with a 0. Okay, number 1, number 8 qualifier. Chris Reed, winner of the most recent round of the UK Championship at Spring Speed a few weeks back in the Kestrel Lane, taking on... Goodness me. What can you say about Daniel Lentz? Incredible performance. 664. 226 miles an hour. Problems for Boyce off the start line. That could well be the end of his day. Check out the numbers for Daniel. 666 and 227 miles an hour. Again, nothing Boyce could do about that one. He still went 207 miles an hour in a losing effort. And left the line first.
All right, last pair, Ross Morrison and Jack Shook. Ross was number 2 qualifier, pushed Jake down to number 3. Ross went 674 yesterday. Jack went 742.
Great to see newcomers into the class like Jack and Martin Hallett as well doing so well. I mean, Martin will take a lot of heart from that run. He just, even though he lost, he might take a lot of heart from that. That's really competitive. Well, Ross is already out in front. Can he keep it pinned? Jack's off the power. Oh, wow. 677 at 214 for Ross. Doesn't quite match his qualifying time, but I don't really think he cares. So this is a time trial run. Very, very kind of everybody to let Margot. She didn't make eliminations, had a horrible weekend, and it's a long way to come from the Netherlands just to be spectating on race day. So not part of eliminations, just a test run. And I think we've got Pro Mod next.
Indeed, yep.
Still with a stutter off the start line. Now, if she'd have made that run yesterday, she would have been in, I think. Yeah, nearly. 767, 188 miles an hour. Slowly but surely ironing the bugs out. The semi-finals of Super Street Bike are going to be monstrous, aren't they?
Yeah, just to give you the matchups, actually. It'll be Daniel Lenks taking on Costas, and Ross Morrison taking on Jake Michelle. Number 2 and number 3 qualifier, obviously. There's nothing between those two, really. That will be decided off the line.
What I can't believe about that, imagine being Ross Morrison running 677 and not having lane choice.
Yeah.
Right? That's incredible. But it's that close.
Yeah, right. Pro Mods. Going to be Dave Smith coming around the corner first, going alongside Andy Robinson. So, Anger Management 2.0. Taking on that gorgeous 55 Chevy.
So, Andy Robinson race cars in both lanes. One driven by Dave Smith, one driven by, you guessed it, Andy Robinson. That's their house car, if you will. They try out a lot of stuff on that car that ends up on customers' cars. He is in the Slick Tricks lane, ran a best of 6.03 in qualifying. Knowing them, they probably weren't anywhere near happy with that. The car ran well, it was still strong, but probably not what they were looking for at all. Dave Smith, new personal best, 6.31. His last run yesterday looked like it would be better until he backed out of it.
Yeah, Dave Smith came into the weekend on a 6.38 with a 9, then went 6.38.0, 6.31.0. So, yeah, knocking on the door of the 6.2s. But he's been consistent, which is good.
So, once again, Heads Up Drag Race first to the finish line wins. Round number 1 of the UK Motorsport UK Pro Modified Championship. The winner of that series last year is in the Slick Tricks lane. Also, Dave Smith didn't do much racing last year, did he? So,
no, he had a terrible part shortage last year, but he's back.
So, good luck to both of them. Andy Robinson on a flyer. 5.93 at 243 miles an hour. That's what they were looking for. The numbers, the 60 foot isn't right. The 60 foot is 0.47. That didn't happen.
No.
8th mile, 3.92, 192. Over the stripe, 5.93 at 243 miles an hour. Dave Smith, a great representative run, though. Getting quicker and quicker. 1.01 to 60 foot, 4.11 at 176 at the 8th. And a 6.36 at 206. Actually, the speed says he probably clicked it a little bit early. He was over 220 or 220 plus.
Very good, consistent weekend for Dave Smith, and they're taking the race car home in one piece without really any busted bits, which
You
is
hope
really,
it
really
is,
good news. So, and they'll be back for Door Slammers and the main event.
If you think you saw a reaction time difference, you definitely did as well. Andy Robinson was 0-4 on the tree, killing it like he always does.
All right, 2 blown cars again. Kev Slifield.
Who should he be taking on?
Michel Turenne.
Who we don't have.
Only 1 blown car then. Well, Kev, didn't put a run in at all last year. It was, he sort of said, "Oh no, I'm retiring now," and put the car up for sale. Well, the car's still for sale, but he still got it. And thought, no, okay, I'm gonna have another year.
Might as well use it.
Yeah,
you
might
know,
as well.
like just sitting there in the workshop.
Again, another Andy Robinson built car.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Former national champion in the class as well.
It's really good to see Kev back. It just goes to prove that the addiction never really leaves, does it? You can try. It must be really difficult as well, having the car sat in the workshop. I think he did enter Door Slammers last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
He wanted to try so. Had a few things he wanted to try.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. And whatever it was he wanted to try, it worked. Worked really well. So 5.94 in qualifying by right here. Yes, that's a great looking run for Kev.
Clicked it early, 6:15, 191.
0.961 to 60 foot. That'll definitely 961, Tony. That'll definitely work. 3.90, 190 miles an hour to the 8th mile. That was on for a 5-second run, definitely. Clicked it just before the finish line to a 6.15 and 191. Okay, the rumble you hear now is the 2 turbo cars facing off in round 1.
Yeah, the Fast Company Mustang of John Webster taking on Europe's quickest Pro Mod, the first into the 5.6s. I couldn't believe the screen. Good job Darryl was alert because he saw it. I just thought, hang on a minute.
Yeah. It is one of those double takes where you think,
was.
hang on, have I just seen that? Now, knowing Andre, as we all do, the only thing that will bother him about it is he hadn't managed to repeat it. 4 stabs at the racetrack, 3 busted runs, 1 Europe's quickest. Okay, a lot of people would take that, I get it.
Yeah.
But you don't just want to do it once. You want to repeat. You want to do it again. You want to get close to it. You want to know what you did and do it again and again and again to be competitive. Because obviously when we come to just over a month from today, we're going to be at the round number 1 of the European Drag Racing Championships here at Santa Pod. And Pro Modified is an absolute bun fight at the best of times. And you need to be on top of your game every single round. Going up against John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang. Car he built himself in his workshop just by the main gate. You can actually see in this weather too, if you look very, very closely at these 2 cars, they have the same body, but they're very, very different underneath. John Webster's car has got the turbos mounted in a different place. You can see that they come out. We can see, if you look on the side of the car, you can see where it says Webster Race Engineering. Right in front of that is where the turbo exits. You can see on Andre Arnover's car, it doesn't. It's down at the bottom. 2 different ways of thinking. Yeah. John loves to do everything his own way, and he's very successful at it as well. So UK versus Estonia, round 1 here. We've already had Andy Robinson run in the 5s. Cled Slifield would have done. Conditions are gorgeous. Look at that, both hanging onto it, but Andre's going to get the win with a 582. The speed is there as well, 254 miles an hour. I don't know whether he pedalled that or not, but good, strong run. John Webster really trying, 652 at 192. John Webster, though, listen up down there to all of the crew, 60 foot, 0.980 for that gold Mustang. That was 980, that 60 foot for John Webster. That's exactly what they were looking for. Unfortunately, the rest of the numbers weren't quite, but that's where they want to be with the launch. Andre, 0.97 to 60 foot, 386 at 199 to the 8th mile, over a tenth of a second off where he was Friday. I've forgotten what day it is. So Andre will now have a bye run into the final, where he will either face Kev Slightfield or Andy Robinson.
Right, sticking with the fast stuff, it is Top Fuel Bike. Rene van der Berg down there.
Who's missing from the ladder? We had 6 bikes, didn't we? No, we had 5 qualified. I beg your pardon, 6 were entered. My bad. Oh, that'll be why. Yeah, no, Kev is there. Sorry, that's what threw me. Yeah, you're right. Just that Kev's bike is actually over there. Anyway, Rene van der Berg, bye run. He should have been facing the number 6 qualifier, which I believe was Kev Jarman, who is there, but for some reason is not in the ladder. So Rene will have a bye run now. The winner of this, what should be a race, and a bye run into the final. So, Top Fuel Bike, supercharged, 4 cylinders, most of them. Rene is nowhere near straight. He's facing the wall. But they're just going to correct that right now. Very, very important with these bikes to get pointed straight down the lane, because they spend most of the time on a good run on one wheel. Well, technically 3 if you include the wheelie bar. So Rene went 6.47 yesterday. That's a lot stronger. Until then, 6.30, only 186 miles an hour. The puff of smoke before the finish line gave that away. That was a lot stronger than yesterday as well. 106 to 60 foot, 4.10 at 189 to the 8th mile. That wasn't going to be a 5-second run, but no doubt it was going to be very quick indeed. Track crew out there doing their thing, checking out. Now, Rene didn't need to do that, obviously, because he was going to take the win light anyway, just by staging up. He's got to make it round for the semi-final run to be able to run the final round, though. So, track crew are just waiting for word from the top end whether anything needs to be cleaned up or not, as the case may be. The good news is no one's sprinting for anything.
No,
all the track crew that were wandering out onto the shutdown area have wandered back again. Thank you very much, folks. Gives me a chance to say very good morning. It's still morning, is it? No, afternoon.
Yeah, it's only just.
Yeah, to all of the Santa Pod Races Club crew, everybody right down the top end, and all the turn-offs as well. There's a whole team of people behind the scenes that you don't see working their way, well, working themselves literally to death out there. All weekend, every weekend. It takes an awful lot of hard work and teamwork too. So I did see somebody sprint for the tractor. So we will have a bit of a clean-up to do at the top end, but hopefully it will not be too long. So we're now at 12 o'clock. We've got funny cars in the lanes as well after Top Fuel Bike. What else have we got on the...
Live Action Arena is running at the moment as well. You can see smoke coming up from over there as well. That's behind the spectator banking. You can always know where Live Action Arena is. There's quite a gathering of people at the top of the banking at the far end, looking down on the display over there. So yeah, Live Action Arena with monster trucks, with Team Maximum Lock, also Terry Grant's over there. So yeah, it's a really good packed show over there, and you've got the first of today's shows taking place at the moment. Don't forget, if it's your first time here this weekend, welcome, and glad you found us at last. And don't forget, if you're on the banking and you're thinking, how do I get around the other side, you should go around the back of the start line at Nitro FM, and you can go into the pits and have a look at all the race machinery that's here this weekend. Also, you've got all of our traders as well. We've got the Pod Cafe and, of course, the Pod Shop as well with the latest merchandise, including, of course, the 2025 FIA Championship range. And we're really delighted that we can launch it this weekend. We had most of the stock in during the week, and then the fleeces turned up yesterday. So very good indeed. We've got plenty of traders here, though, as well, though. Please pay them a visit. Also, Blackett Photography, their studio here as well, just next to the crossroads. And if you want images of any of the cars and bikes that have gone down the track, you want to take them home with you straight away, or a digital version, it's up to you. Blackett Photography Studios are here next to the pairing lanes by the crossover. But the key thing is as well to enjoy yourself this weekend. Bearing in mind the sun, it's going to be quite warm out there. With the breeze, you get that wonderful affliction we call pod face. So I hope you have just got a little bit of sunblock that you can protect yourself, or you will go home looking a little bit lobsterish. So there is that to think about as well. Okay, as we fire up our next bikes. So Jerry Lukes on the rocket, will be taking on Neil Midgley. Can we please have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp. We have you into the pairing lanes, please. So the four-cylinder bike then of Neil Midgley, the three-cylinder of Jerry Lukes, the PBR rocket. Beautifully judged burnout there for Jerry, actually just rolled literally just a foot or so from the beams. Well, Neil Midgley qualified in the number 2 spot with a 6:56. We know the bike is capable of going quicker than that, as Jerry Lukes. That 10.17, not representative of what that bike can do. That can go very low 6s and into the 5s as well. So, this one for a spot in the semi-finals where there is a bye into the final. Both into stage.
Well, big shame for Jerry. He actually went into stage, put his foot on the pegs for the light to go green, and the bike rolled backwards out of stage. So when the starter flicked the switch to go, unfortunately, he was not in stage, hence the red light came on, sadly, for Jerry. Just one of those things. He'll learn from that. That won't happen again. And a very, very lucky man indeed. Neil Midgley smoked the tyre almost instantly off the start line again. It did that last night. And he will be, well, on a bye run into the final.
One pair to go. Phil Crossley and Steve Woollett.
Well, no Phil Crossley, I don't think, underneath us.
I'll say hello to Ryan Davison, who'll be tuned in at home watching the coverage. Ryan will be back out on Top Fuel bike at some stage this year. But it's a new addition to the family for Ryan. So I know he's tuned in. So that'll be the Meteor missile bike we look forward to seeing.
Do you know something? How has the UK got this many Top Fuel bikes? It's just mental. It's great. We've got more than the whole of the US combined, I think, to be honest with you. Actually, no, that's not a joke. That's not a joke, is it? There are more active fuel bikes in the UK than there are in the US. So Steve Woollett was only number 4 qualifier, and not with the 6-second run, which is most unlike him. Going to use this one as a tune-up run. That's a lot more like it for Steve. Bike still headed for the blocks, and he does the right thing, which is just let the bike go. 105 to 60 foot. That was a lot more like it. It was still trying to take him sideways, but he backed off it, cruised through the 8th mile in 4.55, but did the right thing. Didn't try and yank the bike back or try and keep it in his lane and run the blocks over. He knew no one was in the other lane, so best to just keep it Safe.
Yeah, a little bit of an update actually. There's me saying, "Oh, get hold of your latest FIA merchandise. It sold out yesterday." But
What?
they've had a restock this morning. They've got it back in again.
How did that happen?
It was very popular, basically. Yeah, those of you that went to the pod shop yesterday to get the FIA merchandise and it had sold out, they had a restock this morning. Fleeces are very low stock, but if you want to get hold of it, get into the pod shops for the latest FIA merchandise.
That's got to be the quickest restock in history,
Yeah.
though, that has, hasn't it? So, Kev Charman. Lovely, strong sounding burnout for Kev. The team used to be called Nitrous Junkie. They just crossed the us out and became the Nitro Junkies. Both Kev and Liz are absolutely lovely people, and we are honoured to have them with us in Top Fuel Bike. The machine built by Dave Branch, ridden by Kev, who's ridden in Top Fuel Bike a number of times actually. This is a brand new machine, so Kev, getting to grips. I'm not going to say with riding it, it's not the riding it thing, it's much more getting the bike to behave itself thing. So good luck, Kev. Turns the fuel where he wants it to be. Dave will run the tree. Good luck, Kev. Oh, that was a very, very big pop. As soon as he nailed the throttle, you could see cylinders weren't happy at all and something let go. You can see lots of bits. Kev looks absolutely okay. He's still sitting up on the bike, riding it and stopping it. So, but the concussion from that we felt up here. So Kev's sitting on it. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, warm their hearts. It's an awful lot of grief, hard work, money, effort, endless hours in the garage, and that's not what you want to happen. Liz getting a hug from Dave. I'm sure Kev's absolutely okay. He's talking to, he's having a chat with the marshals up there just to see what went on, but that was not pretty at all. Okay, we've got to retrieve Kev off the racetrack, sadly. We have Nitro Funny Cars coming up. We've got Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars right there, and not far behind, I'm sure, will be the Big Show Nitro Funny Cars as well, coming out for round number 1. And we've still got all of our Sportsman racing to go through today. Loads more to come your way. So we'll give it back. You're right, Liz. He looks okay. It's just such a shame. I'm so sorry. Maybe it's because you gave us cake. It's your fault for being nice. There we go.
That was a very nice cake as well,
was-
actually. It all went.
I don't know how you know. I thought I ate all of it, but there we go.
Yeah.
Back to Nitro FM just for a couple of moments. Please don't go anywhere at all. Like I said, we've got Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars and Big Show Nitro Funny Cars coming your way very shortly indeed. Nitro FM just for a couple of moments.
Okay, here we go then with the Nostalgia Funny Car.
Okay. There may only be one of those, though.
Right, so Nostalgia Funny Car coming around the corner then. It will be Tim Garlick.
Should be alongside, according to the ladder. No, it will be Tim Garlick on his own, I think. I don't see Tony Betts around there as well. I don't think Tony's there either.
No. As I say, we should have had Simon Hayward round with the Hound Dog Nostalgia Funny Car, but no sign of Simon in the lanes, which is a great shame.
Well, I know that I don't think Tony's there either. I'm looking up in the pits. I think I can see the toe rig still there.
Yeah.
Yesterday, after he ran, there was some clean-up at the top end. I hope it's not fatal. I have been reliably informed that the Venom car is sans a couple of connecting rods. Unfortunate. So, Tim Garlick putting in a run and a show with Apache. Can he get back into the 5? I think he might even take the 6 at this rate. Dropped a cylinder at the hip of the throttle. He was still to half-track in decent fashion, but not before a wiggle, and he clicked it off. 7.59 at 123, in the right direction, so to speak. Okay, so we've got the a run from the two-seater, then we've got round one of Nitro Funny Car coming your way as well. It's going to be Terry Haddock with the Showtime on a bye run, and the other side of the ladder is a race between the Undertaker team with Steve Ashdown, who put in a terrific run yesterday, and this is John Hale with One Bad Texan. That noise is not a funny car, by the way. That's the
two-seater, isn't it? Yeah.
Give Tim Garlick's team a round of applause, please, everybody. It does warm their hearts. It does take so much effort to do that, as any of you wandering around the pits will know. Also, we have Top Fuel Dragsters, I think, not too far away as well. They are on the schedule, are they not, Colin?
Yeah, they are indeed. So, passenger this time is, where are we? Elliot Rubin from London. It's his 30th birthday, which he celebrated his birthday last week. And as a result of that, a trip to Santa Pod for the Festival of Power, and he gets a passenger ride in the back of the two-seater Dragster. Whilst the two-seaters here, Jenny Higgs has been in touch. Obviously, Tony doing very well in Street Eliminator this weekend. Went over 200 mile an hour with the Capri. And Jenny said, can we give a quick shout out to Matthew, that's Katie's boyfriend, with us for the weekend for his first time at the pod. And as Jenny says in her own words, it's fair to say it's been a real eye-opener for him. He's loving it. That means he's going to be a crew guy going forwards then. Well done. Thank you, Jenny. Thanks for sending that one in. Here we go, the two-seater Dragster. Paul Brown and the passenger, Elliot Rubin. High 7 stroke low 8. This is a high 7, 168 miles an hour. Got there in 7.98 seconds. If you think about the 8th mile, 0 to 136 miles an hour in 5 seconds. There we go.
However, seamless. They crept around behind us without me noticing. Side-by-side Top Fuel Dragsters for your viewing pleasure. If you aren't on the bank or in the grandstands, please get yourself there right now. For Sandborg Raceway, Slick Tricks Racing, and from Sweden, the ever quiet, shy and retiring Suzanne Callion, everybody. I want a medal for saying that. Hi, thank you very much. Going alongside for Fueled by Brojo Coffee and Ruderfield Racing as well, the return of Liam Jones from the UK to Top Fuel Racing. Now, yesterday, Liam made a run or two on his own that resulted in a rather serious tyre shake around about 60 foot. They ran together yesterday, and Suzanne put in a stormer to about 3:30, or just past actually, around about half track. That looked like a lot of fun. Was it a lot of fun, if you can hear me? I think it probably was. And Liam, unfortunately, tyre shake again. However, Runa really doesn't have things figured out for a long time, let's put it that way. Both of these cars are well capable of going over 320 miles an hour and have been before, I think. They're capable of going well into the threes. The car that Liam's driving is Europe's quickest Top Fuel car. Hi, Maya. Can I just say you look better in a fire suit, by the way? No? All right, fair enough. Backup girl is not your thing, honestly. You need to be in a fire suit. So what you're about to see, 11,000 horsepower each, 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second. But on a good run all the way through, they will be over 300 miles an hour in under 4 seconds. However, this is a testing weekend for them. I would predict no further than half track, but there is a good chance they're going to get there, especially in these weather conditions.
Yeah.
Definitely a much bigger throttle stop on Suzanne's car. Now, by that, what I mean is they let the engine rev slightly higher on the burner. It warms the tyres and cleans them as well. So these cars are the quickest and fastest wheel-driven things on the planet. Round 1 of the European Top Fuel Championship is just over a month away at the end of May. If you like what you see here, get yourself some tickets and come for the whole weekend. It's an absolute sensory overload like you've never experienced anywhere else. I know you, Colin, have got some guests from Silverstone up here.
Yeah.
Just be interesting to know what they think after this.
I'll have a chat with them. I'm going to bring them into the tower at some point.
Well, they're certainly going to have their
feedback.
insides rearranged like everyone else. So, Liam Jones from the UK in the Kestrel lane. That's his young lady Mayo just walking away behind the car. It was her that used to drive this car, and she held the quickest run in Europe for quite some time as well with it at 3.80. So the respective crews say, over to you. UK against Sweden, male against female. We don't need no to that diversity stuff. Well, Suzanne's car, actually, something went pop. That wasn't her lifting. Liam with huge tyre shake again, just past the Christmas tree. He did, however, 0.851 60 foot that time for Liam Jones. Unfortunately, they were both out of it early. Suzanne's because something went pop, and Liam, probably because he couldn't see where the hell he was going anymore, unfortunately. So if you like fuel cars, you like what you've just seen, we've got more coming. We have fuel funny cars round behind the tower right now. I think that was the first of 2 scheduled runs for them today.
Yep.
However, Suzanne will be sat there around about the finish line. Probably not with a bit of a headache, but just a little bit miffed. Liam will be the one that certainly has a headache. I wonder if he's ever been called Liam before. I'll try not to do that anymore. Anyway.
was a .85, 60 foot, despite the shake for Liam.
It was
So
on the
certainly
verge.
It launched well.
It was on the verge of making it. You see, when the conditions are like this, give both teams a huge round of applause, please. As I say every time, it takes just as much work to do that as it does to run 300 miles an hour. They don't go out there to do that. They go out there to run fast. But these cars are so fickle. When they work, it's more of a miracle than anything else, really. But yeah, when the conditions are like this, so the track is really, really good. It's what we call really tight, which means it's got a lot of grip. The air conditions, the weather conditions are fantastic. There's sun on it, which warms it to the perfect temperature. If you don't, this is going to be really difficult to explain, but I'll have a go. If you don't put enough clutch and fuel in it off the start line, and it's a very fine balance. I mean, there's a very, very fine balance between putting too much in and spinning the tyres and not putting enough in. If you get it just right, then the rear tyres slip slightly all the way down. The rear tyres spin faster than the front ones do through the finish line, all the way down, because they need that tyre slip to release the energy from those big Goodyear rear slicks. If there's not enough wheel slip, then there effectively becomes a ball of rubber at the front of the tyres, and at some point the car runs over that ball of rubber, and that's what causes tyre shake. And if you people sitting up there in the grandstand can see down there on the start line in the Kestrel lane, that's what tyre shake looks like. It's where it turns them into 11,000 horsepower rubber balls that shake the living bleep out of you in the car. I've been in one of those cars. I have had tyre shake, and I can tell you my dentist was not very pleased with me afterwards. It cracked one of my wisdom teeth and nearly knocked it out. And when you're going through it as well, you think, I've had this conversation with Liam actually, you think you can drive through it, because if you can drive through it in other classes, definitely, you think you can do it in a top fuel car, and you can't. There is no way. It's so painful, and it shakes you around so much that everything just goes completely white. It's like someone's put a white sheet of paper in front of your face. It hurts a lot, and it does make you feel sick as well. I know there's another ex-top fuel driver sitting up there as well that he's said more than a few times. It makes you feel sick as well. You end up like getting out of the car not feeling well. I'm not selling it, am I? No, didn't think so. But anyway, just to let you know what they go through.
Do it.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Yeah, it's just to let you know what you go through to do it. However, when they work, my goodness me, they're beautiful.
Oh yes.
So,
and as Darryl has rightfully said, main event, Maybank holiday. Come and see all of Europe's best having a go at doing this. Top Fuel Dragsters, Nitro Funny Car, you name it. It's going to be a phenomenal season opener for the FIA Championship, and of course FIM for the bikes. We have Super Gas into pairing lanes, please. Super Gas, let's have you into the lanes, please.
So, coming up now, we have side-by-side Nitro Funny Cars. Basically the same engine you just saw in the Top Fuel cars, but in a short, stubby, short wheelbase flopper, if you will. That's John Hale with One Bad Texan. And this is Steve Ashdown. Throttle hung up slightly again for Steve, but Lee's there.
And problems for John Hale as well, actually.
Can't get the car into reverse by the look of it. Yeah, he's trying to rock it. He's trying to get it into reverse.
No, not happening. He's going forwards. So he's going to clear the track at the top end. So it will be a solo for Steve Ashdown.
Well, what a shame. After all the hard work for Rob and the team. It can be the silliest thing as well. It can be just like a little R-clip that's fallen out in a linkage. But John Hale is going to take the first turn off at the top end, leave the track clear for Steve Ashdown. Well, Steve was going to have a race. Now it will just be a solo run. So because he's got a bye run, and because he will be in the final, he may nail it to about 60 foot, maybe 330, just to make sure they can get the car ready for the final round. John Hale's car just being pushed off the first turn off when the gate closes, he would be brought forward.
It's really good of John Howard to clear the track so quickly because he don't want to delay a Feel Funny car on the start line, that's for sure. So this for a spot in the final then. The Feel Funny car, Steve Ashdown, the Undertaker car.
I love the way Dave plugs both ears, one with his arm, one with his hand, look.
Easy, Tiger.
Keep it right side up. Thank you very much indeed.
It's truth.
That was a really, really good job of hanging on to that as well. Shook the tyres off the start line like big time. That's really big shake as well. The tyres then went skinny because they spun. He nailed it again. They shook again. He went completely sideways, up on two wheels. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is funny car racing. Even on a buy run.
You do have to be of a certain disposition. You really do. But well done, Steve, hanging on to that one. Okay, so we'll look down to see Terry Haddock down there with the Showtime funny car. And Dale Leaks just appearing into the pairing lanes. Dale will put a solo run in after Terry has put his run in. So the Showtime funny car broke cover during the week. It was the new colour scheme that we were eagerly anticipating, and Pete Walters Race Designs just did a fantastic take on the old scheme of Tom Hoover.
Could we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas into the lanes for round number one. We've still got plenty of classes to run round number one.
Actually, I remember Steve Ashdown told me something the other night. Guys in the pickup truck, the Undertaker team, was that the new rear tyres? No, it wasn't. Okay.
No, that was just Steve doing that then. Fair enough. Give him a round of applause, please. That was absolutely entertaining.
Yeah, I know Steve has bought a new set of slicks, but that wasn't them. Thank goodness for that. So, well done, gang. Back to the pits and get it rebuilt and serviced. And everything for the final. Commiserations to Rob Elsom's team, though. As you say, it's just, as you say, they are fickle machines, although they are the most brutal accelerating vehicles with their top fuel cousins as well. But everything has to be right, and if you can't get reverse engaged, whether the revs are too high or, as you say, a clip may have worked its way out. But they'll get it back to the pits and they'll get that checked out, and you never know, could come down for a time trial again later on today.
Well, we've got Terry Haddock on his predetermined buy run into the final round, where he will race the car we've just seen then. And also we've got Dale Leaks round there with the Beast from the East, strapped in, ready to go.
Absolutely delighted to say that we will have the Showtime car at Silverstone Festival this year. That is going to be on display there, and a couple of fire-ups as well. So,
how awesome is that?
Yeah, end of August. If it's a free weekend in the drag racing world, August bank holiday. So we always say, come to Silverstone Festival. It is a fantastic event. It's the other motorsports venue in Northamptonshire. Some people may have heard of it, but no, joking aside, it's a cracking event. And we'll have 30 teams representing the world of drag racing there, along with 30-odd hot rods as well. So it's going to be a real good display this year. We pretty much finalised our lineup of cars and bikes that are going. And as I say, we do rotate it around a lot, so we don't have a huge number of repeats. So we always thank the previous year's attendees and never say, yeah, you come back next year. But we always like to rotate it. But then other events are appearing on the horizon as well. And we've got plenty of opportunities for our teams to go and spread the word of drag racing everywhere else as well. We don't actually run the cars in motion as such at these events, but we do make a lot of noise with traditional fire-ups, and it certainly wakes everybody up, especially when you get a team like Showtime down there. Did fire-ups last year. Well, the team did, and they were very impressive indeed. So they're pretty much ready. And
Because if by
on
magic,
cue, it fired up. Well, one thing we learned is Terry is not shy of the burnout with this car.
No.
He does, tend to go a little bit further.
I keep saying it's not his car. Why would he be? Why would he need to be? No, I'm only joking. He does that with his own car too. It's no different. So this car was the first over 300 miles an hour to 1,000 foot last September at the European finals. However, Terry wasn't driving it that time, he was tuning it. The paint scheme is based on one of the original Showtime schemes in the US for Tom Hoover from back in the 70s, I think it was. I think it was on the
Corvette.
Monza. I think that was the Monza paintwork.
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah.
There was a Monza before the Corvette, and I think that was on the Monza. Someone will correct me because I'm probably wrong, but it's from a while ago. But it's a repop, effectively, of that in a modern version, and it looks so cool. What I'd really love to know as well is, I don't think a lot of the time the Showtime car over here was running was before the internet and everything else. Now, pictures and word of this are going to get out all around the world straight away. There can be a lot of people in the States thinking, how on earth have they got a Showtime car in the UK? Well, that's because Bob Jarrett out front and Tom Hoover were long-time friends. Bob bought one of Tom Hoover's Trans Ams in the mid-80s, and that's where it all started. So not sure how far Terry's going to go with this one. Well, so half track was the answer. Clicked it to a 4.50 at 206 miles an hour. I think I saw the belt actually just drip down onto the racetrack. Someone will pick it up there. Really nice numbers up to that point as well. The 60 foot seems to be a bit skew in that lane. It was not a 0.43. 330, 238, 8th mile 3.42 at 224. I think he was off it by then and coasting. Yeah, that does look like... Is that the blower belt up there? I think it is. I think that's probably what broke, actually. That was also that car's straightest run of the weekend. Yeah. Believe it or not.
Yeah, and it still wasn't straight, but it was the straightest it's had.
Okay, we have one more car for your viewing pleasure. That is Dale Leaks. We're about to go into round number one by the looks of it of both Super Gas and Super Comp as well, not far away. So good luck to Dale Leaks. Before we get there, though, we've got a quick sweep to do. Yeah, very quick sweep to do in the Slick Tricks lane. Once again, the racetrack has to be in tip-top condition. Whoever goes down it has to be completely safe, free of any sort of fluid or anything like that. That's going to be a sweep and a drag by the looks of it. Yep, that does look like a very quick sweep anyway. So Dale Leaks in the Beast from the East Nitro funny car, owned by Mark Hawkins. I understand Mark is not feeling too great at the moment, Mark. If you're watching him, which you probably are watching your car, get well soon. This car, if you've seen this before, this was, the previous livery was the Gladiator, driven by Jason Phelps. Now with Dale on board, it is the same car. Lots of new engine parts and everything on there for the season to try and go quicker and faster than previously. There we go. They've been given the thumbs up, I think, to fire up. It was just a very, very quick sweep indeed. So Dale has been drag racing for a long while now. Up until this point, up until this season actually, it was only on 2 wheels. He competed in European Top Fuel bike with a funny bike for a number of years now, and it wasn't until a few years ago, I think, he went out to race in the US, racing in the XDA series over the 8th mile over there. He used to fly over there for every single event. The bike was stored and kept over there, and Dale got more and more competitive as the time went on. First year was pretty good, second year was unbelievable, and he nailed the championship. He won it at the final event of the season last year. This was always the plan though. He went to Frank Hawley's school. You can go to a drag racing school. You can learn to drive, well, not one of these cars, not a top Nitro funny car, but you can learn to drive a methanol funny car, which is what he did. He actually left with the second quickest time ever that the school have had, I do believe. And the plan was, once he got that license, was come over here and drive this particular Nitro funny car. He also made a launch last year in Kevin Kent's fuel funny car to about 330. But when you're licensing, you are under strict instructions to take it so far, but not any further, which he will be on this one. I think this will probably be either 330. He's got the launch nailed. He did that yesterday. All being well, if everything goes to plan, he's got to go to half track and pull the parachutes will be the next stage of the licensing procedure. I think they changed the throttle stop from yesterday.
That was a bit different.
Yeah, that was a lot different. That was a lot, probably 2 peg back. The tyres will still be warm enough. There'll still be... it'll still be more than good enough to launch from. Dave playing chicken with the funny car in reverse. So Dale yesterday got to 60 foot, but the car shook quite a lot and got out of shape. Hopefully getting a bit further down the racetrack. Now, there are 2 things going on here. Dale licensing is one of them. The other one is the fact that there's loads of new stuff on the car.
Yeah.
So they've got to get the tune-up and everything right with the car while Dale learns to drive it, which are 2 very, what's the word I'm looking for? Both in themselves are tricky things to do. Running very, very rich. You can see a lot of fuel coming out the headers, which is why Chris is standing there with a mop, so that any fuel that drips down doesn't go in front of the rear tyres. Lee latches the body down, gives him the thumbs up. So good luck to Dale and the whole Hawk Racing team. Let's hope it's a nice, good, clean run. Dale can keep it pinned to at least half track. Instant tyre spin. Absolutely instant tyre spin. Well, I'll tell you what, he's certainly earning his funny car stripes. He was sideways facing the wall with the tyres blazing, and he managed to hang on to it and keep it away from the wall. Great job, Dale. I know that's not the step towards licensing you want, but it's definitely another notch on the badge of being a funny car driver. Definitely that. So we are going to just do a little bit of prep, and we're going to go into Super Comp and Super Gas. I'm not sure which is first. I'm just going to check the run order quickly so you know. We've still got loads more racing coming your way for the rest of the day. So it's going to be Super Comp by the looks of it, Super Gas, and then we've got lots of bikes, lots of other stuff as well, and we've still got semi-finals and loads more racing to go. So Nitro FM just for a couple of moments, if you wouldn't mind, and we will be on with Super Comp, I think. Thank you very much indeed, folks. We are back to racing. Super Comp. Round number 1. Your number 1 qualifier, Nathan Hulks. There we go, Nathan. Play that back on repeat. Number 1 qualifier, Nathan Hulks. Going up against Richard Tunstall, who is a real stalwart of Super Comp racing. So the number on the board at the finish line is 8.90. The tree will run, the lights will go green. You've got to get there first, but not quicker than 8.90. Sounds really easy. It's not. They're all absolutely cutthroat. They're very, very close to the number. And Nathan's making it look easy so far. Well, Richard didn't wait, is the short version of that. Nathan Hulks goes on the green and he will get the win no matter what he runs. Which is way too quick. 8.73 at 150. Yeah, oops. Doesn't matter, does it, eh? Well done, Nathan. Not sure what happened with Rich there, just couldn't hold. I think he probably went to go on the two-step, couldn't hold the car on the line, sadly. Jasmine will still be in Super Gas. However, the car's going to come straight back round because Super Gas, I think, is next. Dave Fulton and Stevie Gates. Dave, number 7. Stevie, last qualifying session yesterday, went 8.91. We don't read out reaction times during qualifying. Stevie Gates is way out in front. Backing off and breaking out. Dave Fulton takes the win, 8.96. Looking at the numbers, I don't think Stevie Gates could win that one. 500ths on the tree in favour. Oh, he did have a little window to get in, but it wasn't a big one anyway. So Dave Fulton moves on to round number 2. Little Miss Stig. Ellie Mae Brown down there in the Dragster. Beautifully, beautifully turned out car. Going up alongside Ronnie Mercer, hoping the nitrous works. Very good afternoon to Mum Tracy, who I know will be watching in. Good luck to your little girl.
So this for a spot in round number 2 then. The lights go green both sides of the tree. Ellie Mae's got her nose in front, Ronnie drawing alongside. But it is Ellie Mae Brown that takes her 8.93 to lose out 9.02. Ellie Mae did everything she needed to do to take the round win there. As we are already looking down at the next pair, that is Warren Watts. Should have been alongside Caitlin Wilson, but we did hear that unfortunately Caitlin won't be able to make the round, and Warren Watts will get the solo run here with the Camaro. All about points for Warren. He qualified the number 5 spot. He's taken the round 1 win. Goes 8.75, a little bit quick. As Warren was the winner first time out at Spring Speed 3 weeks ago. Can I please have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Sportsman ET into the lanes. All right, Leah Kellett with the Dolly Daydream Dragster. Now then, I could have sworn I just saw Brian down there, but he's being pushed back, unfortunately. I don't know what the issue is for Brian. So he's going to be a solo then for Leah. .892, 175. Nicely done, Leah. Right, this is a good matchup then. This is round one of Super Gas. Stu Doherty, Chalky White. Oh, Chalk again, just couldn't hold the car on the line. So Stu Doherty will take the win. .990 with a 4 as well for Stu, as if he didn't already know he had won that. That was a class run. Next up, Stuart Morris, the Morris Boys Camaro, and it's Don Scott with the Superbird. Aim of the game, 9.90. Go quicker and you break out of class index. Idea being close as you can. Up to you how you achieve it, with throttle stop or just judging it. But these guys and girls know how to do it. So Dom pulling away, throttle stop in activation mode for Stuart, then he releases it. There will be a speed difference at the stripe. 144 mile an hour, 122, double breakout. It's Don Scott who breaks out by the least amount. He breaks out by just over 300s compared to over 600s for Colin. So it is Don Scott that takes that one. Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat. Number one qualifier. And because of an odd numbered field, he gets the bye run here. Went 9.901 in the qualifying. Beautifully judged run. Goes 987, a bit too quick, but with nobody in the other lane, nothing to worry about. Bob Bolden with the White Noise 205. Qualified in the number 2 spot, going alongside Sarah Unsworth with the Lemon Drizzle Mustang. So Bob's into pre-stage, Sarah goes straight into stage, Bob's into stage, here we go. Both away. Bob's out in front, but Sarah will close that gap down. This will be close at the stripe. 10.03 for Sarah Unsworth, but it's a 9.97 for Bob Bolden. Takes the win. Vic Parsons and Dave Cherrett. You've got that beautiful Belvedere down there of Vic. Going alongside the Dark Revenger, the Ford van of Dave Cherrett. Both of these vehicles been around a while in the world of drag racing. Especially the Dark Revenger. Oh, that goes back to the days of Des Taylor. And Des sometimes tunes in and watches. Good afternoon to you. Vic, he's had this Belvedere for a while. He's had a rebuild, what, a couple of years ago now? And hasn't looked back since. Staging duel, neither one wants to go in. Dave eventually just creeps forward. Vic joins him. Vic 993 takes the win. Dave Cherry a little bit wayward off the line, so much so that kissed the white line, I think actually kissed the blue as well. But good race. Vic takes the win. Wayne Hiscock and Jasmine Tunstall. Well, we just saw this car a few moments ago in Super Comp. Richard got it straight back down so Jazz could jump in and take the round one race against Wayne Hiscock. Another close one at the stripe, but it's a 969. Big breakout for Jasmine. Wayne Hiscock takes the win, 998. He is through to round number 2. Right, last pair. Andy Harrison, Dave Fulton. Well, Dave Fulton also hot lapped as well. He took his round win in Supercom, had to literally drive straight back into the lanes, come down, and then do it all again. But it's a 1 second difference this time, so he's got to activate the throttle stop. Going alongside Andy Harrison. Both away on the green, throttle stop kicks in and releases. And it's a breakout for Dave Fulton, goes 987, but 996 for the win there for Andy Harrison. They were both 0 off the line, but it is Andy that takes the win. Right, we move on to ET Bike. Carl Hester taking on Nick Playden. The dial-ins then, 10:30 for Carl, 10:50 for Nick. 0.2 of a second difference on the tree. Both away on the green. And a 10.64 for Nick Playden all the way with a 0.3 light as well. Very well done indeed to Nick. Carl Hester losing out there with 11.39. Right, Scott Collier, Justin Moulton, next pair, 9.55 plays 10.05. That's an easy one to work out. Half a second between these two on the tree. Well, Scott's already drawn alongside and gone past Justin. And he's already looking over his shoulder as well. And Scott takes that, 9.75. Justin rolling to a 13.03. Dave Grundy appears in the Slick Tricks lane. Going alongside Phil Pratt. So Phil Darling at 8.96, Dave Grundy 10.46. Well, they're making life easy for me today. 1.5 seconds between these two. So Dave Grundy sets off. There goes Phil in pursuit. Two very good races indeed. Pick and choose this one at the stripe. A breakout for Dave Grundy. Oh, a breakout. 10.45.97. 3/10,000ths breakout for Dave Grundy. So Phil Pratt takes the win with an 8.98. They both zero off the line as well. Oh, Dave Grundy, very, very unfortunate there. But well done to Phil, taking the round win. That sets up a great round two. Scott Collier against Phil Pratt, round two. Next up, Gary Hester and Kyle Rushby. Nick Playden awaits the winner of this one. 880 plays 11 flat, 2.2 second difference on the tree. Gary Hester doing the chasing, pulled alongside and takes the win. 888 to lose at 1108. Very good race indeed. Thomas Cook Abbott and Michael Gooding, your next pair. Thomas dialing in 950, which is actually the index of the class that he runs in, which is 950 bike. And Michael Gooding looking for 890. It's going to be a good race, this one. Thomas already looking over his shoulder to see if Michael Gooding left the line. And Thomas will look over again now. So 9.76, Thomas takes the win. Unfortunately, issues still for Michael this weekend. So TCA takes the win. Patrick Marit and Paul Hazel. 8.70 plays 9.10. Only 0.4 of a second difference between these two. Dave just checking out, making sure that the crash helmet is securely fastened. Of course, Dave, a former bike racer before he came part of the track crew here at the pod, and now our starter. Oh, cherry on the tree for Paul Hazel, unfortunately. So that is a win for Patrick. Now then, what can Patrick do? He's looking for 870. Finds an 882. 10.03 for Paul. Last pair, Alan Davis, number one qualifier. 11.58 on the dial, and that's a fair bit quicker than what he ran yesterday. Going alongside Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin. So Alan goes into stage. So does Robbie. The tree counts it down. There goes Alan. And Robbie sets off in pursuit. Now it's a green light drag race. Let's sort this one out at the top end. Very close. And it's Robbie Dobby that takes that 9.92 to lose at 11.68. Win margin 0.26. So Robbie Dobby into round number two. All right, move on to the world of junior drag bike. I'm sure I had a message to read out in junior drag bike. I've got so many messages to come through here. Ah, here we go. Matt Isaacs got in touch to say, can you wish all Junior Drag Bike Club the best of luck today, and especially little brother Harry Isaacs. Big thank you to Susan Phil, Satan's Lady team, for giving every rider an Easter egg. And a big thanks to Ollie and Hannah King and Ozzy from Nitro FM for the Easter hamper raffle to raise money for the club. 20 plus bikes now. Well, Matt, thank you ever so much indeed for the message. As we look down at Anouk Bergering, Richard Wilcox, and a breakout for Anouk. She dialed 1190, went 1180. So it's Richard Wilcox that takes the round win. Well done to Richard. Sam Hope and Rico Patterson, the next pair. 9.1 plays 13.19, so Rico will be leaving first. And 3.91 seconds later, Sam's side of the tree will run. And it's up to Sam to try and catch and pass Rico before the stripe. There goes Rico. And Sam sets off in pursuit. It looks like there's no chance whatsoever, but here he comes. Going to be close. And Rico takes the win there, 13.36 to lose out 9.90. So Rico goes in to round number 2. Right, next up. Just waiting for the for the dial-in to appear. There it is. 13.30 for Aisha Harris, and Harry Isaacs looking for 9.60. Oh, staging duel. There you go. Aisha goes in. So 13.30 the target for Aisha. Harry's target is 9.60. And Harry takes that to a 9.72 with a win. 13.18, just a little bit quick there for Aisha Harris. But nevertheless, good race. George Parfitt and Alia Lester. Only a 1/10 of a second difference between these two, but only one bike on the line. No sign of George, unfortunately. Oh, what a shame. So Alia Lester on a solo then. 9 flat is the target. .928. Well, in Team McLean, there is a birthday this weekend, and it's Spud's birthday today. Many happy returns indeed. 13 years old. So, even though it does say Alia Lester on there, it's definitely Spud. It's just the way the timing system is at the moment. And Spud sets off. Declan Butt is in chase mode, so 11.45 against 8.52. And it is Spud that takes the win. Well done, Spud, the birthday boy. 11.49 on 11.45. Just 400s off. So the birthday celebrations continue in the McLean household. Sophie Taylor, Jackson King. $12.90 plays $12.90. So this is, well, they both leave at the same time. It's all about who can get to the stripe first without going under $12.90. Looks like Jackson's out front. And takes it with a 13.09. Very well done indeed to Jackson. All right, Holly King, George McLean. So 15.12. There goes George on Monkey Business. And Holly has to be really, really patient. Her tree now runs. So George McLean is going to join brother Spud in the next round. Indeed he is. A 15.13 on a 15.12. Wow. Very, very well judged indeed. 2 for 2 for McLean family. Happy birthday to Spud again. And well done. defending national champion out. Wow. Darcy Cordell and Leah Morrison. Darcy looking for 15 flat, Leah looking for 8. 7 seconds difference on the tree. So young Darcy, our 8-year-old junior drag bike rider, going to be going first. There she goes. And there goes Leah in pursuit. Now Leah is definitely going to catch. It's a case of wear on the drag strip, and that's in fact gone past already. And Leah takes the win with an 8:30. Can I please have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, let's have you into the lanes, please. Maggie Smallman and Brad Morrison, your next pair.
So, the last pair of junior drag bikes. Thank you, Colin, for a place in round 2. So, Brad Morrison is going to get the green first. Off he goes. Followed by Maggie. That's going to be a close one. It's really close. A huge breakout for Brad Morrison, over 0.4 of a second. Maggie did almost the same, actually. Her breakout was 0.3 of a second. However, it is the worst of the two. The Brad, sadly. Okay, last bike in this round of racing. Sophie Pollen. Now, even though Colin's on lunch, he's still going to do his homework, I bet you. Yeah, so predetermined by run for Sophie by virtue being your #1 qualifier. Look at that, and that's why. 8.95 on a 94. Perfect. And on a bye run, too. Don't want to give him any more practice runs. Okay, round number 1 is Sportsman ET. Coming up next, we're going to start whittling down all the fields in all the classes. If you wonder how this works as well, by the way, I don't think we've explained this one. If you think of tournament-style eliminations, so if you think of a tennis tournament, it's normally the easy one, so you'll have, or a football tournament, you have a round of 16, and 16 teams, or 16 players face off. Then the winners move through to round 2, which is also the quarterfinals, and then the winners of the quarterfinals move to the semi-finals, with the semi-finals move to the finals, and whoever wins the final wins the event in that class. They are designated points for how far they go in eliminations, which all count towards our lovely UK National Championships. Aaron Kent and Clive Dandridge. Aaron with the BM gets to go first, and Clive, who was your #2 qualifier, off and running behind. So it's all about win lights today. Don't worry about being close to your elapsed time, although it does help. A 57 breakout for Aaron Kent that time round. He was over the finish line first, but Clive Dandridge stayed the right side of the number and will move on. Okay, Lewis Gilbert taking on James Grew. Lewis with the Camaro and James with the mullet. From down my neck of the woods in Eastbourne, literally just down the road. So Tree will run in the Kestrel lane first. James went to go, then hesitated, but nailed it. They're both side by side. James will take the stripe, but he goes way too quick. 12.68 and is that an 86? I beg your pardon. Yeah, that's a couple of tenths too quick. Your winner will be Lewis Gilbert. James, unfortunately, gets an early trip home to the south coast. Side-by-side VWs this time round. Adam Wakefield in the Kestrel lane, 15.40. going to be taking on Ricky Hale. 19.60. I'm guessing, yeah, one's a GTI, one isn't. That's the difference. So Ricky is off and running. Adam's got to wait for the tree to run, which it does. And he's off in chase mode. That's going to be super close at the stripe as well. Adam with the brake lights on. They both got the brake lights on. And it is Adam that takes the win. 15.51 on a 40. Well done. Yay. Win lights are always good, aren't they? Ricky just a little bit further off on the dial-in. Okay, Craig Findlers with Betty B, the Ranger from Sheffield. Against Sophie Evans with the BMW. 13.15 is Sophie's dial-in, 16.99 for the pickup. Pick up away and running, followed by the BM. We can't say anything about reaction times because a lot of them have radios. It's tuned into the radio station, which is broadcast through, so it might give an advantage at the finish line, knowing who left first or not, as the case may be. It will be the Kestrel Lane. And Sophie Evans, 13.92 on a 13.15. She also had the reaction time advantage. I can say that now because the race is over. Okay, our Medley even, taking on Roman Giles with the Mazda MX-5. Mazda 17.35. The Mustang 1366. Green light for the Mazda and a green light for the Mustang. That does look like a long way to go for the Mustang to catch it. But he will. It's just the when part. Looks like right now. Al Medley breaks out, unfortunately. Actually, they both break out, but the lesser of the breakouts was Roman Giles. Okay, Jordan Griffin with the Suzuki Swift. And Jill Medley, unfortunately, just seen Al break out. It's down to her to uphold the family honour. Well, Jill's already gone past the little Suzuki. That didn't take long. I think she's just shadowing and probably going to take the stripe, which she does. 13.23 beats a 13.92. There's also a breakout as well in the other lane for the little Suzuki. So one of the Medleys moves on. Kaz Waterhouse with the Audi TT in Kestrel Lane. And Steve Giles with the very unique Subaru Forester. Well, I think by half track, the Subaru has already caught the little Audi. It's just going to be a case of staying in front to take the stripe, but not going too quick, which he perfectly does. 12.86. Unfortunately, a 1 second reaction time for Kaz was pretty much the end of that. All right, next up, Mazda against Pontiac. We've got a lot of Japanese versus American matchups in this first round of racing. There is no dial-in, though, or no apparent dial-in. 1285 for the Mazda. And a 1385 for Gary Lake. So 2 seconds exactly on the tree. However, our first red light in a long while, 05 red for Lorna Collins. Unfortunately, it was very close. That was a 05. Gary Lake wasn't exactly hanging about, though. An 01 light. The Arabian Night will be in round 2. And a 1391 as well. He was going to be tough to beat. So in the run order, after Sportsman, we've got Pro ET, which should be round 2. Junior Dragster and Super Pro, that's not, I'm not calling them, I'm just saying what the run order should be. Should be. So, Felicity Gibson, Alex Pryor. Very close. It's not Felicity, it's Alex. She broke out by 800ths. In the other lane, it was only 500ths. Okay, Georgina Smith and Richard Palmer with the family cap. So Georgina seeing how many different cars she can enter into Sportsman. Today's car of choice is an Audi. And Georgina is long gone. But the Jaguar Elite up that distance. Georgina takes the win by virtue of not breaking out. Richard Palmer did actually get there first, but due to reaction times, there was no way he was going to win that one. Georgina was bang on the money, both reaction time and ET-wise as well. Okay, Troy Attree and Kirsty Tram. Troy in the Kestrel lane, 12.48 with the Camaro, taking on a slightly more vintage version. The car, obviously not Kirsty, in the Slictrix lane. Kirsty's dialing is 12 flat. Two green lights, however, one was visibly better than the other. Kirsty is already in front and presumably backing off about now, and does it perfectly as well. 12.16, 0.22 on the tree as well. Moving on, 12.98, a little bit off pace unfortunately for Troy in the other lane. Okay, Debbie Taylor. Kestrel lane, taking on Chris Creswell. So 13.33 for Debbie will be going second. Well, the lights will run second. Whether she goes is up to her. And Chris Creswell, 14.65. with the Fiesta, who goes red by 0-1. The most mini of margins. Debbie breaks out, and just for good measure, unfortunately, so does Chris. So, Jay McCready with Ben's van in the Slick Tricks lane. Giving up on Darling 14s. 15.11 in the Slick Tricks lane against Sylvia Purcell in the Kestrel lane, 14.35. Believe it or not, you can rent that car to go racing with and have some fun with if you want to. It's one of the Santa Pod house cars, if you like. So Jane will get the green light first. Nothing in it at all. It's Jane with a 15.16 on a 15.11. Breakout in the other lane for Sylvia. She was over the line by some margin first, actually, but way too quick. Well done, Jane. Okay, last few pair of cars before we get to Pro ET round number 2. We will start cracking on through things a lot quicker. It does, it gets a lot, what's the word I'm looking for? It narrows down a lot during the day. Steph Pateman in the Slick Tricks lane. And Eva Huxley. 13.81. Steph really did the right thing there as well. She looked at the scoreboard. Don't run a 13.80 now, Steph, for goodness sake. Whatever you do. Yeah, dial-in is now 13.81. But Steph did the right thing. If you roll in, if the dial-in is incorrect on the board at the top end, and if you roll into stage, you accept it by rolling in. It's your responsibility to check to make sure it's correct. If it's not correct, you do what Steph did. You stop and stick one finger in the air, so to speak. So Eva will be going first by about 5 seconds. Almost exactly 5 seconds, actually. Off and running. Steph has to wait for the lights to run, which she does, and gets a green light as well. Looks like a long way for that BMW to catch up. I bet she's glad she did that now. Congratulations to young Miss Pateman taking the win there. Eva with her first ever round of racing, I think. But well done to Steph. Okay, Brian Huxley and Harry Redshaw. Now, this is 1,000% the opposite ends of the drag racing spectrum. Somebody that's been in drag racing all his life, pretty much been there, seen there, done all of it, retired a while ago, I think. Not from drag racing, obviously. Mr. Brian Huxley. Very, very successful sportsman racer in the Slick Tricks lane, as are the whole family. Taking on Harry Redshaw, who is now in Sportsman ET, previously very, very good indeed in Junior Dragster. At the other end of the spectrum, if you will. Although just as successful, quite frankly. They both have green lights. Will youth and exuberance trump age and experience? We shall see. All down to this moment. And it's the young lad that takes the win because he broke out by the least, and that wasn't much in it at all, actually. He did take the stripe by 0-2. He was slightly quicker on the tree as well. Well done to young Mr. Redshaw. So both Huxleys out in round 1. Last pair, I think, of sportsmen for round number 1. Pete Walters in the Kestrel Lane, 12.35, your number 1 qualifier in the very last session on one of the very last runs. Up against Terry Attree with the annoying snail. Last run of the round in Sportsman. Would it be the number 1 qualifier going through or out? He goes out, breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Terry Attree knocks out your number 1 qualifier. Pete was over the finish line first, but it was an ill-gotten gain. I still have a feeling it's going to be a good day for the Walters family, though. Okay, Pro ET round of 16. Billy Everett taking on Reuben Dawson. Good job you finished your sandwich in time, Colin.
Yeah, absolutely perfectly timed.
So, yeah, Billy Everett and Reuben Dawson. 9.56 for Bill with the very mean-looking Duster. And 8.78 for Reuben Dawson. I was going to say no one wants to go in. Bill just bumping the Duster in. He will have to get a move on though. There we go. Reuben Dawson goes red by 0.6. I thought that was a good light for Billy Everett. It was a 004. Red light for Reuben Dawson was the end of that one. So, two very lovely people from the north of UK. Dave Rudd from Chester Street and Bob Molden from Leeds. Going at it here in round number 2. I'm going to say it again, Bob Molden is your current points leader in Pro ET. .32 is his dial-in. Holly took a good look under the car, but it was all okay. 9.75 for Dave Rudd. Can Mr. Qualifying become Mr. Race winner? Blimey, someone's had their Yorkshire tea today. Or they both have, I think. Bob Molden again. Dave Molden. Dave. Deary me. Dave with a cracking light, 0.5 to 0.7 for Bob, but just went that bit too quick, unfortunately. Well, this is a proper North versus South matchup, actually, from Wrexham. Mason Griffiths with the Dragster in the Kestrel Lane 909 against John Bean from down in Kent, New Romney.
Not very often that Mason gets chased in Pro ET because he's on one of the quicker cars, but yep, John Bean is going to be the one that leaves the line second.
Also, he's back in this car as well. He's driving the Maverick.
Well, John Bean got there first, took the win. Mason got there second and broke out. He could not win that. John Bean 0.18 off the line and went 8.84. Nicely done, John.
He does love drag racing, doesn't he, John Bean?
John, lives and breathes it.
So, next pair going to be Rory Hart. Darling 9.54 in the Sierra in the Kestrel Lane. Against Dougie, I'm not getting any dinner tonight. McClure.
I've told him to check his food because he has been relentless on social media since.
Yeah, if you do get anything, if you do get any dinner, best not to eat it. There you go.
Dougie messaged me and said, can you ask Nitro FM to play Red Light by Billy Ocean for Susie, please? I mean, Doug, come on. Brutal. Oh, he's through another round as well. Rory Hart goes red. Doug goes 11.57 on a 54. Rory breaks out and goes red.
Doug was on the money as well. 57 on a 55.
Don't worry, Susie gives you more chance to run that acid bath. I mean, bath for him.
Yeah. So, Matthew, it's good to be all fun, isn't it? Matthew Dowley and Nick Mugridge, two former junior drag racers duking it out in this round of racing. Matthew with the beautiful Nova over there in the Kestrel Lane, 11 flat, 10.06 for Nick.
Two former junior dragster racers, both former national champions in junior dragster racing. And this one is going the way of Nick Mugridge. Takes the win by 0.002 at the stripe. He went 10.07 on a 10.06. Matthew had the better light.
Yeah, Matthew had 500 in the bank off the start line, and Nick only just, literally, milliseconds snuck round.
That's a contender for the photo finish of the weekend, definitely. Wow.
Okay, Vic Parsons. And Dave Cherry.
Line 72 plays 9.89. It will be the Dark Revenger going first. Dave doing a bit of wayward launch again. Vic's pulled alongside.
And is in front, I think, at the moment.
It takes the strike 9.77 to lose out 10.44.
That wayward launch really, really cost Dave Cherrick because he was 001 on the tree.
All right, Adrian Portelli and Colin Morris. I'll be very disappointed if these two don't enter door slammers in the big bracket because they are both cracking races. Colin Morris, I know, will, because he's actually taken the money from the door slammers before. He won, do you remember, on the Saturday, and then made the semi-final on the Sunday. Used it literally as his personal cash point all weekend long. Had a very, very good weekend. But Adrian Portelli is a tough one. Adrian away, as is Colin. This will be close. And it is Adrian Portelli. Colin Morris got there first but broke out by less than 0.02 of a second. Adrian Portelli takes the win.
So Stu Thompson, or Kiwi, if you prefer, with the Duster against Tom Kay. Now, Tom will be going first by 0.3 of a second. This is the last pair for Pro ET. We've got round 2 Junior Dragsters, round 2, I can see Super Pro getting ready to go too. Big wiggle for Tom through the finish line. And is that a whole shot win? It's pretty close to one. They're both exactly the same number off their dial-in. It was the start line advantage for Stu Thompson that made the difference. Well done to him. They were both 0.12, I think, off their dial.
Right, Vic Parsons will be racing John Bean in round 3. Nick Mugridge has got Billy Everett. That's a good one. 2 former junior dragster champs. Doug McClure has got Kiwi. And Adrian Patelli will be racing Bob Molden. Okay, it's the rattle and hum of junior dragster. Eliminations round number 2 for them. While we've seen Nick Mugridge go through, can Luke do the same with his car? Going alongside Daniel Todd. The Dragon Slayer literally has been slaying them this weekend. Been on very good form. 004 in qualifying. He ended up qualifying number 4. But Luke Mugridge, the defending national champion, made the final at Spring Speed. And doing very well this season once again. 8:16 the dial in for Daniel, 8:07 for Luke. Oh, and Daniel goes red. It's a 009 green for Luke. That was very well judged. But unfortunately, a red light for Daniel. So Luke Mugridge takes the win. Richard Wilcox up next. Taking on Harry Peters. Harry got past number 1 qualifier Lola Bell in round number 1. The dial-ins, the all-important dial-ins then. 8.68. Richard Wilcox will be going first. Then it's Harry Peters, 8.25. So the stagger is put into the tree. The idea being whoever gets to the finishing line first without breaking out will win, and that's when reaction times come in, because the clocks don't start when the light comes on, the clocks start when the car or bike breaks the beams. You can't announce reaction times in case the drivers and riders can hear them. But Richard Wilcox takes the win. Tom Peters got there first, but went way too quick. So, oh, sorry, no. Tom took the win there. Only by 0.1 of a second. That was close. So Tom and Grace, 8.93 against 8.06. And that's a win for Tom Peters. Neve Deavy taking on Kai Cooper. Just waiting for the cars to clear the exit up there. So Tom just being pushed through the first exit gate. So Neve Deavy, Kai Cooper, 8.08 place 7.98, just a tenth of a second between these two. Unfortunately, Neve goes red. Well, they both did, but Neve did it first. So Kai Cooper gets the win. Ada Cassisi rolls forward, going alongside Molly Openshaw. A bit late with the tyre covers coming off there. Super Street Bike and Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. So Darlings and Molly is 9 seconds flat. Ada is 8 seconds flat, so 1 second between them. So Ada trying to chase down, looks like pulled alongside, but this is going to be very close indeed. That's fact, Ada went there, got too quick, 793. So a win on the other side of the racetrack. So well on to Molly. Amelia Innes, Chef check it. Tom Peters awaits the winner of this one. The all-important Darling. 790 plays 898. Amelia will be going first with the Plum Crazy Racing Junior Dragster. And then Chev will do the chasing. Ooh, 792 for Chev takes the win. So that's a wrap for Junior Dragster. Round 3 matchups. Going to be Harry Peters taking on Luke Mugridge. We're going to have Kai Cooper taking on Molly Openshaw. And Chev Checkett taking on Tom Peters. And if results go the way the Peters family want, then Harry and Tom could meet in the final.
Sorry if in the background you could hear me just saying lift, lift. She was racing
got
got
a taxi coming, haven't you?
Well, dearie me, yeah. Just don't break out, you know. Anyway, on to Super Pro.
Super Pro.
I don't know if you called them, Colin, but Super Street Bike and Comp Eliminator, please. Oh, the buttons doing its
The
usual.
button's not buttoning.
No. That was Super Street Bike and Comp Eliminator. Good. We have you in the pairing lanes, please. So, round 2 of Super Pro. That was round 2 of Junior Dragster and Pro ET. Like I said, we're going to get down very, very quickly through all of our classes as the day moves on.
Still perfect conditions out there. Not too warm, but it's pleasant. Still got that tailwind. Which doesn't slow anybody down, put it that way. And yeah, just a really, really nice day here. Easter Sunday at Santa Pod Raceway for the Festival of Power. And I'd just like to go na to all of the naysayers that were professional weather forecasters at the start of the week. Boy, you got that wrong, didn't you? And just never take any notice of weather forecasts. Come along and enjoy the racing. We do all we can to keep the track going. We had a rain shower yesterday, which, yeah, we lost time, but didn't stop the entertainment and didn't stop everybody having a good time. So, yeah, please come along. Dates for your diary. If you look on the back of the race weekend programme, if you haven't got it, available in the pod shops, and they're just £5 each. So, key events coming up. Nostalgia Nationals in a couple of weeks, 2nd to the 4th of May. Really, really good. And it's the first round of Lifestyle Championships for classes like, Nostalgia Superstock. I think the Wild Bunch come along to that one. Supercharged Outlaws, Outlaw Anglia. So, yeah, some really, really good classes that come along to that. And great car show, all the vintage stuff. It's just really, really good. That's Nostalgia Nationals on the 2nd to 4th of May. The weekend after, well, just actually on the one day, 11th of May, is Jap Show. And we've got the likes of Caleb Cooper coming along, bringing his cars. So those are Caleb from Clarkson's Farm. He will be here for that event. The following weekend, though, is a really, really good one for us. It's VW Breakout, incorporating, of course, door slammers. 16th to the 18th of May. VW Breakout take all the camping fields and the sideshows and everything, but door slammers is what the racetrack is about. Big prize purse this year, 100 grand separated across the class. It's going to be a fantastic event. A few people doing what's called a staycation, as it is the main event, the 23rd to the 26th of May. The first round of the FIA European Championships, and of course the FIM for the bikes. That is one event you really do not want to miss. It is huge here. Everything we've got is running. Live action arena, obviously the racetrack. All of the European teams come over and visit us. Big fields in Pro Mod and Top Methanol, obviously Top Fuel Dragster, Funny Car, you name it. And Pro Stock will be here as well, Comp Eliminator. Drivers from far and wide come to Santapod for that event. You do not want to miss that one. 23rd to the 26th of May. So those are the key events coming up in May. For more details, go to santapod.com or just have a look on the back of the race weekend program, and that will give you all of the dates that you need to know. And also, just a reminder, although I was announcing it yesterday, I didn't realise the pod shop had sold out of the new FIA 2025 merchandise. They have had a restock this morning, so they are back in stock. So if you want to head over there, you can get them again today. So that was the other thing there. Still plenty of traders here, of course. Very busy weekend for them here at the Festival of Power. You can get everything from T-shirts to little models. I'm just looking around now, sunglasses, hats, you name it, and sort of garden ornaments. There's some really, really good traders here this weekend. So thank you for them for coming, and thank you for supporting the traders that support us here as well. Also the pod shop, of course, and we have the garage next door to that at the top end. So if you need like nitrous supplies, you know, tools, that sort of thing, it's all available up there. So please go and check them out. Draper tools are heavily featured in there, and also the half-price auto glim sale. So I know I'd have mentioned the championship clothing, and of course the program, but also Draper tools and the auto glim sale as well. Old Hall Performance are just outside the pod shop, and they do a lot of the VP racing specials there as well. So that's Old Hall Performance opposite the main pod shop. They are there yesterday and today, of course. I think I've pretty much covered everything there. Indeed I have. Don't forget we've got another live action show coming up. Just checking on the time actually, 2 o'clock this afternoon. The next show for them is at 2:30, so half an hour. All right, just a little bit more track sledding, and we're almost ready for Super Pro ET. So round 2 going to take us to sorting out who's going to be in round number 3. Right, Nitro FM, if you could just play a message or two, and we'll be back with Super Pro when we continue eliminations here at the Festival of Power. She's been in the 3.8, she's been over 300 miles an hour, but she wants a title this year.
Well, that went.
That certainly went.
That did actually sound stronger.
And this one is Steve Ashdown. And he goes 492 at 167.
With the Lippy slope.
That is a great looking run for Dougie Hill. What's he got for us? Oh my word, 577!
Whoa, 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 Michelle. Ooh.
It's truth.
Still goes 6.
Here we go then into our next round of Super Pro ET. This is where we're going to sort out who goes into the quarterfinals. Alan Didwell taking on Tom Atkinson. Don't forget, the bounty is on Alan Didwell. If Tom Atkinson can defeat Alan Didwell here, then he gets 50 quid. Well, 841 plays 766. Two very, very good races indeed. And let's not forget, Alan Didwell, a former national champion, took the title in the 2023 season. He says he's got it on loan to Scott Hauser for last year. He wants it back this year.
I bet Scott was impressed with that. However, everyone is worthy, quite frankly.
They are.
They really are all that good. So, 841 for the Cortina estate in the Kestrel Lane. 766 for the Dragster in the Slick Tricks Lane. Current points leader and the man with the bounty still on his head, Colin, is that right?
Yeah, 50 quid. Oh, Tom goes red.
Won't be Tom that takes it. That was quite a big red as well, actually. 0.13. Gave Alan a chance to run it all the way through, and it went 400 too quick. Not that it mattered. The win light was already on into the lane.
Right, the King's Topolino, driven by Callum Swinchat. And the very distinctive burnout of the van with no name, Dave Russell.
There was a photograph of this car on Facebook yesterday, and someone who shall remain completely nameless made a wonderful comment saying, "What a waste of a blower." However, that's what I thought.
Oh.
However, you've obviously never seen it run.
No.
Is all I can say.
882 plays 876, I think. Oh, 600s between them.
Exactly that. Super street bike around there again.
What a race. 882 with a 5 on an 882 dial. 878 on a 76.
This could be Callum's day.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be being there. 03 on the tree and an 82 on an 82. That'll work. Dave Russell wasn't bad at all with a 78 and a 76. It just wasn't quite as good as the guy in the other lane.
Right, Scott Hauser taking on Mark Bailey. I think Jake and Ross sorted out who's having which lane down there in Super Street Bike. That's going to be a, what they call it, a doozy, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, they're probably going, I'll start in this one and you start in that one, and we'll see where we end up. Oh yeah, Scott Hauser wearing the number 1 on the car. Up against the winner of Big Bracket. I was amazed he didn't enter the next day. I really was.
Yeah, if you've seen how much alcohol is consumed on the Saturday
That would
night,
be why
you'd have understood it.
Won $5,000 in the Big Bracket on the Saturday at Door Slammers last year. Mark Bailey did. And it was a bit of a pressure race, to say the least.
Oh, goes red here though, so Scott into round 3.
That's 33, there we go. So, Mr. Huxley against today's surprise package so far. Phil Toppin with the green flamed altered in the Slick Tricks lane. With a blown big block Chevy, I think the dial-in is still 8.99. They're starting to get grips with it, and once they do, it's going to be super quick. Can't really see the dialing, can you? It's on the right hand. It's in boot polish on the right hand side. Oh, 894. There we go. Someone picked it up.
Lee Darling in 861, so it will be Phil going first.
Oh, Phil's car launched a lot harder than it has before. Just unfortunately went for the wall. He's going to be backing off, and he does, to an 878. 970 for Phil Topping, but that was a lot more like it. That launch really was going in the right direction. It's very much the same with the Corvette, is it took a little while for it to all get straightened out. Once it did, it ran like a bandit every time.
Yeah. All right, just 2 pairs to go. Daniel Giles taking on Josh Duncan. And then you got Ian Brown taking on AC Bell. But maybe, just maybe, needs a little bit of a clean in the slick tricks lane. Our spotter's having a good look. Yeah, gone for the tractor. Okay, I'll tell you what, just rest the vocal cords for a moment. Let's give the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2, but we will take it back, of course, when we continue eliminations here at the Festival of Power. Okay, we are back with Super Pro ET. Slight shuffle in the order though, as Ian Brown is going around the corner to take on the Pork and Beans Dragster of the Bell family. That's AC at the wheel. So the Darlings, the all-important Darlings then. AC Bell looking for 8.78 and Ian Brown 7.58. 1.2 seconds difference on the tree. So bringing them up to the line. AC is pretty much there. Harrison just bringing his dad forward. Though this for a spot against Alan Didwell in round 3. Oh, that's a race and a half.
Tight race, yeah. Ian's got there, and he gets there with a 760 on a 58. AC did a great job on the tree. He was 0-1 on the tree, but unfortunately the car just pooped out before the finish line.
Right, last paired. Daniel Giles and Josh Duncan.
Now doing Pro Mod burnouts as well with the Rover.
Oh, they are loving life in this car. They really are. Considering what they had to contend with before, with busted runs, busted parts, you name it. Since they got hold of this Rover, the team has transformed. Josh's driving has transformed.
Was it the 100E van?
It was.
Before? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the Squire. And yeah, it's just been, I know they say financial mistake too. I call it sound investment. It really has turned the corner for them.
Well, it's always more fun, or funner, I was going to say then, which is wrong, when everything goes well. You know, when you get to make runs,
Yeah.
you get quicker, and also you go rounds as well. That's the other thing. You know, when you don't just pack up and go home in round 1 or not qualify, you... we put the mockers on it, haven't we? Get that man off the floor. Come on, quickly. No, been given the thumbs up.
It's a shame Josh doesn't run in Pro ET, because it'd be good to have Josh and John Bean race each other on a regular basis, the two scaffolding companies.
Sure, it can be arranged.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Door slammers.
Well, he's actually gone into full stage, but I don't think that's going to be any issue here. So Daniel will be going second by nearly a second.
Oh, Daniel goes red. Wow. Not very often you see that. So it is Josh Duncan that takes the round win. Goes 8.40 on the 37. Daniel broke out as well.
Yeah, I think Chris is going to say, don't do that again. We're going into full stage anyway, but well done to Josh Duncan's team. 2 round wins on race day, and one of them against Daniel Giles. That's a big scalp.
Right, Street Eliminator. When Rob Carter comes around the corner in Percy for Street Eliminator, please could do a shout out for his mum, known to everyone as Granny P. Absolutely dedicated to watching the live stream every single time one of the Carter family is racing. We got told off after E1 because we didn't wave at the camera for her when it was on us. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, you got to wave like a lunatic this time round. So it is Rob Carter taking on Joe Baxter.
Well, Joe hasn't had a clean run down the racetrack. If he does, hold your breath. This car seems to have enough power to break traction at any point of the track. Any point whatsoever. The track we know is more than capable. Just a case of managing the power. So Joe Baxter against Rob Carter.
Ooh,
It was Rob that time that broke traction. That's a good-looking race, actually. Rob Carter will get there first.
8:06, nice.
Look at the speed, though, for Joe Baxter. 179 miles an hour, 8.54, and that was still feathering the throttle. The car's still got a little bit wayward through the finish line as well, but a great addition to Street Eliminator, and well done to Rob.
Yeah, and Granny P, who we know is tuned in. So all good there. Right, Victoria Smith on a predetermined bye. Now Rob, now he's into the semis. He gets a bye into the finals.
I did mention a few times about it, but I didn't like the European driving.
So Vix has been over 190 miles now. The mission for her is to hit that 200. Oh, short shift, third to second there. Going through the motions, just making sure it's all good. Yep, 10:50 at 95, still quicker than I've ever been down here, but nevertheless, nice one, Vix. Okay, Tony Higgs with the Triggers Boom Capri going alongside Graham Smith with the Grimhild Bel Air Chevy. This for a date with Victoria Smith in the semi-finals. So one car with twin turbos, the other one with nitrous. Now Graham's car has been hooking up and going fairly well this weekend. Tony, although number one qualifier, 7:14, been over 200 miles an hour, not every single run has been perfect. So if Graham drops, sorry, if Tony drops his broom, so to speak, Graham is there.
Well saved.
Oh, Graham is away first out the hole, but here comes the horsepower of Tony Higgs.
Tony Higgs' car quits before the finish line and still wins. I was just going to say, I hear a catchphrase coming at the top end from Mr. Smith there, because it looked like Tony was going to run away with that.
That doesn't look too pretty for Tony in the shutdown area. I think something might have gone a little bit wrong there. Hopefully he's okay.
Hopefully,
oh, no, the car.
Oh, no, and lots of smoke going around the top end. Hopefully that's only a split hose, nothing more serious. The track crew they're going to have a big check. There's a lot of smoke in the shutdown area. That's normally something very, something wet meeting something hot is what's doing that. That's a lot of steam, though.
That's it does look like steam. You're right.
Let's hope all it's done is blow a hose off or something like that. Anyway, Tony's fine. Tony got the car stopped, but it does look like he's got his own personal bonfire going on up there around the corner.
Unfortunately, he's taken it around the corner.
Yeah, he's fine. He's absolutely fine. He's taken the corner, no problem whatsoever.
As the breeze blows the smoke away.
Yeah, at least the smoke's died down. Normally something like that is a hose coming adrift and just getting onto hot exhausts or something.
All right,
we hope.
Eliminator up next.
Well, the good news is as well, there is no sweeping to be done whatsoever, so it's definitely water. It won't be oil. If it is, it's all been contained.
Right, your first pair then. Lloyd Perkins taking on Reuben Dawson.
We got some monster matchups in this round.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is going to be quite exciting, actually, because, well, let's see how it unfolds. But if Reuben and Nick both win, they meet in the next round. Lloyd Perkins, index 799. Reuben Dawson, 890. So Reuben will be going first. And Ruben takes that one with an 8.47 to 7.91. Right, next up, Dan Williams on a predetermined solo run here. Number 2 qualifier, got past Rob Smallworth in round 1. And he gets a solo here in round number 2. So I would imagine Dan will go for it on the launch, get to about half track, and then just coast the rest of the way. You were saying about getting your tickets for the main event. Well done, Perry. He's just got his. Well done, Perry. Big wheels up launch once again for Dan. You're clicking around about now. There we go. 11.17 at 83 miles an hour. Terry Newton and Emma Goddard. Front wheel drive, and whoever gets this gets a bye into the semis. $9.50 a pair.
Yeah, so also Luke just popped up European front wheel drive. If you there's a QR code on the side of his trailer right in the middle of the pits. If you scan that, you can enter any of the competitions to win the trailer and be part of stuff come door slammers time. Terry goes red, Emma's moving on. What a weekend for the glitch. Well, she glitched Terry. That's a great run as well. Even quicker, 9:02, 167 for Emma Goddard. New personal best. Well, the glitch got Terry. Can the Silver Surfer get the champ? This is going to be fun.
So, Ahmed Jamshed. We know he's got the billet engine in there. Don't want to hurt it. As in, he's limited to 850. Can't go any quicker than that. Gary Carp. 11.58. Oh, his index has been hit, you're right.
Yeah. It's going to happen a lot because a lot of them, I think that run that Reuben Dawson makes going to clock his as well. It won't take long. They'll start the year with a nice soft index and then just keep chipping away at it through the summer.
This is going to be close at the stripe. It really will be.
Well, Armin's going to be running him down at a right rate of knots. He's nearly there. Not quite.
Well done, Gary.
Well, Ahmed made a serious race of that as well.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to work, effectively.
Yeah, Williams brothers match up there, and Nick has got in touch and said, can we please say hi to Chris Lovett, or Copo Chris as he's called. He is from Wichita Dyno Services, and he's the guy that does the tuning on Nick's car, even though he's the other side of the pond. So well done, and welcome to the coverage, Chris. Hope you're enjoying it. And you got Nick Williams down there with the Copo Camaro, taking on his teammate Spencer Tram. Indexes 11.68 and 8.50. Nick closing in and going by Spencer at the stripe, goes 7.94, only 142 miles an hour. 11.33 there for Spence, but a very well judged run indeed there for Nick Williams. Right, so matchups. Emma Goddard has got the bye. How about that? Dan Williams faces a Gary Carr. And then Reuben Dawson against Nick Williams. Whee. Right, Super Street Bike. The semi-finals of Super Street Bike. Been looking forward to this. Ross Morrison taking on Jake Michelle. Now in qualifying there's only 300s between them, 674 and 677. But then Jake in round one went 668 to Ross's 677.
There is no way they're going to be turning them down for this race, is there? Let's put it that way. Whichever rider wins this is going to deserve it. The whole Morrison clan on one side. Everyone for JKE on the Slick Tricks lane. It looks like Ross Morrison out in front, but here comes Jake. What a race! It's Jake with a 6. Look at that!
Wow.
A whole shot win for Jake Michelle. 669 with a 7, 224. Takes out a 669 with a 0 at 217 for Ross Morrison. Look at the win margin, Colin. Possibly the closest ever Super Street Bike race we've ever had, not to mention the quickest and fastest as well.
0:082 at the stripe.
Absolutely
Insane.
outstanding.
How can you run a 6.69 and lose? Wow.
It is, yeah. Quickest
Yeah.
and fastest side-by-side ever in Super Street Bike in Europe. That was absolutely insane. I don't like that word and don't like using it, but what else can you use when it happens like that?
Wow. What a race. Now then, Daniel Lenks has got to go quicker than 6.69 for lane choice to get in the final if he can win it against Costas, who is on superb form this
I've
weekend.
just noticed something as well. Ross was 400ths quicker to 60 foot. Immense. What can Daniel and Costas do?
Oh!
Costas is out in front. Can Daniel run him down? I think the answer will be no. Costas Jalopoulos is going into the final against his governor. 692 at 209 miles an hour. Daniel Lentz spun slightly off the line, went 723, not exactly slow, but when a guy in the other lane is in the 60s, it's an all-team final for JKE.
Wow.
Could one request though, could you all run a bit slower because we don't have time to keep up? That would be really, really good. Costas as well, 1.19 to 60 foot, absolutely nailed it. Do you know something? Ross Morrison had a run that would beat everyone but the bloke he raced in the semi-final.
That was one of the... No, I am going to say it. That is the best Super Street Bike race I think I've ever seen.
Mental.
Unbelievable.
And the closest as
Yes.
well.
Yeah.
And the quickest and the fastest. See what Margot can do this time round. This is just a test run, but that's a lot more like it. Bike launched nicely.
760, 171.
We have jets coming up as well, folks, so go nowhere at all. Or if you're not here, come here. There we go. I think semi-finals of Pro Mod won't be too far away as well. We are cracking on, like I said, we are cracking on through everything. We've got the semi-finals of Funny Bike rolling around behind the tower now to set everything up for the final round.
Right, your passenger this time is Tim Phillips from Beckington, 50th birthday present. So hope you enjoy your passenger ride in the back of the Thrill Ride, the two-seater Dragster. If you fancy having to go in the back of this one, go and have a word with the team and get yourselves in for an event in the future. Come and have a go in the back. $7.99 with a 9 at 167.9 miles an hour. The Thrill Ride taking yet another passenger down the famed quarter mile here at Santa Pod Raceway. Right, Funny Bike semi-finals. Eric Richard and Sean Branch. Now, Sean made the final at the Spring Speed a few weeks ago. Can he do it again? But you got a very, very tough customer here in Eric. Eric was number one qualified with a 6:53. Well, that's Eric all the way. He's in the sixes again to a 6:57 at 216 miles an hour. Sean goes through 9:61 at 101, but it is Eric into the final. Other side of that, Martin Zylstra and Dave Peters. Well, Dave, after all these years riding bikes at the pod, he cracked his first ever 6-second pass at qualifying for Funny Bike. 6:97. And no doubt that timing slip will be framed at home, his first 6. Martin Zylstra not slow, 7:03. There's only 0.06 of a second between these two in qualifying. The lights go green on both sides of the racetrack. Looks like Martin has got his nose in front here. Takes that with a 6:92 to lose out to 7:48. So that's the final set in Funny Bike as we get ready for Jet Cars. And it's Fire Force 3 alongside Firestorm. So they're just getting the two jets into position. So much great racing to come as they whittle the fields down. Glorious afternoon here at Santa Pod. This is what we've been looking forward to.
Very, very quickly, sorry because I wasn't here. That's Martin Zylstra's first ever 6-second.
Really? Wow.
6.92, 192 miles. That's why they're so happy, isn't it? Martin runs his first 6-second run. But also,
that's two of them, because Dave's run his first 6, Martin's run his first 6.
Well, the one thing, I don't know whether a lot of people know this or not, but to run in top fuel bike, you either have to have one of two things.
Yes.
A top fuel bike, i.e. a blown nitro bike, or a 6-second timing ticket if it's not a top fuel bike. So if it's a funny bike, it is eligible to run with the class, but it's got to be a quick one.
Yeah.
That means both Martin Zylstra, if he wants to, and
Dave Peters, yeah,
are eligible to run in top fuel bike at the FIM events. I'm not sure whether they will. I don't know whether Martin will. However, he's part of the team with Rene van der Berg.
Yeah.
Rene comes over anyway. So you never know. We might have just added another member to the top fuel bike.
Yeah. Didn't think of it that way, but yes, you're absolutely right.
Well, the reason I know a lot about that is because for a long while, Dale Leakes, specifically with the funny bike, he kept going to every FIM event to run in top fuel bike, but he wasn't eligible to race because he hadn't run a 6. And it wasn't until Hockenheim, I can't remember what year, someone will, obviously Dale will know, I think it was probably about 2016 maybe, or thereabouts, 15, 16 or thereabouts. He made a run, he made a 6.9, and that 6.9 was eligible for, so that meant from then on
Stu Crane
he could
went
race
through the same process,
exactly.
didn't he?
Yeah. So it's a really good thing. That means more bikes eligible, and it's not like we're lacking with top fuel bikes anyway. But the more the merrier, always.
Oh dear, oh dear. It's just, well, this weekend has just been a banner weekend for so many people. People setting phenomenal numbers, and not one but 2 funny bikes now in the 6-second zone that hadn't been there before.
Just from one weekend, that's pretty impressive.
Pretty good.
Well, bear in mind they've had fairly long careers as it is.
Yeah.
It's a big achievement to get any machine into the 6s. I remember the days when there were plenty of actual fuel bikes that hadn't been in the 6s.
Side by side, Jet Funny Cars. Fire Force 3 and Firestorm. with the flame. An afterburner show. Well, after trying to shake the last bit of dust and rust and anything else out of anywhere on site, if it's not loose, it will be now. It is the Firestorm and Fire Force show. Roger and Martin.
Martin off into the distance, 489 at 246 miles an hour. Roger with a 6.02, 189.
Yep.
That was to 1,000 foot as well. Don't forget, that wasn't all the way through the quarter mile. So we hope you enjoyed that show. Most importantly, Martin has definitely got the whole smoke and then punch thing going on.
He has, hasn't he? Yeah, it's like a new way of doing it. But
something like that.
Very, very good entertainment indeed from our jet cars. There goes the Firestorm team. Go and collect Rog from the top end. And did you notice that time we didn't have to call Richard for the keys for the transit?
Yeah, I know. He turned up without them. Maybe he's learnt his lesson after twice yesterday. Yeah. But there we go. Very quick request, if possible. Very good friend of mine. He said, bit of a strange question. If anyone is leaving and coming past the service station at the bottom of the road, which I presume is the one...
The BP one.
Yeah, that's the one. Have a large pair of grips for undoing a fuel filter cap to stop and lend them. They broke down. It's an easy fix, but they don't have the tool to do it, unfortunately. Right. So it's only if anyone is going past the
BP garage.
The BP garage. Do they have a large pair of grips for undoing a fuel filter cap to stop and lend them? It's very obvious who'll be broken down. They'll be sitting there with a motorhome and sad faces, I think.
So. Yeah. So basically, anybody heading towards Milton Keynes, only that direction.
Towards the M1, yeah.
Yeah, you'll catch the BP station on the left-hand side by the roundabout. I'm sure that's the one they mean.
So we're about to go with...
Modified.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a race and a buy run. Andre Arnover, like he needs a tune-up run, has got the buy. And Andy Robinson will be racing. Kev Slifer, it will be the UK versus Estonia in the final round.
Right, time now, 2:45 in the afternoon here at the Festival of Power. Live Action Arena have got their last show of the weekend running at the moment. So not too late to catch the action over there. Terry Grant, Lee Bowers, Team Maximum Lock, and of course Monster Trucks and its Swamp Thing, and of course our house truck, Podzilla, are in action over there. So it's the last show of the Live Action Arena. It's currently running at the moment. Don't forget, on the back of the race weekend program, which if you haven't got it, you can still get hold of it. Become quite collectible actually these days. The 2025 dates are on the back page. In a couple of weeks' time, it's Nostalgia Nationals, 2nd to the 4th of May, which covers that May bank holiday weekend. The 11th of May, it's Jap Show. And then the weekend after that, starting on the Friday, 16th through to the 18th, it's Door Slammers and a VW Breakout. They share the site, but it's all about the door cars as far as we're concerned. It's going to be a fantastic weekend. And then if you'll be staying behind for the following weekend, have a little bit of staycation on site. The main event, 23rd to the 26th of May, the first round, of the FIA and FIM European Championships. And you will see classes of car like Top Fuel Dragster, Fuel Funny Cars, Pro Stock, Top Methanol, of course, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike that have been jewel dropping this weekend. The Jets will be here, Live Action Arena, and of course, Pro Modified. And the big thing is all of our European teams come over, and we have big fields of European racers here, all gunning for the European Championships in both FIA for cars and FIM for bikes.
Well, one thing I do want to mention as well is on that note about the entries, the absolute resurgence, I should say, of Super Twin bike for the main event. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
Also, Samu Kampainen is entered on the Honda Top Fuel bike.
Wow.
I'm really looking forward to all of that. We're also going to see Vesa Lipponen with the supercharged Super Twin again. I think there's 7 or 8 entries in Super Twin already. Yes, 7 already, including Vesa Lipponen, Marcus Christensen, and Per Bengtsson again.
Wow.
It's going to be fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But for the meantime, we've got to settle this event. And who's going to be taking home the trophy from the Festival of Power in Motorsport UK Pro Modified? There's lots of door car racing that goes on in this country throughout the summer. This is the first event for the big cars. But in a month's time, or just over a month, I think it's 5 weeks, isn't it, till we get to Door Slammers. Kev Slyfield is not coming back, unfortunately. After that big, long burnout, oh no, now's not the time to have issues. I don't know whether the car's still running or not, and he's just lost reverse. And he's backing up nice and slowly. I'm sure they'll take their time to get Kev back. It's just whether the reverse has gone and the car's still running, or it's completely lost fire. We can't hear from where we are.
Yeah.
We'll soon find out. Even if the car's not running, there's going to be a buy run, unfortunately. Dave's just signalled it is a buy run, unfortunately. So Kev will have to be back behind the start line before Andy runs. That's a huge shame, because both of these cars have been in the 5.9s throughout this weekend. It was shaping up to be the closest race in Pro Modified so far this weekend. As it is, it's just a buy, sadly. Commiserations to Kev Slyfield. Still a good weekend, but just not how we wanted to end it. So it will be anger management versus that pesky red Camaro from Estonia in the final round. Smooth, straight, beautiful, and a 590 at 245 miles an hour. Everybody down there on the start line, pin your ear rolls back, you'll like this one as well. 60 foot was a .953, which I think is probably about where you want to be. 8th mile, 3.90, 194, out the back door to a 590, so a 2-second back half. Probably what they were looking for, to be honest with you. They would have been a tough one to get round. Big commiserations to Kev Slyfield. Very disappointed, as you would be, obviously. The races between Kev and Andy are always good. So your final round will be Andrei Arnova from Estonia, just coming round now under the tower. So it'll be a rematch of the side-by-side run earlier in qualifying between those two. Now, a few people have mentioned this because I keep talking about it. So with when a car runs, or when Pro Modified cars, I should say, door cars run in Pro Modified, so that is at this event, it will be at the main event as well, the FIM main event. They have to be legal to run in the class. What that means is there are weight restrictions. There is a turbo turbo restriction on these cars, a boost controller, which means they're not allowed to produce any more than a certain amount of boost. It levels up all of the different combinations between the supercharger, nitrous, and turbo cars. However, at the Door Slammers event in 5 weeks' time, we run a class called Pro Door Slammer, which Andre was almost shoo-in to win last year until the final round. What you can do with these cars, you can take, that event is unlimited. There's no restrictions apart from safety, okay? So the car is the same car, but they don't run, I'm sure Andre will tell you the same, they don't run with the boost controller. Basically, they let it all hang out to see what the car will really do in unrestricted form. Not to say this is going to be tame, let's put it that way. 582 in round one, 569 to qualify number one. That's a really good one for Andre Arnover. This will be a 576 at 253 miles an hour. That's more like it. That's what they were looking to repeat. 0.98 to 60 foot, 8th mile, 3.82 at 201. That's how I knew it would be a 570. Cheating, just looking at the numbers. That car back half's like nothing else. It does well, a 2-second back half is pretty damn good, but a 1.9 anything back half is pretty stout.
That was his second quickest run ever. It's just that one yesterday was his quickest. But even that one was quicker than his previous PB.
Yeah,
well
I think
done.
I'll be interested to. I won't have a chance to talk to him before the final, but I'll be interested to find out whether he was happier with that run or the one the other day, because the one the other day, even though it's really quick, wasn't perfect. That may well have been what they were shooting for. Please put your hands together for Kev Slyfield and the whole Blown Bird team. It's great
Commiseration, guys, but let's have you back at the main event, please.
And Door Slammers, it's
Door
great.
Slammers, yeah.
It's great to have you back. The car is for sale. It's still currently in one piece as well, but it's for sale. And the team from Estonia, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely setting the world on fire in Pro Modified. And it's only April. So, yeah, bear in mind, that 576 at 253 was restricted.
Yes.
Yes. So, semi-finals of Top Fuel Bike, I think, are going to be a pair of bye runs. Rene van der Berg, unfortunately, on the bye run in round one, broke it at the top end. We did have a bit of a clean-up and a lot of smoke. Rene is not taking his place in the lane against Steve, so it will be Steve Willett on his own. And on the other side of the ladder, we have a predetermined bye for Neil Midgley. So let's see how far Steve takes it down the track. That's a lot more like it, and straighter as well. All the way through for Steve to a 6:35, 209 miles an hour, low ET of the weekend for Top Fuel Bike, and frankly, a lot more like it. Well done. 60 foot was a 106, 8th mile, 413 at 181, and a 6:35 at 209 was very, very nice indeed. Sets up the final round very nicely between himself and Midjo. I did think he'd roll forward and break the beams then, but obviously they want to make sure the bike gets off the start line this time. Now, Neil Midgley is pretty experienced on this bike, and a few years ago when he started riding it, took a little while to get comfortable, but when he did, my goodness me, he had it pinned from one end to the other. I have a feeling the similar is going on now, where he's just taking it further and further down the track. getting more comfortable again on the bike after the rebuild and everything that happened a few years ago at TEP. And that was evident with his qualifying run the other day. He was number 1 for a while, but he clicked it off before the 8th mile. It still went 3:85 to the 8th, which is, needless to say, world class. That's a lot more like it, and a little bit further as well. Rolls off the throttle before 1,000 foot. Still goes 6:57 at 1:46. For you number fans out there in the bike world, 9.96 to a 60 foot, 3.88 to the 8th mile, 188 miles an hour. That was a 5-second run. He just clicked it that little bit early. That's what I said he was doing, going a bit further, just kind of making sure.
All right, round 2, Combite then. Danny Cockrell, he had the bye in round 1, courtesy of being number 1 qualifier, but this time has got Len Paget. Now, Len was a DNQ at round 1, but unfortunately he does not appear in round 2. When I say round 1 of the, he did not qualify at round 1 of the Championship at Springsby, came through and won the event as an alternate.
Yep.
But he is due to be racing Danny here, but unfortunately has not appeared. So Danny gets another solo. Oh, commiserations, Len.
That's a shame. That was the bike's best run in a long while earlier in round 1. Will it be another 7.0 at 200 miles an hour for Danny? It is. 7.05 at 202. It's not a dial-in class, Dan. He's saving that 6-second run. Well, maybe for the semi-final or the final, who knows. Okay, Daniel Madeira taking on Graham Dance. This should be a great race as well. Both these two are in the low 7s now. Daniel running his quickest run ever in the first round of racing out there in the Kestrel lane. Whole shot to Daniel by about a 1/10 of a second. Can Graham Dance run him down? The answer looks like no. Daniel Madeira takes the win with a 47 to a 46. That will go down as a whole shot win. And another great race.
Yeah, 0-4 off the line. I mean, that was visible whole shot. But well done to Daniel. All right, this is Michael Piggott on a predetermined bye.
This is to set up the semis, is that right?
It is, yeah. Michael will be facing Daniel. And then you'll have Keith Wright and Jasmine Cordell race to face Danny Cockrell in the other side of the ladder.
That looks very smooth, which means it's quick. It's
going to be fast.
Seriously quick. It is. Look at that. He just can't quite get over 200 miles an hour. 199.80 again.
All right, Jasmine Cordell, she went 7:17 in Q1.
Has a bye run. Should have been against Keith Wright, but no Keith coming around for this round of racing.
Now, what we didn't know, thanks to Brett Cordell for this one, Jasmine torched the block yesterday, and they didn't finish putting it back until about midnight last night.
Joy.
So, yeah. What racers have to do just to keep going round?
Well, it's all the work that goes on. Again, I would say behind the scenes, but it isn't, because you can go over and see it.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's never a time you walk around the pits and there isn't someone with an engine or something in a zillion pieces. Jasmine's she's just going to take. Yeah, smart move. Save it for the semi-finals. Where she'll be racing, Colin?
Danny Cockrell.
That will be spicy, provided the bike is still in one piece. While she's on the start line, give her a round of applause, please. She ran her first ever 7-1 in round 1. That young lady can ride, definitely. And she's going up against the #1 qualifier in the semi-finals to boot. Okay, we have Oklahoma Willie, which will be closely followed by round 2 of Sportsman ET. I'm not sure how the run order goes from now on, Colin.
No, nil am I, so I'll...
Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly
okay,
that.
fair enough.
Exactly that. So, Oklahoma Willie. Well, we gave it a really good introduction earlier on today. And as we know, a field find in Oklahoma in the lane. Well, and that's I don't know how long ago Perry found this, but the vehicle was first built in the 1950s. And was used as literally as a farm truck. And was eventually discovered by Perry. The deal was done with Willie, who owned the field, obviously, and owned this bus. Got it shipped back to the UK and restored it to what you see here. Oh, proper flame show from Perry here with Oklahoma Willie. And as he brings up the RPM on the turbine, the flame show just gets fiercer. So Perry coming up towards the start line now. Goes through with 11:32 and 146 miles an hour at the stripe. Very, very nicely done indeed. Once again from Oklahoma Willie and Perry Watkins there. So we look into the lanes. As Darryl pointed out, it is Sportsman ET. We were talking earlier on, actually, Darryl. I'm just going to quickly say this now. We're talking about Showtime in the funny car and with Bob. Herb's got in touch and lets us know that's Bob's 9th funny car over the years. Incredible. But thanks, Herb.
Yeah, also, thank you very much indeed to Dave Turner, who sent me a message to kind of identify. We sort of sussed it out, and I think it's what Pete probably intended with the design as well. But it's actually a mix of the first Showtime Corvette that came over here, and also the one I was talking about, which was the Monza from back in the 70s as well. So it's
the
it's a
white
really
one.
great. Yeah, it's a very similar. It's a kind of similar idea to what was done with like the Hound Dog car. It's a mix of two and so on and so on. It's really, and same as Paul Harris as well. It's a mix of two different Dennis Priddle paint jobs. So we're ready to go with the next thing for your viewing pleasure, which happens to be the Force of Nature Steam Rocket Bike. If you weren't here to see this over the last couple of days, you've really, really missed out. This is an amazing, amazing piece of engineering. It's absolutely world class. Graham Sykes is the rider, and Colin will just explain a little about what you're about to see.
Yeah, well, basically, we use various forms of propulsion, be it fuel or rocket fuel, whatever. But Graham does it with steam. Yes, basically boiled water, hence why it's called the Force of Nature. But that doesn't really tell the full story. Basically, Graham heats the water to 250 degrees. And you sort of think, how can he do that? Water boils at 100. But that gives them a lot of steam. And it gives them a pressure inside that tank with that steam that water at such high temperature of 40 bar, which is 580 psi. And then he releases it through a pair of rocket nozzles to generate the thrust. When the bike launches, you hear a bang, and that is basically the noise of the air going faster than the speed of sound. So in other words, it's like a mini sonic boom. And that is the steam coming out of the rocket nozzles.
You can't get cooler than that,
I
can
know,
you?
incredible.
How do you launch your bike, sir?
Yeah.
Or with a sonic boom? All right, fine, yeah.
The water expands. It expands at 1,600 to 1. So
It's like my stomach when I see something nice.
it pushes the nozzle away, propelling the bike forward. It's just incredible. This is the 13th year of the Force of Nature build and development, and obviously designed and manufactured by Graham Sykes Performance Engineering. The numbers, and this is where it gets incredible. The 60-foot time that this machine achieves is 0.723 seconds. That's the quickest thing in the world with a human on board.
On that subject, so we reckon, I don't know whether he's got a 0 to 60 or 0 to 100 numbers, but a top fuel dragster, 0.82 60 foot is 0 to 100 in point whatever of a second.
0.8, 0.9, yeah.
Right. That's quicker.
Yes.
So a bike is the quickest accelerating thing on the platform. Well, I say a bike, it's got two wheels. You know what I mean. But it's a thrust-driven bike that's the quickest thing in the world to 60 foot. That's amazing. So as he wanders forward with the crewman for help, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Graham Sykes, everybody. We are honoured to have him here at Sansapod Raceway. And we're also enthralled as well. So, Graham sets the bike in a straight line. And he says, off. There we go. He says, you ain't hanging on.
Yeah.
Have you ever given two-seater rides on that
No.
yet? No, probably not.
If you look at the way the body shape is formed on the bike, it's moulded around Graham. So that basically, because the bike is leaving the start line at such force, any normal human will be just thrown off the back of it. But the bike is sculpted so that it keeps the rider in place.
When you say any normal human...
Yeah,
That's Graham.
There's only two people that can ride this bike, and Graham's one of them.
I also love to know why every rocket or jet pilot happens to come from Yorkshire. But there we are, anyway. So he will move forward into stage.
And just to let you know, he is out of steam just before the 3:30 block, which is the first block. He's out of steam by there. Right, we wait for Graham to go into stage. He'll give the thumbs up. We'll give him the traditional countdown. He ain't going to hang about. And just hold on tight and enjoy the Force of Nature, the steam rocket bike. Graham Sykes getting into position. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, out of steam and rolling already, but it was 173 at the 8th mile. 6:05, a new record over the quarter mile for the Force of Nature team. only 156 miles an hour. Let's give you those numbers because they are sure to be world-beating as usual. 60 foot, 0.73. I have never, ever seen anything go to 330 in less than 2 seconds before then. So the second block that you can see out there, not where the start line is, past where the shoe is up there, 1.99 for Graham Sykes. To the 8th mile, 3.28. He was already
That's
coasting.
the quickest. That is his quickest ever. So that is a record. Yeah, the 8th at 3.28 was quicker than his 3.294. Ooh, wow.
Right, give the team a massive round of applause, please. A new world record for a steam-driven machine of any kind. And you saw it right here on Easter Sunday.
So his, how can I say this? His 60 foot of 0.723 remains intact because that was a 0.73. Just. 1.99 to the 330. His rest was 1.96. But the 8th, that record has just gone 3:28 with an 8. And the quarter mile coming into this weekend was 6.16. He dropped it to 6.10. And on that run, he dropped it to 6.05. Can you imagine what he's going to do when he gets the bigger tank installed on that machine?
Not stop.
Goodness me. But congratulations to Graham and everybody, the Force of Nature steam rocket bike. And I sincerely hope that we get to have Graham back again at the main event. And fortunately, the cleanup is just water. It's very simple, tidy up on that one. Yeah, that steam, there's a lot of it that comes out. But fortunately, a very warm day, that will evaporate very quickly indeed. So they just need to do a little bit of a sweep. It is Sportsman ET up next. We'll give the airwaves to Nitro FM just for a moment, but we'll be taking it back when we continue eliminations here at the Festival of Power. Okay, so it is Super Pro ET. This is a rerun between Tom Atkinson and Alan Didwell. I'm not actually quite sure what happened. In the first time they met, I had Alan down as winner, but I don't know why. There is obviously a reason why this is a rerun. So the dial-in then is 8:39 for Tom, 7:63 for Alan. Okay, so Tom Atkinson and Alan Didwell, 8:39 plays 7:63. That means the bounty's been reinstalled as well. If Tom can win this, he'll get a 50 quid bounty. And it is still Alan Didwell takes that one at 7:68 on the 63 and 0-1 light as well. Tom went 43 on the 39.
850 bike, super comp into the pairing lanes, please, unless you've called them already.
No, I haven't. No.
For round number 2. So this is 850 bike. Should be Kevin Wright against Paul Morris, but no Kevin. It'll be Paul on a bye. And makes the most of it with an 859 at 152. Okay, Stacey Reed taking on Joe Elliott. Stace went way too quick on every run in qualifying until it counted earlier on today in round number 1. Did it perfectly. Stace is previous event winner in 850, so she does know how to win, as does Joe Elliott. He won 850. I think it was at the 2022 European Finals when we ran 850 bike at the finals.
Good looking race.
Stace is out
in front. Oh, breaks out. 8:39. So 8:60 for Joe Elliott takes the win.
Well, obviously, they left the tune alone. They just let the rider decide. So there we go. They were both identical on the tree as well. So well done to Joe Elliott. Commiserations to Stace. They had a pretty good day. Okay, is this another buy run for Pete Slater?
No, this is Pete Slater.
Oh,
This is a predetermined buy. He got past J. Rowe, if you remember, in round 1. So that books his spot in the semis.
Nice, 857.
Yeah.
At 159.
So just one pair to go. Ralph Petronilla and Carl Thomas.
Do you know, it does make me think as well, I'm just going to wait till they finish the burnouts, but the way that the bike classes are structured, I mean, it's kind of always been like this, but more so ever now, that every class is a step on from each. So you've got ET bike, then you've got 950 and ET, kind of each the same. Then you've got 850, then you've got comp, because there's no breakouts if you keep breaking out. So
yeah.
Stace would be really good in competition bike.
Yes.
No pressure, Stace. And then that's if you want to go quicker, of course.
Well, I wonder if Ralph can pull a wheelie like he did in the last round. That was spectacular stuff.
Yeah, you can win and be spectacular. Against Carl Thomas in this round of racing. I don't think Dave can see the tree either.
He is.
Well, it was Carl Thomas off the start line first. It's Carl Thomas who takes the win.
58 to 64. But Ralvin with a nice wheelie as well.
Okay, we are on to 950 bike elimination round number 1. Your first pair will be Thomas Cook Abbott against Hayden Michelle. Welcome to 950, Thomas. Although these two do go for pod runs on Saturday morning, I have a feeling one might be nobbling the other, depending on how this goes. Nothing in it on the tree at all. Thomas's bike hasn't quite been running the numbers yet. Hayden's already looking over his shoulder, and Hayden takes a coasting win at 9.60 to knock out TCA with a 9.76. He's still an ET bike.
Well, imagine if Thomas had won that, he'd have got a bye into the final. But it is Hayden.
But it's Hayden who does so. In a 5 bike or car ladder, because they still run it as a round of 8.
Yeah.
Number 2 is potentially the best route to the final.
Yeah.
Because you get a bye run in the semi if you win.
That's right. Right, Nicholas and Dave.
It won't be.
Oh, all that after that big burnout from Nicholas. Unfortunately, the bike just being pushed back.
It's something leaking. I'm not sure whether it's spotted almost instantly.
Oh,
by
yes, you can see it on the
track. Or whatever it is, you can't be going into stage with anything leaking. So 9:44. Yes, it's a breakout for Dave Hall. However, it's still a win.
So Josh McLean on the Big Mac machine. So this to book his spot in the semi-finals with Dave Hall. And then Hayden Michelle on the other side of the ladder gets the bye.
$9.63 takes it. Okay, we do have a quick clean up on the start line before we can continue with eliminations. Obviously, side-by-side racing. Actually, saying that,
Yeah, junior drag bike coming round.
yeah, they can. Well, that's what the marshal was just directing them to do. Make sure you stage to one side of where the drips are, and you'll be absolutely fine. I bet Dave's fantastic at housework. Look at that. Straight in there with the cleaning and stuff.
And if he needs advice on the cleaning, he phones Ian,
Of course.
who is the expert.
They make their
Kitchen
ladies in their
floor
lives
cleaner.
very happy by keeping the place spotless.
Okay, junior drag bike coming forward, and it's Richard Wilcox taking on Harry Isaacs.
The other thing I've got to mention while it's slightly quiet is that we're all here in the sunshine today. Everybody's running personal best ETs and everything else as well. But it's not without the incredible hard work of the Santa Pod Racers Club, who, when everybody went home last night or went back and had a barbecue or had dinner or worked on their cars or bikes, they still kept working, scraping the start line, making sure everything was perfect for today. And what a job they've done, as always, and still continue to do. So, Richard Wilcox against Harry Isaacs. So this is bracket racing, as is traditional. Numbers on the board at the finish line, racing to the 8th mile.
Well, both seem to launch very well indeed. But it's Harry Isaacs that takes the win. 960 with a 4 on his 960 dialing. Pretty much the perfect way to do it. Well done. $981 there for Richard. But yeah, Harry Isaacs hit his number and an 09 light to boot. Right, Rico Patterson and Sophie Pollen. Sophie was your #1 qualifier and had a bye, but now she's got company with Rico. Winner of this takes on Harry Isaacs in the next round. Right, both into stage. Okay, race on then. So Rico out in front, Sophie trying to close this one down, but Sophie closing. Is she going to catch? Well, yes and no. Rico got there first but broke out. So Sophie Pollen actually takes the win. 8.94 with a 0 on an 8.93 dial-in. Very nicely done indeed from Sophie. Right, Spud. Is the birthday celebration going to continue for young Mr. McLean down there? Taking on... Let's have a look, see how this one works out. Brad Morrison. The dial-ins 11.45 and 9.50. Spud's away, Brad's doing the chasing. Chases him out, he ain't going to catch it. Spud takes the win there by win margin 0.05 of a second at the stripe. Very, very close race indeed. 11.64 plays 9.46, but it was the 11.64 that took it. And Spud is into the quarters. Right, let's see how George gets on. Spud's younger brother with the Monkey Business Machine taking on Jackson King. Now, whoever wins this gets a bye to the semis. $15.12 plays 13 flat on the dial-ins. A breakout for George, so it is Jackson King that takes that 13.12. George just that little bit too quick, so well on to Jackson. Commiserations to George. All right, last pair. Leah Morrison, Alia Lester. Winner of this one will take on John McLean. And the win light goes to Leah Morrison. 8 flat on an 8 flat dial. My goodness me, these young bike riders are doing very, very well this weekend. Lose that there at 9.33. So matchups then. Sophie Pollen going to be taking on Harry Isaac. Jackson's got the bye. And Leah will be taking on John McLean. Right, we have Fire Force 5 coming around the corner now. One of our Jet Dragsters. And scheduled solo, actually, for this one. Oh, we're whizzing through it here at the moment. But here comes Fire Force number 5.
Yeah, we seem to be down to semi-finals for just about everything, I think, aren't we? Although this round of Sportsman will make it round 3, won't it? Now, this car was particularly fierce earlier on, especially to 1,000 foot. Be interesting to see what he can run over the full quarter. We've got ET bike ready to go. Are Phil and Scott racing each other in ET bike? Sorry. I don't know why I'm giggling, but that's normally your late round matchup or final, as it was just a few weeks ago. So it's going to be fun. Can Scott get his revenge, or will it be Phil undefeated? So, Fire Force 5, one of the world's quickest and fastest jet cars. We were discussing this earlier, funny enough. I think he has been over 300 miles an hour a couple of times, but jet cars, like a lot of things, really are limited to a certain extent. But they still put on a terrific show, whatever time of year and wherever you see them in the world as well. Martin's is possibly, especially Fire Force 3, the jet funny car, could be the most travelled jet funny car on the planet.
Well, I can't think of anybody else that does what Martin does. So yeah.
Well, the ones in the US tend to stay in the US.
In the US, yeah.
Yeah. Martin, he's been to Saudi Arabia. He's been all over Europe, obviously. Germany, Norway, Iceland. I remember interviewing Martin years and years ago. He actually came down. There's a car show on the seafront in Bexhill, where I live, and he actually fired the car up on the seafront, which scared a few people's dogs, as you would. He said he did a show at the Reeperbahn near Berlin, and he said that was the record for the amount of fire engines that turned up, because all the locals thought there was a big fire going on, and yeah. Load of fire engines turned up. I can't remember what it was. It's something like 10 fire. It's a lot. Something like 10 fire engines turned up. And they obviously missed the show as well, just to add insult to injury.
So how can I put this, behind the start line routine, or behind the tower routine is completed. Now Martin rolls forward, turns the turbine up more. Pops and bangs will get louder. And will rock the tower.
And the more of the stuff on the desk goes flying.
So Martin with help from the Spider-Man team this weekend. So Martin rolls into pre-stage, into stage. Fire Force 5 coming at ya.
Wow, off before the 8th and coasting still goes 5.49 at 233 miles an hour. He was 0.95 to 60 foot, 3.57 at 223 to the 8th. He was coasting by then, and he still went 5.49.
Wow.
We're going to have a punch and coast record this weekend, back and forth between the jet car and the steam bike, aren't we? I think.
Yeah. That was a phenomenal run, actually. But as you say, you can see he was coasting at literally the whole second half of the track. It still went 5.49.
So a couple of sweeps to the racetrack. We're on with eliminations. Round number 2 of ET Bike rolling underneath the tower. And what a matchup we've got in the first race.
So is that the Scott and Phil show?
Basically, yeah. The kind of two dominant forces in ET Bike over the last few years. Phil Pratt, who for the first time, I think, virtually ever since the inception of the class, had to pay for entry this year because Scott Collier won the championship last
and
year.
actually, you say that, Phil had won every single championship, national championship in ET Bike. The only year
Since
he
the
didn't win
inception.
it was the COVID Cup.
That's some record.
Yeah. Until Scott came along and took it last year.
Well, at the moment, they met in the final round a few weeks ago at the Spring Speed. Here they meet in round 2. This is the kind of race that could be crucial come the end of the year.
Oh, yeah.
And deciding the championship. It's very rare they actually get to race each other, though. They don't really go to head-to-head that often. Phil Pratt on Satan's Lady in the Kestrel Lane, 897. Scott Collier off and running, as they both are. It's going to be who does the best job of judging the stripe and taking the lights. The answer is Phil, 899 on a 97. Scott was bang on. Now that was a drag race. The win margin, 007. That was basically won on a hole shot, just the most minuscule hole shot. Scott wasn't late at all. He was 068, but Phil was 040. And that's why they're both that good. Gary Hester, Nick Playden, your next pair.
Great race. That was a really, really good race.
Worthy of a championship race, actually, that one was.
So, Gary Hester and Nick Playden.
So close at the finish line as well. Big breakout for Gary Hester. Nick Playden breaks out as well by not quite as much.
Cracking run for Gary, 868 on a 77 dial. But as you say, Nick Playden only broke out by 200s, good enough for the win. All right, next pair. Let's sort them out. It's Patrick Merritt and Thomas Cook Abbott. .956 plays 870. With Thomas going first.
Goodness me.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be rough at the top end. Tom's looking over his shoulder, but he still takes the win. Patrick had a 004 reaction time, and Thomas still got there.
Well done,
Unbelievable.
Thomas. Well, he's got Phil Pratt next round. There we go.
Yeah, welcome to ET Bike as well. Well, he had Hayden Michelle in 950, didn't he? And now he's got...
he's picking his fights, isn't he?
You got it. Well, if you want to jump in, you got to race everyone. Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin predetermined bye run into the semi-finals.
Yeah, so Robbie will be facing Nick Playden. All right, so that's ET Bike semi-final set. As we move on to Sportsman ET, round number 2. So, Kirsty Tram. And, of course, Roman Giles down there. So it's the Camaro taking on the MX-5.
With a big margin as well. Over 5 seconds the tree will run. Nice to see Thomas down on the start line supporting Kirsty. Not that he doesn't, it's just he's normally busy racing himself. But
I think he beat himself today as well, actually. He was that good. Right, so there goes Roman looking for a 17.33. Kirsty, 12 flat on her dial-in.
will she get there in time? I'd say yes. And a coast. And a 12.08. Reaction time advantage was in the other lane, though, strangely, for Kirsty. But she did a better job of running number and coasting at the top end. Okay, Steve Giles in the DHL van against Sophie Evans.
$13.15 for Sophie. She goes first. 1 second later, Stephen's side of the trio run is done. It's 12.15. Oh, Stephen Giles goes red, so that is a win for Sophie. $13.31 there for Sophie on that 13.15. Didn't really matter what she ran. She already got the round win. All right, Debbie Taylor and Jane McCready. It's Ben's van taking on the Mustang. Pick your Ford.
English or American?
Yeah.
So Jane McCready dials a 15.11. He's given up on the 14-second dials for now. However, it worked in round one.
All right, Jane goes into stage. Jane sets off. And there goes Debbie in pursuit.
Very polite reaction time, and I didn't even look at the screen then. Jane's still way out in front, like way out in front. Like, back off Jane, which she doesn't.
Oh, 15.06.
Unfortunately. 500's too quick. I think she had a win margin, look at that, half a second.
Yeah.
She had to play with at the finish line, unfortunately. So Jane breaks out. Actually, I shouldn't say that, just in case I've got the radios.
Oh, that's true.
Realise that.
Yep.
Sorry. My bad. She didn't back off, though. It's not like it would have
Just
made
on the
any
radio
difference.
on. Georgina Smith and Terry Attry. It's the GLA Racing Audi down there, taking on the annoying snail, the Ford Focus. Well, there goes Terry on his way, looking for 18.69.
Way out in front.
Yeah, that's massively out in front. 19.01.
Someone missed a gear shift, I think, to be honest with you. Yeah, 21.6 for Georgina. That is a good 3 seconds off. Okay, Gary Lake with the Arabian Night.
Now, although Harry Redshaw is new to this, but a former junior dragster racer in Sportsman ET is always a force to be reckoned with.
In any class, frankly.
Both into stage, so it's going to be Harry's side of the tree running first. There goes the green. And green on both sides. So it's up to Gary Lake to do the chasing, the catching, and stay in front at the stripe. Take the win. If he can do it. He can. 13.94 on the 89 dial. 18.33 for Harry, but it is a win once again for the Arabian Night. Adam Wakefield and Alex Pryor. Adam with the V-dub and Alex with what he affectionately calls Tony the Nugget, which is the little Rover Metro down there. As they get towards the other end, It's a win for Adam Wakefield. Well done, Adam. 1540 was the dial, 1548 was the run. That was a breakout, actually, for Alex. Right, Lewis Gilbert taking on Jill Medley. 1569 plays 1257. So it will be the Chevy going first, and then it will be the Cherokee, the Jeep Cherokee, doing the glazing at a rapid rate of knots as well.
One of the quicker cars or Jeeps in the class, and out in front as well, and takes the win. Well done, Jill. Last pair, I think, before we have Super Comp round number 2. I can see, I think we've got either I was going to say Bob Molden, so it's either Pro ET or Super Gas. He's in both.
It's Super Comp. So the truck taking on the BMW. Clive Dandridge and Steph Pateman.
Well, it looks like Clive's already caught by half track. However, and does, oh, look at that, 12.44 with a 5 for 12 on the 12.44 for Clive Dandridge. That was going to be tough to beat. He also left only a hundredth of a second before Steph. So, Super Comp, round number 2, predetermined bye for Nathan Holtz after round 1 win. He will be in the semi-finals. So will Nathan let it all hang out like the last run, or try and be back to trying to run 8.90? I think that 8.7 he ran earlier was his quickest run ever in the car.
Lovely little wheelie off the line, little screech of the tyres.
That doesn't look like an 8.90. It's an 8.75. That's pretty much where he was before, actually, 158 miles an hour. And on to the semi-finals.
So, Dolly Daydream, it is, of course, Leah Callett taking on Dave Fulton. So, the Roadster and the Dragster, but with the same aim, is to get as close to 890 as possible without going under it, and obviously beat your opponent. The winner goes on to the next round. The loser, well, unfortunately, it's game over. Away well.
That run looks more like it as well for Dave Fulton. Leah's going to have a task running him down, but here she comes. Dave Fulton goes finally, gets the starter run right, goes later quick. 8.77, a win for Leah Kellett.
That puts her into the semis with a bye into the final. Right, Ellie Mae Brown and Warren Watts, your last pair in Super Comp. Unfortunately, Warren goes red. Quite a big red, actually, so it is Ellie Mae that goes through. Both went 870, interestingly. Right, Super Gas. It is Bob Molden. Predetermined bye run here into the semis. So Bob going through the motions there, still went 1086 under a mile an hour. Spotter's just taking a look at the track. I think we're A-okay. So that's Bob Molden booking his semi-final spot. Right, Don Scott taking on Vic Parsons. Well, both more than capable of running the number here, as they both have to slow down to run 9.90. They both ran in Pro ET. Looking race, this one at the stripe. A breakout for Vic Parsons, just too quick. Don Scott, 990 with a 6 on the 990 index. So Don Scott into the semis. Well done, Don. Vic got there first by 0.13. Vic had the better light, but just too quick. Wayne Hiscock and Andy Harrison.
Rory back to usual duties of standing there watching.
Green light drag race, very good one as well. And the win light goes to Andy Harrison, 991 against the loser, 997. Very, very good job indeed there for Andy. Last pair then, Andy Dibley and Stu Doiney. Stu Doyney and Andy Dibley. And it's a breakout for Andy Dibley. 9.93 for Stu Doyney, taking the win. Right, so that sets up semi-finals in Supergas. Stu Doyney taking on Don Scott, and Bob Molden taking on Andy Harrison.
Well, we have Pro ET at the head of the lanes, as well as Comp Eliminator. Is that round two? That's round 3 for Pro ET, isn't it, I think?
Yes, it is,
It will be. However, Bob Molden is in both, isn't he? He's in Super Gas.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, Bob's going to be racing
Busy.
Mortelli. Wow. Let's have a look at the lanes to see. As you say, Pro ET are down there. Yeah, so Bob's going to have to scamper around and come back down. I think nobody else. No, Vic Parsons. He's just done a run as well. Although he lost his race against Don, Vic is going to come back down again for Pro ET as well. So, yeah, 2 of them that ran gas are now running in the Pro ET as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a pause. Comp Eliminator down there as well. I'm just looking to see who is fired up to come around the corner. Okay, so basically I think we're just gathering a few more race cars in the lanes as those other 2 races that just gone through need to get into the lanes.
Well, the screen says Pro ET, and they are lined up, ready to go. One of the perils of 2-class racing is if you do well, the turnarounds. We've had a situation before, obviously, where Leah has been driving in Super Comp and Joe has been driving in Super Pro, and Leah stood there on the start line in her full gear, waiting for Joe to run, or vice versa, and to bring the car back. Even though there's often a while between each round of racing for the cars and bikes, some of them are built and designed just to go effectively round and round. They can come off the top end, come back, check the tyre pressures, fill up the fluids and everything else to make sure everything's level, and go again. I do seem to remember one bracket racer in the US, they did something like 31 runs in a day. It was just like a well-oiled machine. They just kept going round and round and round and round effectively. I'm not sure Bob Molden was that well-oiled machine, but you never know. Okay, first pair, round 3, Pro ET for a place in the semi-finals. It's Dougie, I now need somewhere to live, McClure, taking on.
He needs a food taster.
Yep. Yeah, he's going to be like the king, isn't he?
Yeah.
In olden days, they have a food taster.
That's it, yeah.
Before that, before they have anything, they just make sure.
So, Doug McClure then going to be taking on Kiwi. Stuart Thompson is in the other lane with the Duster.
Yeah, Kiwi's been bang on the money, and has Dougie, actually.
So the dial-in's then 11.55 for Doug, 9.69 for Stuart. Doug will leave first. Okay, here comes Kiwi. Doug's got his nose in front. And it was Kiwi, 9.79 on a 69. And an 0-1 light as well. So Doug McClure, that's the end of his journey. But what a journey it's been this weekend. Done very, very well indeed.
Off home to eat some poison food.
Yeah.
He was closer to his darling. That was all about reaction time.
Yeah.
At least Susie didn't lose in a whole shot. Anyway, Billy Everett, Nick Muggeridge, Your next pair, the little junior comp dragster in the Slip Tricks lane, 10.07. And 9.48 for Bill.
So 2 former junior dragster champions once again.
Margaret takes it. Bang on the money, 10.08 on an 07. He was slightly late for him on the tree with the .11. Bill was quicker on the tree, but not on the racetrack.
Well, Vic Parsons made it back down to take on John Bean here in Pro ET.
As has Bob Molden too. He's just rolling around as well. Yeah, so John Bean, 8.80 with the Shotgun Mustang. And Vic Parsons, 2 more enthusiastic supporters of UK drag racing you could not wish to find, pretty much. Right, behind Pro ET, we've got Comp Eliminator as well. I can't imagine Super Pro's too far away either.
Oh, Vic goes red, so it is John Bean that is going to progress. '83 and a 78 for John Bean. Nice done, John. A little bit too quick on the ET, but the red light was the end for Vic Parsons. So John Bean will race Nick Mugridge in the semi-finals of Pro ET. And Kiwi is going to race one of these two. Is it going to be Bob Molden or is it going to be Adrian Portelli? 10.04 for Adrian. Bob dialing in 9.36.
Yeah, well, they were checking the track after Bob's run previously in Supergas. But all appears to be good. Dave just gave it the once over again. Oh, I tell you what, Bobby's going to kick himself when he sees Adrian Portelli's light. Adrian Portelli had a near half-second reaction time. And Bob just went that bit too soon. He was 001 red, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, double curses when he sees Adrian's light and his own light. Oh. But that sets a Nostalgia Superstock semi-final. Kiwi and Adrian going to make one side of the final, and then it's John Bean against Nick Mugridge to suss the other side.
So it's all big block muscle cars, apart from one Japanese muscle car down there. Emma Goddard with the glitch from Leicester, the Integra. Are there no competition dragsters anymore to take on all these door cars? Come on, where are you? The main event beckons. Let's go.
Yeah.
Possibly a little bit too much slip off the start line, and Emma clicks it into neutral around about 3:30. Well, hopefully she did, not the car did. We got an all Copo line-up this time round.
Well, we got to say a big hi to Dave Barton, Scott Liebischer, and all of that lot probably tuned in from the States. Also to Chris Lovett from Wichita Dyno Services, everybody at Ray Barton as well. They're all keeping track of what these boys are up to because they'll all be over for the main event at the end of May.
Fantastic. Well, you said it before, Cole. 2 different years of these cars. You can clearly see the difference because they're side by side now. I predict on this run that someone's index is going to get absolutely slaughtered.
Yeah.
Saying that, though, I think Nick already has done
he's
his.
the 06. He's had another 600s. It was 850.
Well, also, over there for Reuven Dawson, he's had 3/10s just come off this weekend.
Yeah. So good just to see these two cars running side by side. It is going to be Reuven with an 802. Nick goes 779.
That's even more off the index, folks.
And Nick tried everything in an 01 line as well. But with cars with similar performance,
Reuven actually lifted at the finish line as well and still managed to roll over by nearly 0.2 of a second. However, that's more damage done to his index because he went 802. What was his index? 890.
Yes.
Oh my goodness me! That's one weekend and loads of damage done. Loads of damage.
Nick only went through at 160 as well. He's normally over 170 at the stripe, so he's pushed Reuven into that. All about
maybe that's
tactics.
part of the year-long strategy.
Yeah.
Well, these two can do the same as well. Gary Carr and Dan Williams, both these two capable of going well below their index.
Dan takes it 10-14 to a loser. 11 flat for Gary Carr.
Well, Dan's done a bit of damage to his index as well. So it's very interesting how in the second race weekend of the year, everybody's index are getting slaughtered left, right and centre. What that does mean, what we mean by that is, so for argument's sake, if someone's got a 9-second index and they run 8 flat, especially not in qualifying but in eliminations, they take a is it a 4/10 hit or a 5/10 hit, Colin, on their index for the next round of racing. And so when they come back round the next time, you're allowed to go as quick as you want, but to keep things level and to keep it fair the whole time, to make sure no one completely runs away with everything, the competition index control system means that it's adjusted for the next round. So instead of having a 9-second index when he would come round, it would be an 850. Okay, we're just gathering cars. We've got Super Pro ET into the lanes as well. I can see Junior Dragsters appearing on Mass 2. So while the start line crew take a quick break, thank you for your time and attention. We won't be long, and we'll be back shortly with Super Pro. Nitro FM, please, just for a few moments. And we are back to racing as promised and as advertised. Going to be round number 3 of Super Pro for a place in the semi-finals. We are at semi-final stage and some finals actually for a lot of our races. I told you it would whittle down to quite a lot. We've got the funny car final coming up. I can see him warming up over there. Well, I can't see him warming up. I can just see all the smoke, frankly. Callum Swinchat, Lee Huxley, both these two been on a tear this weekend, particularly Callum. Qualified high, had a great light in the previous round. Dials 8.82 once again. Going up against one of the masters of bracket racing, full stop, Mr. Lee Huxley. We've got Junior Dragster down there as well. We've got semi-finals, a Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. I hope Tony Higgs has made it. I really hope Tony Higgs has made it. And whatever happened wasn't as bad as we hoped. Goodness me. I'll explain why I said that in a minute. The win goes to Lee Huxley. The win goes to Lee Huxley on a sizable hole shot. He was 007 on the tree. Callum wasn't exactly late with a 07. He was right on the money with the dialing, but when the guy in the other lane has a 07 and he's only a few hundredths off, not much you can do. He was only over the finish line by 01, but that was pretty much over on the start line. When
That's what you call having him covered, isn't it?
Pretty much. The thing is, when you've got that in the bank off the start line, it gives you so much more wriggle room at the top end, you know. Alan Dibwell and Ian Brown.
Well, the bounty is on Alan Dibwell's head. We know that. If Ian Brown can get past Alan, he'll win it. He'll get into the semi-finals and a buy into the final. It's all to play for here.
So this is for a guaranteed final round place, basically. Well, Alan did well so far undefeated in 2025. Previous national champ, and he really deserved it when he was as well. He did so well. Went to late rounds at every event. However, no pushover. Ian Brown, 7.58 with the Camaro. He'll be right on that number.
Oh,
but he goes red. He went 03 reds. 763 with a 5. So it will be Alan Dibwell. This is what he did a couple of years ago, wasn't it? He just went to late rounds every single time he showed up, and he's doing it again.
Right, Scott Hauser and Josh Duncan.
Can the giant killing continue for the little rover? It's going to be a rough one. Let's face it. It's going to be tough. With Scott in the other lane, he's going to come past him like an absolute freight train at the top end. Crew members on Josh's car, obviously employed for their strength at wagging the doors.
Yeah. The hinge testers.
Josh is hinge tested. Hinge testers, get t-shirts made quickly. Right, so Josh will be going first. 8.39 is his dial-in. Scotty, 7.34. Yeah, we don't need to look at the screen to see the difference there. Scott's going to get there and lift, which he does, and runs 7.51. Josh was right on his dial-in as well. Look at that. 8.40 on a 39. Scott took the stripe, though, by 0.5. He was 0.4 on the tree. Josh was 0.24. Again, had it in the bank off the start line. That was the difference. Junior Dragster, round, I've lost count, 3.
Yeah, round 3.
Chevy check it with a buy run.
Should have been alongside Tom Peters.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just remembered, actually. Well, not remembered, but it's in my notes. Just realised Lola Bell Kent with a 0005 gets 50 quid for that.
Okay.
Because it's part of the Green family sponsorship for Junior Dragster.
Okay.
So congratulations to Lola Bell Kent for that.
Chev with a Chev with a buy and an 0-2 reaction time as well. Let's see if she can run 790 as well. 8:31. I think she backed out of it before the finish line.
Yeah,
good to see the Check It family. Good to see the Check It family hanging around on race day.
Yeah.
Sorry, Carl.
No, it's all right. No, the Green family, if you remember, they sponsor the championship for £500 for the championship winner.
Okay.
And £50 per perfect light per event. Right? So it's only one per event. If the perfect light money doesn't go, then that money goes into the pot for the championship runner-up.
Okay.
The thing is, Lola Bell's just taken 50 quid off the championship runner-up at the end of the season. So that was how that one works. So thanks again to the Green family for their continued support. And that's the first time that the perfect light money has been will be paid out for Junior Dragster from the Green family. So thank you for that.
Okay, your next pair will be Kai Cooper and Molly Openshaw.
The winner of this gets Chev in the semis.
Really?
What's happened to
What
Molly?
a shame. Do you know what? You hardly ever see any breakages or any buy runs in Junior Dragster. And we've had two in two pairs. Most unusual. An 06 light for Kai and a 793. Sets up a semi-final round against Chevy Check-It. So the Mugridge family moving on with both Nick. And here comes his younger brother, Luke. In the Slick Tricks lane, 8.06 for Luke. And for Harry Peters, that is 8.24. That's a real shame to go a couple of rounds and then not make it to the start line.
So 8.24 plays 8.06. Harry Peters, his side of the tree will run first. Both get a green light. And it's a breakout for Luke Mugridge. Wow. 8.04 with an 8 on 8.06. So it's Harry Peters that marches on to the semis where he gets a buy into the final.
Woohoo.
Wow, Harry Peters is in the final.
You could hear a lot of throttle.
Or whomping, as I think they call it.
Yeah, whomping the throttle on and off. We've got Junior Drag Bike coming up. However, drama in the pairing lanes. Rob Carter's got the front end off of the car for Street Eliminator. They're due round after the bikes, I think. They're desperately trying to fix it. Got everybody in there. Okay, Junior Drag Bike, round number 3. Sophie Pollen and Harry Isaacs for a place in the semis, I think. Yep.
8.93 plays 9.60. It's a breakout for Harry Isaacs. Got there first, but got there too quick. By just over 200ths. So 9.12 takes the win for Sophie Pollen. Number 1 qualifier, staying alive. All right, this is Jackson King on his predetermined buy. So all he needs to do is take the light, and he'll be through. But obviously, he's going to take the run through anyway. So he will race Sophie Pollen in the semi-finals.
Kevin Kent is really happy now because
of the 50 quid.
Yeah, he's now got the money to run the main event with the funny car. He said he's on his way. Only kidding, Kevin. I'm not going to hold you to that.
Nice one.
Happy all the same, anyway. We have to give it to the kids, though. I don't think so. Okay, Alia Lester and Leah Morrison. That's not Alia Lester, is it? No. It says it is all the time, but it's not.
No, it's Spud. It's the birthday boy himself, John McLean. It's just his name's wrong in the system. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. Oh, it's a double breakout, but Spud takes the win. Alea goes 7.95. Spud goes 44 and a 45. So John McLean is into the semis, and he gets a bye into the final on his birthday.
That's the way to do it.
That is the way to do it.
That's what you call a predetermined birthday present, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, up next, I think, is going to be
Sportsman
ET. Yeah, by the looks of it. So the Carter family have got a little bit more time to work on the Passat. I think they're going to make it, by the looks of it. They all look a little bit more relaxed than they did a couple of minutes ago. Sportsman ET for a place in the semis. What a tough crowd this weekend as well. I can't remember the last time we had a bump, actual 32-car bump spot in Sportsman at a national event. Okay, Adam Wakefield taking on Debbie Taylor. 13.60 for Debbie. Will be getting the green after Adam.
So Adam Wakefield out in front. It's Debbie that's got to do the chasing here.
I think he missed a gear just not far off the start line because Debbie's already caught him. And Debbie cruises over to a 14.05 win with a 0.43 reaction time. Adam was 0.4 on the tree. I think he missed a shift somewhere along the line.
Right, the truck of Clive Dandridge taking on Sophie Evans with the BMW. Debbie Taylor will be the opponent in the semi-finals for the winner of this pairing. Well, it's the truck that's going to go through.
Yeah, Sophie was clearly moving before the green light came on, which is actually kind of the idea with the street car, but not that early, sadly. Clive Dandridge having a pretty good weekend, number 2 qualifier, and into the semis.
Right, Terry Attry and Kirsty Tram. The annoying snail taking on the 50 Shades Camaro.
Kirsty seems to be drawing all the slower cars here. She's got more than a 6.5 second wait on the start line. But she is definitely more than capable of making that up and taking the win. Kirsty's another one that's been around drag racing all of her life, like you, like me. But was finally sucked in by the Dial-In Day, wasn't she?
She was,
yeah.
That's right, yes.
It's an event that we run here in March. You've done it, Colin, you explained.
I did, yeah. It's one of those things where you watch it on the banking, you watch it from the grandstand, you think, I think it's about time I had a go, and it cost me a fortune that day.
Yeah, the day itself is not expensive. It's the next 20 years that come afterwards.
That's right, yeah. But no, it's great fun. You get to learn how to drag racing. You think you know what you're doing, but it's all about learning how the tree works and like track etiquette and how to take the stripe, all sorts of things like that. Very, very good indeed.
Exactly like that. Thank you, Kirsty, for providing us a perfect example of backing off just at the finish line and not breaking out. She was off the line first, took the stripe by 0.2, moves on to the semis.
Right, Nitro FM have just gone in our ear and said they've run out of eggs, so the competition has closed, which means I'm not going to be able to go and find one myself. I'm gutted.
Didn't realise they had anyone in there that was laying them, frankly. Okay.
Very good. Right, Jill Medley, Gary Lake, and Gary is another one from the Dial-In Day. He won Dial-In Day, yeah.
Right. There are quite a few that have sort of interspersed in various classes, aren't there?
As I said, I did Dial-In Day alongside Alan Medley back in the day. Which tells me I think Jill's probably done Dial-In Day as well. 1388 plays 1252. Breakout for Jill. She got there first by 0.2. She broke out by nearly a tenth. So Gary Lake is through. So Gary Lake taking on Kirsty Tram And it's going to be Clive Dandridge taking on Debbie Taylor, semi-finals of Sportsman ET. Right, it is Street Eliminator up next. The Bluebird is just going out there to put some extra traction down.
What matchups we got, mate?
I believe Vix has got a bye.
Okay.
There
you go.
Oh, sorry. It's Rob Carter that's got the bye. Probably thankful for that, actually. And it is Tony Higgs taking on Victoria Smith. Now then, is Tony in the lanes?
Well, I can see his lovely wife.
I can see
he's not.
Tony, but there's no car. Oh, Tony. Oh, mate.
No, don't do that. That's Jenny's job. You can't hang yourself. No, no. Oh, dear. It's a big puff, was it? Dear. I was really hoping it was just a hose or something like that because we were able to get back on with racing. It wasn't just a hose, was it?
No.
Oh,
God. I thought Jen was looking forward to a kitchen, but...
no, maybe not. Well, also, not only that, the 1 year you get free race entry all year. Yeah, that, basically. Oh, shame. Oh, sorry, mate. Really, really sorry. So, effectively, we got 2 buys and a final then.
Yeah.
Is how it's going to work out. Okay, no problem.
That's what you don't want. But I've got to say, actually, Katie Higgs, she's got a boyfriend up this weekend. And they've had a fabulous time this weekend. Really enjoyed it. Proper baptism. And I think he will be part of that crew, if not already. Yes, I thought that was going to be the case.
Yeah, he's also going to be taking out a loan to get his future father-in-law back on track, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
There we go.
It's a sponsor.
We're coming up with...
It's not the daughter's boyfriend, it's a sponsor.
Yeah, Katie, you can only have rich boyfriends from now on.
Yeah.
That's the only way it's going to work. So just a quick bit of sledging, other than by us two.
Well, it is going to be 2 individual runs, but this actually, when they come round together, will be the final of Street Eliminator, assuming that they can both take the tree and run. So that will be Victoria's first final, actually, in Street Eliminator.
Well, has Rob Carter won around? I know he's won Street Weekend. Has he won in Street Eliminator before?
Not sure.
I don't know. I don't think he has, actually. I think he's got to come close, but I don't think he's got there. It's been a real war of attrition this weekend in Street Eliminator. Jason Weir went home before even getting a run in, unfortunately. We had Mark Sheridan drop out throughout the weekend. Now Tony Higgs as well. It's been a bit of a rough one.
Yeah. With Andy Bond not even here this weekend, obviously with holiday to Australia and a house move. No Al Mack with the Volvo, but then we do have Kai running this weekend. There has been a few missing. And let's hope they all make an appearance at the main event.
And door slammers, because there's lots of money to be won there.
Yeah.
There you go, Tony. Take out a loan and pay it off by winning door slammers in the street class. There you go. That's the way forward. I know that Davey Murdoch's entered that weekend as well, I think, in the main event, following 2. The only thing you can ever be sure of with these things is A, they cost lots of money, and then
That's
B...
right. Tony, can you hear us down there, mate? If you've still got your ears on, Tony. Tony Higgs. Send him up to the tower. If he can. So I'd love to actually find out. Right, here comes Victoria Smith then. I wonder if they're going to both break the beams, roll back, and then run the final. That's the thing that I'm wondering here. That would be the smart thing to do.
Ew.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed for Katie for sending us the message to say, nope, there's a big hole in it. What a great shame. Thank you for the message, Katie. Please don't send one like that again. It's very kind of you, but, you know, we don't want messages like that. So Victoria Smith will roll in. Because they're supposed to be... Go on. That's not just in the side, is it?
No.
No. What I'm impressed about, actually, if there is something to be impressed about. No, Victoria is going for it.
Yeah, she is going.
That's still taking it easy. Was that there was nothing on the racetrack. So whatever containment device Tony has in there really worked. 10:23 at 88 for Victoria. Books her place in the final. Lane choice doesn't really matter. Robbie's only going to break the beams by the looks of it.
There he goes.
And cruise up the track, yeah. So all the other Sportsman races, take note, whatever containment device Tony Higgs has, that was a really good idea, because there's every chance, okay, the engine is trashed, but it probably saved the car.
Yeah.
If it let go at that sort of RPM through the finish line, there's every chance that would have gone under the rear tyres and would have gone, you know, badly wrong. We've seen that happen before. So Tony, 1,000% commiserations for the mess, but thank you for keeping it right side up. And obviously he was able to turn off the end. Colin.
Yeah, that's devastating destruction. It really is. Oh, mate, I feel for you. I really do.
It's about this time every year he does it, though, wasn't it? This time last year he did it.
No, it was a bit later.
Okay, fair enough.
Also, a shout out to Granny P that's tuned in. Rob Carter is into the final.
ET bike, round number 3 coming your way.
This sets the final.
Phil Pratt taking on TCA. So Scott Collier, he was previously racing Thomas Cook Abbott, is now his biggest fan. Biggest championship rival in the other lane. Well, they're both good on the tree. Someone's stuttering. That could be Thomas. It was. Phil's in the final again, 2 in a row for Satan's Lady. And I've got to say this about Thomas Cook Abbott's crew. Rarely do I see crew members that have matching hair. Well done, Harley. Okay. Robbie Dobby, Nick Pladen for a place in the final against your current runaway points leader, Mr. Phil Pratt. You do realise if you're on the phone and you wave to everybody on the live stream, you have a fine. We do fine everybody.
We charge. There is a fine of £5 now, but you do get 2 Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund stickers for the process.
I'd stay off the phone. Sorry.
Oh, another cough as well.
That was Robbie, I think. Nick Pladen's looking over his shoulder, and Nick Pladen will be in the final round. Not that they're unhappy about it. Look at that. No rugby tackles. Just legal, please. Thank you.
Yeah, 10.56 beats a 9.99. So that's the final set in ET Bike.
See, we're at that point of the day. Where are we? What's the time? Just gone 4:30. We're just getting through our semi-finals and setting up the finals, like Colin said. We've still got a few semis to go.
Yeah.
But we're at semi-final stage for everything, or finals for that matter. This will set the final of 9:50, I think. Dave Hall and Josh McLean. Dave with the perennial #1 on the bike. However, Josh was #1 this weekend.
Oh, Dave Hall goes red, and that was a big red as well, actually. So it is Josh that will race for the victory trophy. 9.56 as well. Oh, sorry, wrong way round. It's Dave Hall that got the win. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong side of the tree.
Okay, Hayden Michelle with, again, a predetermined bye. He will be going through to the final.
Rides just like his dad, just gets his foot on the peg straight away, crouches down.
Tucks in. You got it.
9.52 with the 3. He's just chip off the old block. He really is.
Jake, where did he learn to do that, I wonder? That's exactly how you do it, frankly. Okay, we've got more bikes coming up. Looks like comp bike semi-finals will be your next round. Dan is just getting ready. Jasmine's rolling forwards. I can see Super Comp semis coming up as well. Going to have a first-time finalist there as well. Nathan, is he running against Ellie? May well be.
Yes, it is, yeah. And Leah's got the bye. So Michael Biggett and Daniel Madeira. Two guys reaching top form this weekend. Daniel in the 7.4s. Michael in the 7.2s.
Two good-looking reaction times. It looks like the Kestrel lane. It is 7:26 at 198. Still stubbornly won't go over 200 miles an hour. Maybe make him skip his tea so he can do it in the final. Daniel Madeira, though, still with a fabulous weekend. An 04 light and a 7:38.
And 197 miles an hour as well.
Big time.
Yeah, so well done, Daniel. Great PBs this weekend. But it is Michael that goes through to the final. But who will he race? Because that's a good one. Is he going to be Danny Cockrell or Jasmine Cordell?
Well, I'm sitting here looking at both of them, ready to come round. So Dan has got the performance advantage so far this weekend, been in the 7.0s, over 200 miles an hour. However, Jasmine Cordell went 7.1 earlier on today. This is a classic big tyre, wheelie bar bike against a turbocharged street-tired machine. They make horsepower at different ends of the track. Jasmine's bike will leave the line like a scalded cat, but then kind of doesn't run out of steam, but doesn't have quite as much steam as the turbo bike on the other end. Let's just hope we get the race that we're after. Also see 850 semi-finals down there as well. Pro ET are back round again. Just getting ready to set up some final rounds, or some more final rounds, I should say. So that's Jasmine. Now this does look like a Pro Stock bike, but it does have nitrous oxide on it. So in effect it's not legal for Pro Stock. There we go. Vents the nitrous on the front end. Let's just hope again we get the race we want. I think Jasmine was runner-up a few weeks ago, was she?
Yep.
Spring Speed. So good luck to both of them. Young lady in the Kestrel lane against Danny, who's been doing this, well, quarter mile racing anyway, for a long while now. Well, Dan goes straight up twice in a row. Jasmine has long gone in the Kestrel lane. Dan's not going to catch her. 7:18 at 1:82 for Jasmine Cordell. Dan did everything he could to keep the bike down, but it just wasn't happening. Well, that kind of played out like I thought it would, i.e. Jasmine setting off into the distance and Dan trying to run her down, but unfortunately, Dan went up instead of forwards. It's all right, folks. Don't worry. Danny has control of it. He's done this for quite a long time.
Right, 850 bike. Semi-final, first side of the ladder. Carl Thomas taking on Joe Elliott. Carl Thomas with that rolling burnout up to the line. So the Hayabusa taking on the BMW. They were number 4 and number 5 qualified. That doesn't mean anything anymore. It's about the race here. And whoever gets to the top end first without going under 850 will win. Assuming they've got a green light. Two green lights, so whoever gets to the top end first without going quicker than 850 will win.
Carl Thomas is way out in front and takes the win on a whole shot. 865 beats Joe Elliott's quickest run of the weekend, sadly for him, with an 857.
Yeah, big whole shot win there. So Paul Morris taking on Pete Slater. What a wheelie that one was for Pete Slater, but it was slowing him down by not having the front wheel on the tarmac, and it is an 8.53 for Paul Morris.
Blimey.
He takes the win. Well done, Paul.
Right on the money. So your semi-final of Supercomp.
I just said tarmac. It's not. It's concrete, isn't it?
It is now. Ellie Mae Brown with the Mystic Dragster again. Hi, Mum Tracy watching in. If you've got any fingernails left. Eddie's got a chance at her first ever final round. Going up against Nathan Holks with the Turbo Mustang, who, same thing, chance of a first ever final round. Nathan was number 1 qualifier. Ellie was very close to the 890 number as well. They both broke out today by a couple of tenths of a second. Who will make it? Ellie actually won her last ever race in Junior Dragsters before stepping up or across to Supercomp. Here we go. Throttle stop kicks in for Ellie.
Oh, it's a good race. It's a
Neck
good
and
race.
neck. It's Nathan
On a whole shot. Whoa.
899 beats an 896. Win margin of virtually nothing. 006 win margin for Nathan. He was 0.12, Ellie was 0.15. And the Dragster quicker to 60 foot. That was a proper race. So Nathan Holks, in only his second ever event in Supercomp, will get to race for the trophy. Some of this stuff you couldn't make up, really, could you? Saying that, though, when Leah Kellett started driving this car in Supercomp, it was similar, wasn't it?
What's it made? It's made the championship very interesting because Warren Watts, winner at Spring Speed, went out in round 2. Nathan obviously is in the final now. He was number 1 qualifier at this event and at Spring Speed,
which means extra points.
Yes, it does. So yeah, it's making things very, very interesting.
009 light for Leah, we can say that because it's a bye run. She will be back shortly for the final round. Runs 892. That's going to be super tough to get around.
So Pro ET semi-finals.
I can see Super Gas semi-finals hanging around there. I think Super Pro is one of the only ones we haven't run the semis of, isn't it? Other than that, I think we're all down to final rounds. Got a few more?
Yeah, no, Super Pro semis into finals. Yeah,
Are
they are
done,
all. Yeah, everything is semis into finals. Everything.
Okay, so Stu Thompson, affectionately known as Kiwi. Guess where he comes from? I saw a Kiwi this year.
Basildon?
No. Well, he might do now. Oh, I did actually see a Kiwi this year. They're hilarious. If anyone's check out the video, just want to remember it, on the internet of Kiwis having a scrap. It's really funny because they've got no arms effectively. They're just two big beaks and a body.
Green green light drag race. So is it the 10.04 for Adrian or the 9.69 for Kiwi? It is 9.73 taking the win for Stuart Thompson. The win margin 0.008 at the stripe.
Wow.
10.10 for Adrian, but it is Kiwi into the final.
Well, they both had 0.9 lights, so it was all about who got the closest to the dial-in. Well done, sir. So who will he be racing in the final round? He's pretty lethal whatever he races in. He's won Nostalgia Superstock and everything before, isn't he?
Yeah, he's as you say, he's done plenty of rodeos over the years. Certainly not his first.
So John Bean and
Nick Mugridge. Yeah. Okay, dial-ins. 8.78 for John Bean, 10.02 for Nick. Two worthy finalists, but only one of them is going to make it through. And John Bean goes red by 0.007. It is going to be Nick Mugridge into the final.
I was going to say, John, don't run 8.78 for God's sake. And he didn't run 8.80. Nick broke out by 4th hour, but that's because he already had the win light on in his lane. Super Gas semi-finals. We've got Junior Dragster as well, round there. Stu Doiney, Kestrel Lane against Don Scott. The Roadster's going to try and run him down, which he does. 9.94 beats a 10.09. Is that an 08 light for Mr. Doiney? Can we frame that? That never happened.
Pedestrian, that is.
For him. 03 for Don, actually. Okay, other side of the ladder. Bob Molden, Andy Harrison.
Bob just sitting patiently in pre-stage, waiting for Andy to roll up to the beams. They both get a green light, but it's all about the stripe.
Bob's going to lift. He's already lifted, actually.
And it is Bob Molden, 9.98. A breakout, 9.87 for Andy Harrison.
2 finals in 2 events in different classes.
Yeah.
Honestly. Mrs. Molden, have you got a stump double for him in this season or something like this? It's fantastic, obviously, yeah.
Well done, Rory. Good sportsmanship as well. Always
that's
good to see.
So great to see. Well done to the whole Molden family. That's terrific. Well done. I think Junior Dragster will be next. We've also got jet cars round the back. And I think we're almost at all of the finals, aren't we? Apart from Super
all
Pro?
we've got to do is set a Junior Drag Bike final, Sportsman ET final, Super Pro final, Comp Eliminator final, and Junior Dragster final. Everywhere else is at final stage.
Comp, didn't we? Comp Eliminator?
No, because we've still got Dan Williams to take on Emma Goddard one side, and then Reuben's got a solo.
Sorry. My bad, as the kids say.
So junior dragster Harry Peters on his bye run into the family. I've got to say it once. I've said it once. Said it again. I've got to say a big thank you to the Green family for their continued support of the youngsters. And for the first time since that scheme was set up, the £50 for the perfect light will be paid out to Lola Bell Kent this weekend. Not to Kevin, but to Lola Bell.
If Dad tried to take it for Nitro money, no.
So well done to Lola Bell. Perfect light, and that's 50 quid for that. That comes out of the runner-up championship purse. So Harry, he dials 826. All he needs to do is break the beams and he's into the final.
Which he does. Try and get a tune-up run for the final. Trying for 826. Yeah, that'll work. Well, the next pair have just seen that run before theirs as well. So it is Kai Cooper in the Kestrel lane against Chev Checkit. They both have the same dial-in of 7.90. So this will basically be a heads-up race. Chev's had a great start to the year. She went a couple of rounds at spring speed. Definitely as far as a semi and possibly a final here. So, yeah, this is... you don't get this very often, do you? A heads-up junior drag race, if you like.
Both on the cusp of the lower end of these ET range.
Right, we can't say who moved first. It's a great race no matter what. It is Chevy! 796 on a 90. A breakout in the other lane.
Oh, Kai... He went 787, got there first by 0.3. Oh, that was tight.
It was Chev's light that did that one. She was 0.2 on the tree, and she's going to the final round. Well done, young lady.
Well, if it had gone the other way, that would have been 2 meetings in a row for the Cooper family having a representative in the final. But no, it's Chev taking on Harry for the victory trophy.
And Mick trying to set the standing jump record along with Letty, who was watching down there.
Right. What have we got next? We've got Jets in the lanes, actually.
Absolutely.
Or Jet. But still to run, semi-finals, Comp Eliminator, Super Pro ET, Sportsman ET, and Junior Drag Bike. Right, to tell you what,
yeah, can do it. And actually, no, junior drag bike rolling around under the tower.
Round, okay. As I say, I didn't see them there.
No, they weren't there till literally that very moment. They were hiding around the back of the tower.
Commiserations to the Higgs family. They're up in the tower. That looks nasty. Very, very nasty indeed, the engine damage that Tony has suffered.
Okay. Junior drag bike Jackson King taking on Sophie Pollen. And on the other side, it's Spud on a bye run. I think that's it for the moment for competition classes, mate.
Sorry,
Go on.
I switched the messaging off for a little while, and all of a sudden it's all sprung to life again. Thomas Cook-Abbott's excuse was rather good. He ran out of talent getting into 5th gear.
Nice. We could have told you that, mate. You don't need to tell us.
We knew that.
Yeah, we did. So, will it be a Pollen or will it be a King in the final round? There goes Jax. And there goes Sophie. Race to the 8th mile. Here comes Sophie. Not in time, though. Jackson takes the win.
Sophie got there first, but broke out. Went too quick. So Jackson in the final. Going to be taking on this man here, the birthday boy, John McLean. Everybody knows him as Spud. and he's about to book his spot in the final. There he goes.
With 11:47 on 42, nice run. I think we've also got Nitro Funny Car finals not too far away. I can just see them poking around at the back of the tower. So we've got Jet Cars not far away at all. Go on, Colin.
No, I sorry, they've left the tower now. But I was just going to say to Jenny, and obviously to Katie and Katie's boyfriend Matthew here for the first time this weekend. Matthew, brave young man, actually. Not only have you immersed yourself into the world of drag racing and probably enjoying it immensely, and just realising what a great family the drag racing family are, but also a very brave man to do the journey to and from wherever, assuming you live fairly close to where the Higgs family are, because all Katie and Jenny do is sing all the way there and all the way back. So I hope you've got. I hope your ears are okay, mate. Bless them, love them, really. Okay, so we're just looking to the pairing lanes to see who will be coming around the corner next. As I say, we've only got 3 semi-finals to go, and they are Comp Eliminator. Reuben Dawson has got a bye run, and then it will be Dan Williams taking on Emma Goddard. So that's going to be a really, really good race, that one. Super Pro ET, Alan Didwell in the Dragster has got the bye run, and it is going to be a classic Scott Hauser versus Lee Huxley. That's going to be the other side of the ladder, the other semi-final. And Sportsman ET, again, very, very competitive race coming up between Kirsty Tram and Gary Lake, championship winner and championship runner-up from last year. And they meet in the semi-finals. And on the other side of the ladder, it is Clive Dandridge with the truck going to be taking on Debbie Taylor with the Mustang. So that's what's to come. But coming around the corner now, it's Jet Car time. And it is it is Roger Goring with the Firestorm car. He's coming around and he's going to be going into the Kestrel lane. And Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. Coming round into the Slick Tricks lane. Our final appearance of the Jet Cars this weekend. And what a show they have put on for us this weekend. And I know they have all been racing and putting on a show in memory of Richie. We had a fabulous tribute to Richie on Friday, and we miss him dearly. We really, really do. The consummate showman. And I think a lot of people here are dedicating their runs and their time and their memories to Richie this weekend. I'm going to miss you, mate. But thank you for all the entertainment over the years that you gave us. So Fire Force comes round into the Slick Tricks lane. It's customary lane, if you like. And, of course, Firestorm into the Kestrel Beer lane. They're just going to get themselves into position. The support vehicles, they need to adjust their position as well. And then once the jets are actually started, they move out of the way completely. So for the last time this weekend, Fire Force and Firestorm. Let's have a look. Craig Wright has made it to the event this weekend. I've just seen his message come through. Although he's not racing this year, couldn't keep away, as he put it, and he's enjoyed the weekend loads. Not too much, though. Well done, mate. Good to see. All right, Sam Marston back home safe and sound. Watching online, it's just like being here, really. The coverage is just so good. Everybody that's tuned in to the internet around the world, and we do know it's around the world. We have messages coming in from the USA, from Australia, we have from Greece, all the way across Europe. and we've even had messages from South America before. So wherever you are in the world, thank you ever so much indeed for joining us here for the Festival of Power. In fact, all of our events throughout the year. The live stream is provided free of charge, and it is a great way for everybody to be able to see what's going on at Santa Barbara Raceway, the home of European drag racing. We'd rather you come here, but sometimes if you're in a foreign land or basically just don't have the funds to come and see us, then we really do appreciate you joining us online to watch the racing. So the jets are now started up beneath us here. Those of you tuned into the live feed, got a beautiful shot there of Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. And that is Firestorm of Roger Goring. And you actually just see the drone camera being carried there. That's how you're getting such great shots on the live feed from the start line. We have 2 mobile drone cameras there. Although they do, well, they used to fly. They've taken the blades off them. The cameras are such good quality. They carry them around by hand to give you these phenomenal pictures. So Martin Hill with Fire Force, Roger Goring with Firestorm, side by side jet car racing to 1,000 foot. So as Roger and Martin bring their cars up to the line, as we know, it's been a challenging weekend for all of the jet car teams. And this is for you, Richie. I know you're looking down, buddy. Martin Hill with a 489 at 247, 517 at 224 for Firestorm. What a fantastic display once again from our jet cars. Thoroughly enjoyed that, despite the tower rocking and everything falling over up here.
It's all part of the fun, mate.
We're used to it, aren't we? Eh?
Well, we've still got one more to go.
Oh, we do, yeah. We've got the Spider-Man jet.
Yeah, we're collecting, I can see Pro Modified Final, Andy Robinson and Andre Arnover shaking hands before they go toe-to-toe. Give them a round of applause, please, for your viewing pleasure, as always, on a beautiful day in the UK. They have been superb this weekend. We still have one more jet car to go, and then we've got final of Pro Modified. I can see the funny car final round there as well. We still got, like you said, Colin, a few semi-finals to go, and then it's all final rounds in all classes. I think Dale Leaks is around there as well with the funny car, just to make another test stroke licensing run.
Yeah, great camera work down there, looking at the side of the Spider-Man jet. Those of you that are tuned into the live feed, there is Julian. Do we call them pilots or drivers? I'm not quite sure, but
I would say he's in the hot seat, but he's not. He's in front of it, isn't he, really? The hot seats are all the ones behind it. I think Graham from Euro Dragster was outside that time, weren't you? It's rather warm, isn't it?
It's nice outside. It's boiling in here.
Okay, fair enough then. I think everyone heard that.
Yeah, I think the world heard
that's
that.
a direct quote, by the way.
Yeah, Julian gives us a wave. Really good to see. Yeah, and that's fine. I'm going to text Andy Hadfield. He might be tuned in, but Andy, we need to get our air conditioning unit serviced, mate, and we'll see in a few weeks.
Desperately. Desperately. It's a bit in here, even though it is only April.
Yeah, very, very warm up here. But glorious day. Sun has been beaten down on us, and there's a little bit of tailwind for the racers. We've got heat in the track this weekend. Yeah, just absolutely glorious day. And if you consider in the past, the Easter meeting, we've had snow on the ground before.
Yeah.
But that
I was in a tent for some of it. Well, the trouble is, yeah, anyway, it's all fine. So here we go with the Spider-Man jet.
All right, let's have Super Pro into the lanes, please.
It works. I've just remembered as well, Malta is another place that Martin has run the jet car, and it blew the wall over behind the start line.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realise that.
I don't know why I just remembered that one, but yeah. Anyway, good luck, Julian. On a bye run in the Spider-Man jet car for the last time this weekend. Beautiful looking run all the way through the top end, and he keeps it lit all the way through as well to a 582 at 266 miles an hour. What a show. So, quick sled by the tractor just to make sure there's no grease or residue left by the jet car for the race cars that would be coming behind, that they rely on traction. The jet car doesn't. Give them a round of applause, folks. Thank you to all of the participants in every single aspect of our jet show this weekend. We still got all our final rounds to come, so please don't go anywhere, folks. Nitro Funny Car Final, Pro Modified Final, Super Street Bike Final, which I'm looking at sat right down there. Costas and Jake.
Oh,
That's going to be cool, isn't it?
the teammates.
Well, we've already had Race of the Year so far. That's going to take some topping, actually, quite honestly. That really is, isn't it? As a race of the season, that's got to be a tough one to beat.
Yeah, it's a contender. Without a shadow of a doubt, it's a contender. And obviously, we have to wait until after the event, but that's a contender for the Photo Finish Award as well. It was that close. There was another very close race as well. I can't remember who it was now, but that was superb. Yeah, looking down and from the live feed camera, that is the Undertaker funny car of Steve Ashdown. As they are getting ready to go into the final of Fuel Funny Car. We'll be taking on the Showtime car of Terry Haddock, of course owned by Bob Jarrett. As I say, just got 3 semi-finals to make finals, and everybody else is at final stage. As you said, Daryl, it's the big showtime stuff. The big show stuff, I should say. Showtime funny car is there. The Undertaker funny car is there. That is the finalist, and Dale Leaks is there as well. And you've got the Pro Mod final. Andre Arnova from Estonia taking on Andy Robinson.
On that note as well, about who's just about to run, what I really like about funny car racing in the UK is it just goes that there are so many people out there that decry modern funny car bodies, that they can't be pretty, that they can't look nice, that they can't look cool. You're wrong. It's the short version. They really can.
Look at
if you do it,
just look at that live
if you do it right, yeah, absolutely. If you do it right, it's not so much. And I don't, you know, the thing is though, is you can have paint jobs like that with sponsor logos on that still look really, really cool. It's just again, like I said, a lot of people decry modern funny car bodies, that they don't look anything like the cars and so on and so on, and they don't look cool. Well, they actually really do if you do it that way.
Yeah. And bizarrely, it is the tribute funny car body shows that tend to look the best. Obviously, the Showtime one is a case in question. Oh, that's a strange one. But the body that appeared, was it a couple of years ago at the US Nationals, was Ron Cap's tribute body to Dom Prodome. That was just
it really is,
amazing looking car.
Yeah, you've got it.
Went and won the event with it as well.
A lot of the time, I don't know, I hope I don't get in hot water for saying this, but a lot of the time, especially in the States, where they have big sponsors, it's a great thing because it means they can run all the time. They run fast. They need big sponsors. I totally get it. However, because they're corporate sponsors, the designs and everything have to pass through a corporate structure. Yeah. Whereas these funny cars you're seeing, I don't think there's much corporate structure involved in this, apart from, you know, the owners of the cars and the drivers of the car saying, do you know what, that looks pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
I want to do that. A very quick message. Luke Charge, please come to Bankside VIP. Luke Charge, they have something you may want to be returned with, sir. So Luke Charge, please come to Bankside VIP. That's on the spectator side of the racetrack, not the pit side. You can see the big VIP place. The lovely lady on security down there just came up and gave me a note. She has something of yours you might want. So both funny cars lining up used to be owned and driven by Patrick Pears, believe it or not. The car that Steve Ashdown was in was the one that was replaced by the one in the other lane. They are both now here resident in the UK.
Yeah, Steve Ashdown's car is definitely not the one that went on the highway in Sweden, was it? It definitely was.
Oh, no, that was a totally different colour.
It was, that's right, yes.
Yeah, it was a totally different colour. It wasn't painted.
No,
definitely not. I think the Showtime funny car was previously a Ron Cap's funny car. So, again, there you go. Perfect example. That used to be a Napa funny car. Now it's the Showtime funny car. Pick your favourite.
Yeah.
Simple. The Undertaker car was one of the Bodie cars, I think, from the US that arrived in Sweden for Patrick's fun and pleasure on weekends. Now in the hands of the Undertaker team after their trip into the field. Like you said, Colin, Steve ran really, really well, but unfortunately the chutes didn't come out. He ended up in the field. It smashed the body up. It didn't do a lot for the chassis, and they figured the easiest, quickest and best way was to go grab a new one, or newer one anyway. So this is your final round, UK against the USA, as it has been so many times before. And usually for the UK, it was Bob Jarrett doing the tuning and John Spafford doing the driving. How you doing? Well, tired? Are we tired yet? No? Yeah, okay, ready for a rest. I know a lot of you guys have been here since Monday. I dropped my car off on Monday and everyone was working. The pit was set up. Everybody was working away already on Monday. So there we go, nearly a week later, and they're in the final round against Steve Ashdown. Dave Bryant's got so many years tuning funny cars. I'd say getting on for nearly 30, which is not bad considering he's 28 years old, which is what he tells everyone anyway. He's got a lot of experience of tuning funny cars as Dave Bryant. Just waiting for the signal to go. Going to be running over 1,000 foot. The track crew are ready. And so are the teams. So this will be for the points lead in the European Funny Car Cup for 2025. They get the thumbs up to spin them over and pull the wires. And a quick explanation for anyone that wonders why when you pull the wires, the ignition isn't switched on until the crew chief pulls the wires. They normally spin the engine over, pull the wires, which kicks the ignition in, and then you get that wonderful noise. Quickly, just to bring the idle down again. That's what Lee stands out there for. There we go. You can hear the idle come back to normal. I've just realised this could be a first in funny car racing. Kent versus Texas. What do you think? It probably is, isn't it, really?
No. Because we had Steve Ashdown and took on John Hale.
John Hale before, yeah, it's happened before. And it was Steve Ashdown that won that one. Yeah. So, Terry Haddock looking to get one back for Texas in his final round. So, final pre-flight checks on all the systems underneath the bodies, which is basically the whole car, if you will. Bob Jarrett stands out in front of the Showtime car for the first time in a long while. Bob has got his funny car in the final round here at Sandspot Raceway. Good luck to both of our drivers in this final round. Showtime has put on a hell of a show so far this weekend. Can they cap it off with the event win? Standing in their way is The Undertaker. UK against America. One more time. It's Terry Haddock all the way through to a 4.12. 307 miles an hour, a new European funny car record, both for speed and elapsed time as well. My goodness me, look at that. Steve Ashdown was in it for a little while, but the car dropped cylinders off the start line. A .90 60 foot for Terry Haddock to the 8th mile, 3.33, 264, 4.12, 307 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, raise the roof for all of them. What a run. It's not often you see a European record. We've seen two here this weekend in our pro classes. Wow. Welcome back, Bob Jarrett.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Mark Bodymead is going to be grinning from here till August.
Do you know what? The only person that's not going to like that is Patrick sitting at home going, oh, I wasn't in that.
Yeah.
That was a pretty incredible one. That's what the car's been threatening to do all weekend, and they hopped it up for that final round race. Raise the roof, please. That will be the Showtime team. Off to get Terry Haddock. They'll be back again in just over a month's time at the main event. You do not want to miss that. Will it be a rematch between the Undertaker team and the Showtime team? That was outstanding. I bet, do you know what, Dale Leaks is sitting in the car going, that looked fun. He is, he's right behind here.
Short numbers, 60 foot, .90. At the 8th mile, 3.33, 264. As you say at the strike, 4:12, 3:07. New European record speed and ET. Steve Ashdown was actually on a good one at the start. .94, 60 foot, 265 to 330, but 433. Only 131 at the 8th, and went through in the end at 6.14, 124.
Give him a round of applause, folks. That's the Undertaker team.
Well done, gang.
What was absolutely lovely about that was Dave Bryant went round and thanked every single one of the team, as everybody should, because they all give up their free time and a lot more to put their heart and souls into this. They still come away with runner-up, but Terry Haddock, new European record, both ET and speed in that final round. Now, the only thing that might be of concern after that is that it's a really nice-looking wrap on that car. Patrick's was destroyed after he ran 300 miles an hour. It might not look so pretty now. Well, no throttle whatsoever for Dale this time round, unfortunately. I wonder it's because maybe the throttle wasn't connected. You can actually, on idle, you can bring these cars forward. You just let go of the clutch. I think Dale has got an L. He's got an L on the roof hatch, which is sadly appropriate, but it really isn't, though. I'm sure Dale will do it. Dale will nail a run like Terry Haddock just did in the future. It's just the when part. It takes so much hard work. Dale's definitely taken his lumps in big tyre bike racing, and he's definitely taken some lumps this weekend with the funny car. He will be back again at the end of May, all being well, for the main event to run the next round of the Funny Car Championship. Now, whatever it is, I don't know whether he shut the car off because of oil pressure again. It's hard to tell. But yeah, funny cars are an absolute pain in the bleep to run. They really are. Tractor going out there, just taking the clutch dust off the racetrack. Please don't go anywhere. Top Fuel Bike final. Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car final, which I think will be a buy for Tim. And Pro Modified as well, not far away at all. Will only be a couple of minutes, won't we, I should think. Super Pro ET and ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please, unless you've done that already, Collins, and I missed it. You did. Sorry about that. Yeah, staging lanes packed full of finalists, with a couple of semi-finalists thrown in for good measure too. So what do you think of that? All you lot that hung out to the end of the day on Sunday got to see a new European record for Fuel Funny Car, for both speed and elapsed time as well. Outstanding. Just goes to show that the conditions were that good, that the racetrack definitely is that good. We know it is anyway, but it's nice when someone proves it. Always nice when someone proves it. So I think the next final round out will be Motorsport UK Pro Modified. It's going to be the UK versus Estonia. Andy Robinson, last year's champ, taking on Andrei Arnova, all the way from Estonia. Andrei actually, even though he comes from Estonia, there's nothing really local to him like this, a fully prepped racetrack. There are racetracks in Estonia. They do have their own series, which is excellent and entertaining. The quickest class they run is 760 door car class, which Andrei actually has his own car. It's a nitrous car, another door car that he runs in that series. But this is the big car that he runs in the FIA Pro Mod series, and also other door slammer events around Europe. He really travelled a long way last year, finishing up in Malta, putting in Malta's first ever 5-second run in a door car in the middle of November last year. In fact, he's been responsible for me losing my voice more than anyone in recent history. Thank you very much, Andrew.
So we know about the story of these guys' journey to the final. A few number crunchers out there. Andrei Arnova, as we know, qualified with that incredible 5.695.
Sorry.
Andy Robinson qualified in number 3 spot with 6.03. Then Andrei, round 1, 5.82. Then 5.76 on his bye run in the semi-final. Andy Robinson went 5.93 against Dave Smith. And then on his solo, when he should have been alongside Kev Schleifield, went 5.90.
Now, what I find quite staggering about this is Andy Robinson has run 5.90, and he still gapped
Yeah.
by 1.5 by the car in, well, actually over 2/10 if you go on qualifying time by the car in the other lane. However, the anger management car has been known to spring to life just at the right time, and also so has Andy. He is one of the quickest and most consistent levers in Pro Modified. It's not about how quick you can run, it's about turning on the win light and getting there first.
Yes.
So the blown car tends to move quicker off the start line. That used to be true, but the 60 foots that Andre Arnover has been running, that's not the case anymore. My goodness me, this thing moves like nothing else. Well, no other turbo car currently anyway. So UK and Estonia, final round, Pro Modified for the lead in the Motorsport UK Championship. No shake for either of them. It's a flat-out drag race to the finish line. Andre Arnover with a 5.73, 254 miles an hour. Well, if there was ever any doubt, that backs up the 5.69 from Friday and the speed as well. Everyone congratulating each other on the start line. Andy hung with him for as long as he could. He was 0.5 on the tree, but Andre was 0.3 on the tree. My goodness me. I'll tell you what, anyone in European Pro Mod thinks of stepping up against that turbo car this year. He was 0.3 on the tree to 60 foot, 0.96. 8th mile, 3.79 at 2.01. Over the stripe at 5.73 at 2.54 in a legal turbo Pro Mod car. Congratulations to everybody involved with that operation. Especially as well to Andreas Arthurson out there in Sweden. I'm sure he's looking at his laptop going, I wish my car would have done that, not his, which I think he did the other day because he's got a big turbo car, very much the same as that, the Chevelle that we saw here a few years ago. And yeah, anyway, it was a good race. In the end, Andy, unfortunately, the anger management team just didn't quite have enough for that turbo car. 0.96 to 60 foot, still really, really good. 3.94 at 191 to the 8th and a 5.97 at 2.41. Yeah, very good point. Ladies and gentlemen, raise the roof, please. That's the anger management team, Andy Robinson's gang, and also the team from Estonia as well. Congratulations. That was outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Rarely has there been a performance that dominant in UK or European Pro Mod for some time. Right, to finish up as well, not to finish up, we've still got racing to go, I apologise. Side-by-side top fuel dragsters as well, one more time. In the evening here at Santa Pod, we just saw what the Showtime car can do. What can a pair of top fuel cars do? So, fueled by Brojo Coffee, that is Liam Jones returning to drag racing in Europe with the Top Fuel Dragster alongside Suzanne Callan. The Slick Tricks Racing Santa Pod Raceway, the really pretty new livery on that car.
Big dose of nitro just entered the tower there.
So far this weekend, the best numbers have been, and the best runs so far have been for Suzanne in the Kestrel lane with the Slick Tricks car. However, on that last run, Liam was a lot closer. It shook the tyres, but it went 0.85 to 60 foot, which is much more in the range for a top fuel car. Now, these cars, as I've explained a number of times, they don't dead hook like a lot of the street tyre cars. They have to spin the tyres all the way down the track, and it's a fine line between spinning them too much and not giving it enough. If you don't give it enough, you shake. If you give it too much, they spin. That's why they are an eternal headache, pretty much. So Liam Jones in the Slick Tricks lane. This will be their last runs before qualifying at the main event in a month and a half's time. If you like what you see here, book your tickets now for Europe's biggest show in drag racing. Both get given the thumbs up to go on stage.
Oh, Liam's been told to shut it off. Dave's spotted something. So it's going to be solo for Suzanne. Oh, kaboom. A big ball of flame as the car went past the 60 foot. And Suzanne just coasting.
Yeah, that was missing cylinders as soon as she hit the throttle. It was only 922 to 60 foot, which was a bit laboured for a top fuel car, sadly. And the boom came very, very shortly after. They were trying. They don't come out here and try and do that. They were trying to run as quick and as fast as they possibly can. I'm not sure why Liam was shut off. Runa didn't seem to agree with it particularly. But anyway. Yeah, track crew checking things out. Suzanne's car is going to be a little bit charred after that one. Well, no one ever said top fuel racing was easy. It's always tough. It's always difficult. Liam spent many years previous to this taking his lumps, having issues, and then quick runs here and there. What it does as well with top fuel is it throws you a bone. Like every now and then, it runs super quick, just to keep you hooked. And then unfortunately something like that happens, but the car is in one piece. Whatever the issue was, I'm sure will be pretty straightforward to fix. However, Suzanne's might need a little bit more work, sadly.
So Liam finally climbing out the cockpit of the Dragster there. Oh, I know he wanted to get the run in, just seat time. As always said, the next time we'll see Liam will be, as you say, Daryl, at the main event.
Liam, if you can hear me, what made you think this would be fun again? Really? Exactly, yeah. I know. 3 loads of tyre shake, big headaches, and then that one. But there we go. At least it was now, not at the end of May. Deary me. Yeah, top fuel racing at the best of times is seriously hard work, and sometimes it's seriously hard work for not a lot, unfortunately. So, yeah, Dave going over to say to Liam, sorry I had to shut you off, but better safe than sorry. Definitely better safe than sorry, always. So, a quick sweep. We've got the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car Final coming up. We've got top fuel bikes ready to go as well. Still that couple of semi-finals for both comp and I can't remember what else.
Super Pro
and
Sportsman ET.
Sportsman ET, there we go. And other than that, it will all be final rounds.
In fact, looking down the lanes, you can see more there. No, it's okay.
That's all right. Oh, it's nice to know we are, though. Thanks. Anytime. Feel free anytime. If ever you think we need a theme tune chucking in, just do that as well. You know, it might work.
Yeah, those of you tuned to the webcast, you can see that a lot of the races are lined up in the lanes ready for their races. As I say, we got Super Pro. That's Scott Hauser's car down there with the Dragster. He's got to take his semi-final match up against the car that's behind him in the lanes. That is Lee Huxley, and they got Alan Didwell that's got the solo. You can also see the truck of Clive Dandridge lined up alongside Debbie Taylor. That's a Sportsman ET semi-final. So they're all keen and they want to get going, but it has been a fabulous day. Absolutely fabulous day today. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Really, really good racing pretty much all the way through.
And we're not done yet.
And we're not, as you say, yeah, we're definitely not done yet. Loads of racing still to come. It's finals for all classes apart from the 3 that we mentioned. And they're all cracking finals, to be fair. Right, I'll tell you what, Nitro FM, if you could just take it for a moment, there's a little bit of prep going on. There is a top fuel dragster to move out of the way. It won't be for long, but we'll take it back as soon as you get more racing underway here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, out of steam and rolling already, but it was 173 at the 8th mile. 6:05. UK against America. One more time. It's Terry Haddock all the way through to a 4.12.
It is Tim Garlick with Apache. He's going to come round and take the run here. Now, obviously, we did have Tony Betts with Venom, but unfortunately was unable to put any runs in at all today. And, of course, Simon Hayward has been here this weekend getting to grips with the Hound Dog car. So the Apache Funny Car, Trans Am bodied, and one of the most beautiful colour schemes that we've seen on a funny car for many a year. Car has been into the 5-second zone. Tim Garlick on his own for the final of the Nostalgia Funny Car.
Shook the tyres past 100 foot, but nailed it again to a 6:51 at 213 miles an hour. Getting closer and closer to the run they want to make. Okay, thumbs up for the Top Fuel Bike final. Behind us, Neil Midgley taking on Steve Woollatt. Midjo had a much, much better run earlier on today. 3.8 second to the 8th mile, which would normally mean a 5-second run. He clipped it not long after that. However, that was a bye run. This is a race against Steve.
Yeah, Steve went 6:35 in his semi.
And that was a full run, wasn't it? That was all the way through. I think Neil went 6:5.
6:59. Is that a new front on?
I think that's been there a little while, that one.
Yeah.
Do you know something? That's another Top Fuel bike I've just remembered. Rush, who's down there crewing for Neil Midgley, rode the bike before. Someone's going to message me before I remember. Is it Martin Newby? Anyway, it's a Top Fuel bike. Top Fuel bike was around when we started commentating, and he's been rebuilding for all that time, and I know that it's close to being ready again. Martin Newbury.
Yeah, of course. Al Smith has got a new bike under construction. That's at some point, because remember, he used to ride the Rocket.
That's right.
To concentrate on building his own bike.
I think that's virtually done as well. Yeah.
Kev Charman obviously made his debut this weekend. You've got Ryan Davison in the wings, ready to come out, hopefully. Be nice by the main event, but we'll soon see.
So, Neil Midgley, Kestrel Lane, Steve Woollatt, defending UK champion in the Slick Tricks lane. Sadly, Steve doesn't join us at the FIM races anymore, just concentrates on the UK ones. Let's see what he can do in the final round against Neil. Well,
that's the chain come off on Steve Woollatt's machine.
As long as Neil doesn't get the blocks at the finish line, which he hasn't, he will take the event win, cruising through at 72 miles an hour. Well, it's a bit of an odd weekend, actually, for Neil. Some really strong runs, but also a couple of tyre smokers in there as well. But they still took the event win. Steve Woolak coasts all the way through in the slick tricks lane. They do produce a couple of thousand horsepower, so a chain that can take that is doing well, shall we say.
So, Comp Eliminator. Next one to come round. This is semi-finals for Comp. And it will be a solo for Reuven Dawson. Then it'll be a race between Dan Williams and Emma Goddard. Got to say, can't wait. I mean, yeah, we have our big classes at the main event, and, but Comp Eliminator at the main event is going to be awesome. How you doing, Nick? Good to see you, mate.
Off the chart.
Yeah.
Well done on making the other Nick, if you can hear us, can you hear us, Nick?
Yeah.
Yes, it's us speaking to you, God. Well done on making the other guy with a copo take a lump out of his index. That was very subtle, mate. Well done.
It's a game of chess, isn't it?
It is, you bet, yeah. I don't know if I was supposed to say that or not, but I did it anyway.
We all know.
Yeah,
know.
well, it's fairly obvious. You can't help it, can you, really? Yeah, it's a season-long points championship. I mean, yeah, you might win a battle, but it's all about the war, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. However, one of the Williams boys is still in contention. Also, interestingly as well, we have the potential for our first ever front-wheel drive finalist in Comp Eliminator. And it could be Emma Goddard, who's only entered this year. We shall see. So, Dan Williams, your number 2 qualifier, Emma Goddard, number 7. Both can run well under their numbers on the board. Dan's index as well now, 10.65. Oh, not got as much wriggle room as he had the round before.
Going to make it very interesting.
But doing it for the front-wheel drive gang in the Kestrel lane is Emma Goddard with the glitch. So the big muscle car will go first. The Japanese muscle car will follow. Ahmed's cheerleading behind.
Oh, so it's Dan Williams that gets the win. Emma's car just sort of like lurched off the line. Dan sees the win light on his lane, clicks it early. Oh,
Yeah.
Commiserations to Emma. That wasn't the way she wanted her weekend to end. But fantastic job getting that far this weekend, and well done to Gordon, Tudor, and everybody else on that team.
Right, this is the other semi-final by run. Also, we've got the last couple of classes for semis sitting over there, and then it'll be all final rounds all the time. Reuven Dawson has taken the most monumental lump out of his index I've ever seen in one weekend. It's gone from 920 on Friday to 852 on Sunday.
Wow. Does that stay then?
I think so.
Ouch.
Subject to confirmation. Going to save it for the final round. He is actually the points leader, though. It's not going badly.
Yeah.
He is actually the points leader in Comp Eliminator. Okay, semi-finals of Super Pro. Race to the bye run.
Well, talk about national champions. Scott Hauser has 4 national championships in Super Pro ET, and lost count how many races and championships Lee Huxley won over his period of racing, but it's multiple. The Darlings, 7:35 for Scott Hauser, 8:65 for Lee Huxley, a 1.3 second difference on the tree. The Black Mustang will have that side of the tree run first. This for a spot in the final. Superb race, and at the stripe it is Lee Huxley, 8:66 on the 65. Scott was 37 on the 35. 100th and 200th were the differences, but Lee also had 200s off the line. The win margin at the stripe is 0-2-3, and Lee Huxley is into the final. Going to be taking on this man in the final, which is Alan Didwell. All Alan needs to do is break the beams, and he's into the final. $7.63 the Darling for Alan. Alan got past, let's have a look at his journey today. Mark Russell in round one. Got past Tom Atkinson in round two, and then had to do it again, and still got past him. Then he had a bye in the semi, which is this one here.
He's definitely going to be leading with the points lead.
$7.63 is the target, $7.62 with a 7 is the run. So Lee Huxley and Alan Didwell, your finalist in Super Pro. Added incentive for Lee Huxley, as if he ever needs one. He's got 50 quid bounty that he could collect if he beats Alan in the final. Okay, Super Street Bike, the final. We've been looking forward to this one. The teammates, Jake Michel and Kostas Giannopoulos.
Is this where we find out Jake taught him everything he knows, but not everything he does?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
No, he's taught Kostas everything he thinks he needs to know.
However, I'm sure Kostas doesn't need to be taught a lot. He's done so well.
Very well.
Leaving really well on the Christmas tree and riding the wheels off that thing. Best Kostas has run is a 6.87. I think that was back in qualifying, wasn't it? No, that was 92. Sorry, 6.87 earlier today. Jake has been down in the 660s a couple of times today. Final round, Super Street Bike, on what's been a great day for the two-wheelers. No tyre spin at all, it's a flat-out drag race, it looks like. Yep, Kostas is sitting up, it's Jake. Oh, wow, another 666, 222 miles an hour. Kostas did everything he could, but it was Jake at every increment.
Jake today has gone 668,
Yep.
669, 666. Wow. Unbelievable. Well done, Jake. Congratulations. And Kostas, big up for getting into that final of Super
That's
Street.
what wins championships.
It does.
Consistently, that's what I was talking about before. People that consistently do it, they're the ones you've got to watch out for. Okay, Kirsty Tram and Gary Lake, and then we're done with semi-finals. It's nothing but final rounds from now on.
So 12 flat place, 13.88. These were 1 and 2 in the championship last year. Gary Lake is the defending national champion. Probably the two toughest in Sportsman ET, but only one of them is going to get into the final. Gary sets off. Off goes Kirsty. A race to the stripe then.
And they're both really good at driving the finish line as well. Here comes Kirsty. Will it be in time? Nope. A 95 and an 88 beats an 11 on a 12 flat. 0-4 the win margin. There's only 100th in it on the start line in favour of Gary Lake.
Yeah, I think they're both a little bit polite off the line.
Compared to usual, anyway.
Yeah. All right, Clive Dandridge and Debbie Taylor. 12.44 for the truck. Takes on 13.75 for the Mustang. So good to have Debbie back, actually. Nice to see you guys. And doing so well.
And doing well. On the verge of a final round.
Well, Clive's drawn alongside. And you can hear he's just feathering the throttle a little bit now. And takes that with a 12E88 to lose out 13.92. Clive with the start line advantage there. But well done to Debbie. As I say, great to have you back with us. Really, really good to have you back.
Right, the racetrack will go quiet for not that long. We are just collecting finalists. There are a couple down there, but we're going to collect everybody. You can see on the live stream from the pictures, we've got a couple of our bike finals down there, but obviously we need everyone else. So we've got Supergas, Supercomp, Junior Dragster. I'm pretty sure we will be saying all finals into the lanes pretty much now.
We'll just say that. All finalists into lanes as and when you can, please. But say we will be, of course, we'll try and run as many of them together as we can. So let's give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2 and we'll take it back with more finals here at the Festival of Power.
Maybe not. Turns out it could be quite a good race. Look at that little all to go. Goodness me, Ben's gone. Well, that brand new body just doinked the block right in the middle of it. Tyre shake going past 60 foot for Tony Betts. However, he's been doing this a long while. He had hold of that, no problem at all. Oh, God. .427 at 267 miles an hour. That wasn't 1,000 foot. That was a quarter mile to 1,000 foot.
Yeah, it was actually. 916 plays 1168.
Well, the little front-wheel drive's gone flying past the Camaro, not just because he missed the gears by the sound of it. 916 at 161. I think that could well be his quickest run ever. Well done. Nice looking run for Dave.
6:38. Yes.
Look at Andre's car go, and he's not far behind. Oh my word! Look at Andre's car go, and he's not far behind. Oh my word! Well, that was a big move. 4:58, 190.
Waiting for that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Whoa. That was headed for the wall. Graham did a great job. Hopefully a lot better this time round. No tyre shake at all. That's really up on the tyre. Great 8th mile number. This will be quick.
Well, Michelle trying everything he can to stay in his lane there. Did so. 6:37 at 212, and John just coasting across the line 11. Good looking runs a pair. Looks like Kev Slyfield out in front. Oh, this one's going to be Dave Smith once again. And it's another PB,
Even quicker.
6 September. She's been in the 3.8. She's been over 300 miles an hour. But she wants a title this year.
Well, that went.
That certainly went.
That did actually sound stronger.
And this one is Steve Ashdown. And he goes 492 at 167.
With the Lippy slope.
That is a great looking run for Dougie Hill. What's he got for us? Oh my word, 577.
Suzanne with a great looking run till she clipped it off. 436 at only. Oh, we've only just put those back. 609 at 224 for Tony. I think he doinked the blocks with the headers.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Well, still had to almost pedal the bike. He's going to cruise through to a 6. Look at that run from Terry Haddock, almost all the way through. Number one qualifier stays with a 425.
Come all the way from the Netherlands, end up with one of your... Whoa,
whoa,
huge...
whoa.
Wow! Ralvin, how he held that one, I do not know. That was superb.
Probably lots of practice. Will he take the win? He does! Fantastic. You can win and be spectacular at the same time.
Easy,
Keep
Tiger.
it right side up. Thank you very much indeed.
It's truth.
Instant tyre spin. Absolutely instant tyre spin.
Going to be Josh McLean taking on Hayden Michelle for the final of 950 bike.
I was just going to say more finals. We've had quite a few already, and now everyone else is there as well. I think we've probably got about 8 or 9 races to go, and we're there.
Well, you can forget about trying to sort them out in qualifying because they both went 9.50. Josh 9.501, Hayden 9.502. It's a race. Whoever gets to the top end first, without breaking out of 950, will win.
It will be whoever does the best job of cutting a light. This could well just come down to reaction time. It could be almost over by the time they go past the tree. And it isn't.
Yeah, sort this one out at the other end.
Nothing doing it on the tree. They're both looking at each other.
And it is Hayden Michelle that takes it. 9.55 to lose at 9.58. They were both well and truly off the throttle at the stripe. But 55 against a 58 win margin, 0.3. They were literally both 0.10 off the line.
I think they both got to 1,000 foot and just started looking at each other and thought, yeah, no, you. Okay, who's going to be brave?
Well done, Hayden. E.T. Bright. So, Nick Playden taking on Phil Pratt.
Can Phil be undefeated in 2025? Will the Easter Frank prevail?
Or will Nick Playden party like it's 1999 tonight?
And leave the generator on. Sorry. You'll know what I mean. Anyway, numbers 5 and 6 qualifier and final round.
Oh, Nick Playden goes red. So it is a win for Phil Pratt.
Again.
897 on a 2 with 897 dialing. He did his job anyway.
Just for good measure. 2 thou off.
Well done. Junior drag bike. Jackson King taking on the birthday boy, Spud McLean. Even though it says Alia Lester all day long on there, we know it's Spud. Actually, on the timing sheets, it says Spud as well. It's just on the computer itself. But it's all about the race win. 13 flat for Jackson King. 11.43 for Young John. Green light on both sides of the racetrack. So whoever can do the better job at the stripe is going to walk away with the trophy as event winner. And it is. It's Spud. Takes the win on his birthday, 11.57 on a 43. Jackson, a better run, 13.13 on a 13 flat. But the reaction time advantage for Spud off the line gave him the win by 0.6.
Well, what a birthday. To be honest with you, if that's your birthday, fella, and you've just won, I'd quit today. I'd just say, that's my racing career. I was undefeated on my birthday. That'll do. Because it will never, ever get any better than that. Never.
Okay, funny bike up next. And it's going to be Eric and Martin. What a weekend we have had in Funny Bike this weekend. Dave Peters running his first ever 6. Martin Zylstra running his first ever 6. It's just been jaw-dropping. It really has.
A lot of fun. So this is a heads-up class, meaning green lights come on together. First the finish line wins, no breakouts, none of that stuff. It's all about winning.
So Martin Zylstra then from Amsterdam. Eric Richard, not quite sure whereabouts in France.
Friesland, I think, off the top of my head. I think that's where it is. Doesn't sound like a French place, but it is. He'll be back at the end of May for the main event. However, job at hand at the moment is winning Funny Bike here at Easter.
And,
well, no, look at that. Eric could have gone in, but he didn't. He waited for Martin to come back. What a sportsman. Didn't matter anyway.
.651 at 222. That's even quicker than his 6.57 in the semis.
Well, Martin just couldn't hold the bike on the start line. Eric gets rewarded for his gentlemanly act. Congratulations, folks, by waiting for his opponent. He didn't have to do that. If he'd have gone into stage, that would have been the end of that.
8.50 bike. So Paul Morris and Cole Thomas then the final of 8.50 bike.
Both of these two have been bang on the money all day long, both running 850s, which is what you need to do. Unfortunately, there was no way back that time for Carl Thomas. Revved the bike up, it pulled him through stage. Paul Morris was in stage, so he had to be let go. It's Paul Morris taking the win in 850 bike. To the shock of the crew. It happened. It really happened. Carl Thomas takes the slowest ride up the 1320 you could ever imagine. Oh, dear. He's still going. But yeah, went to go up on the revs and it dragged him through, unfortunately.
Okay, I believe it's going to be Junior Dragster up next.
It is indeed, and they're coming round right now. Young Mr. Peters, young Miss Checkett, or no, not the youngest Miss Checkett, of course.
Once again, we've got to say thank you to the Green family for their continued support They put up a nice prize fund of £500 for the championship winner at the end of the year, and they put £300 purse for the championship runner-up. Don't forget, there's 6 rounds of the Junior Dragster National Championship.
That's really nice.
And there is a £50 Perfect Light Award available in Junior Dragster to the first person that does it at each event. If that doesn't get claimed, it goes into the runner-up championship purse. So in other words, Lola Bella's just taken 50 quid off the championship runner-up.
You never know, it might be her.
Could be her anyway, yeah.
So Harry Peters in the Slick Tricks lane, Chevy Checkett in the Kestrel lane. I'm not sure if this is Chev's first ever final round. It is Chev's first ever final round.
I think it's going to be a first-time winner.
Yeah, it's going to be a first-time winner no matter what. So they're both going home with a trophy. It's just whether it's a big one or a small one. I think we need to chain Letty down, to be honest with you. No, all right, fair enough. We're quite used to that. So going first will be Harry. They're all good friends. They're really, really good friends. They pit together. They pit opposite each other.
8.25, plays 7.90.
Harry will get the green first.
It's a double green.
And it was a double step as well from Harry, actually. All about the finish line. Young lady or young man? It's the young man. 8.28 with an 8.25. Beat Chev Checkett 7.98 on a 90 by 0.1. Nothing in it at all. Chev was 0.3 quicker on the tree. Yeah, come on, give him some love.
Oh, love it, love it, love it, love it.
The fact that everybody's happy for everybody else is just is what it's all about, isn't it? Still a great day at the races for both of them.
Right, our last bike final, actually. Michael Piggott and Jasmine Cordell. This is a comp bike final. And fair to say, Jazz has just been phenomenal. 7.17 in eliminations round 1, 7.18 in the semis. Michael has got his work cut out here. We went 7.29 in qualifying though, so he's no slouch.
He is also knocking on the door of 200 miles an hour through the finish line as well. So there's only a tenth between them. That can be made up on the tree. Very similar to the last round of racing that Jasmine was involved in. Her bike will leave the line like a scalded cat. Not quite so quick for the bike in the other lane, but then Mike Piggott will come on like an absolute freight train at the top end. You're going to see what difference 25 miles an hour is at the finish line, let's put it that way. Doesn't sound like much, but one's going like 175, one's going 200, but it really is very different.
And that's why you'll see the difference between a slick and wheelie bar bike off the line compared to, shall we say, a loosely based street tyre. It's a big difference. The contact patch is vastly different.
And also, I've got to say, Comp Bike has been superb value for money this weekend. They have all been absolutely on it. So, Mike Piggott, Kestrel Lane, Jasmine Cordell, Slick Tricks Lane. Well, that one's kind of over unless Jazz has to lift. A big hole shot for the slick bike. Here comes Michael, not in time though.
Ooh.
It's a whole shot win for Jasmine Cordell. 7.23 at 1.78. There's the closing speed difference, pretty much what we predicted. He was really closing in on her. 7.21 at 1.99.79 again. He's got to have more 1.99 speed tickets than anyone else. Jasmine takes the win though. She was 0.16 on the tree. And unfortunately the guy in the other lane wasn't.
Super Comp, Nathan Hulks in his first final. It's only his second event in the car. He's been #1 qualifier at both of them. Taking on Leah Kellett. Multiple national champion is Leah.
And for good reason. She's very, very good. This was the car that her brother drove in Super Pro for a while. And then she said, "Can I play?" Something like that. Anyway. I can't imagine Leah ever saying it quite like that.
Not that high pitch.
No, definitely not that. Oh, no, not Leah. No. But yeah, she's been incredibly successful and was almost from day one, pretty much. Had an incredible drag racing career, actually.
So, Hopefully, Jamie and Nathan have put the 890 tune back in it. It's had two 870s in eliminations.
He's got a real tough customer in the other lane, though, to try and take his first ever event win. He was #1 qualifier. He's in his first final. Can Nathan Holtz get it done? Well, I'm not going to say who left the line first, but it was close. Nathan or Leah?
Oh,
It's,
oh my word!
Goodness me.
That
Check
was
out
a
that
final.
win margin. Nathan was actually off the line first by 100th. Leah was there first by 100th. Almost a dead heat. 008 win margin at the finish
Wow.
line. I heard some throttle womping going on down the other end, and that wasn't a turbo car.
That was a great final. Super Gas, Stu Doyney and Bob Molden. Bob Molden's second final of the year. He won his first final in Pro ET. This weekend it's Super Gas. It's going to be his second trophy of the year in 2 events. What can we say about Bob this year? It's just been absolutely incredible. But it's Stu Doyney.
2025 is the year of the Molden. However, Stu Doyney might have something to say about that.
Stu is defending class champion. He won Super Gas as a championship last year. And off they go. Bob runs away, but Stu will catch him. It's a case of will he do it before the stripe. Bob's throttling, and it is Stu Doyney that takes it, 10.02. Bob got there first, but broke out big style, 9.85.
Well, it's still a great year for Bob Molden. 1 win, 1 runner-up. Well done. Absolutely fabulous. Final Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Underneath the tower now, 2 big twin turbo cars. However, the 2 twin turbo cars in the final you might not have picked at the start of the weekend.
Granny P, I know, is tuned in. A very good afternoon to you once again. So Rob Slater taking on Victoria Smith. Well, they're both 7-second runners this weekend. Vix has been 190 mile an hour plus. Two very, very good races indeed. And bearing in mind, shall we say they're 2 of the newer racers in the class. Vix came from Top Speed Automotive tryouts, Street Eliminator tryouts, if you remember.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
A couple of seasons ago. Rob Carter, obviously an Andy Robinson built car about 3 years ago now.
So Rob Carter has the previous performance advantage, but so far this weekend it's been Vicky. Green light race. Tyre spin for Rob Carter. Vicky is long gone.
This is going to be Victoria Smith with a winner's trophy with a 7.86 and 185 miles an hour. Rob Carter, 10.18 at 1.08. Vix had the better reaction time. She was better to 60 foot. She was better all the way. And she takes her first event win.
And points lead.
Next up, Pro ET. Just 4 finals to go. Nick Mugridge and Stuart Thompson. We know Kiwi will be doing the chasing. There's only going to be, what, 2 tenths, maybe 2.5 tenths between them on the dial-ins.
Now, Nick Mugridge has legged, I say this out loud, but Nick is very, very good at bracket racing. But his reaction times, he will be the first to say, have not been on point so far today. He's led a bit of a charmed life to get to this final round. Now is probably going to be the time he steps up. However, Stu Thompson has been right on the money all day long, both reaction time and dial-in wise, as in running the number. It's a pick and race.
Yeah,
Sorry, Carl.
the evening air, 9.69. That is a strong dial-in for Kiwi. Nick Mugridge has also wound it down as well. 10 flat. He'd been hovering around 10.05 most of the weekend.
It's called off, isn't it?
Yeah. It will be the little dragster leaving first. 0.31 of a second difference on the tree.
Neck and neck all the way through.
It is Kiwi 977 to lose out 10-12. An 0-2 light as well for Kiwi against an 0-6 for Nick. So well done to Stuart Thompson taking the win in Pro ET.
I think that was Nick's best reaction time of the day as well for the final round. But the car just wasn't quite there. I don't think that definitely wasn't what he was looking for, obviously. He thought the car would go quicker than that. But still, runner-up is never a bad day at the racetrack, ever.
Right, 3 finals to go. This is Sportsman ET. Gary Lake and Clive Dandridge. Gary Lake has won plenty of these over the last few years. Knows what he's doing. But Clive Dandridge, he's...
About there.
He's a wily old customer, is Clive.
He's been really good today. He was number 2 in qualifying, and he's been bang on his dial almost every single run throughout race day.
$12.44, place 13.89. Gary Lake will leave first. Green light. Oh, it's a red light for Clive. So Gary Lake is gifted the final. Commiserations to Clive.
Did he win a few
red.
weeks ago as well? Sorry. I think he might have done, actually. I think he might have won Spring Speed as well, but we'll have to confirm that. Sorry.
I'll double check if I can get internet.
Your final of Super Pro coming up now. Well, a man who definitely won back at Spring Speed, Alan Didwell. With the Dragster.
No. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, mate.
Where's it gone? Yeah, Gary Lake beated Troy Attree. Defeated. So Lee Huxley and Alan Didwell. What a final this is in Super Pro ET.
So Alan Didwell will leave with the points lead after the second round of the championship. He is in the Kestrel lane, 7.62, 8.65 for Lee Huxley. So Lee will go first by just over a second. Well, I say first. The tree will run in his favour.
And it's Lee Huxley who's got the event win. 0003 red for Alan Didwell.
Don't run 762. Look at that though for Lee. Deary me. In the final round, an 03 light and a 65 on a 65 is all you need to know. Alan Didwell was really trying. He only just missed on both ends.
Oh, wow. And the bounty as well.
Oh, well, why not? Bit of extra folding stuff.
Another 50 quid.
So, we've done all our finals.
Apart from one.
Oh, okay.
Dan Williams and Reuben Dawson in Comp Eliminator to run. This is a time trial run. This is Chris Todd and Kev Jenkins.
Even though they're racing Comp Eliminator, this is not the final round.
Yeah, this is not the final of Comp.
They'd like it to be, but it's not. Should we pretend for them?
This is what you want as the 4-cylinder final at Door Slammers.
That's what they want. Yeah.
So Chris Todd with Fiesta-Roo, and Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. I can't believe that Kev has got the softer index than Chris.
Probably turbo size and engine size maybe as well. Comp is very much you build a car to the rules. You have to, really, otherwise you kind of get stuck. More like it for both of them, especially Kev Jenkins, actually. I think he might have clicked it before the finish line. Yeah, rolls over to an 8.71. Look at that for
Wow.
Chris Todd, though. 8.44.
Well done, Chris.
161. Is that the first time he's been under 8.5 seconds?
Yes,
It is.
PB.
I thought so.
Well done. Oh, well, I'm so pleased he came down and put that one in. Wow, 8.44, 161. Oh, they're going to have to change their crib sheet when they go to car shows now. There's a new PB on it.
Well, that's always
Not that they mind.
great problem to
Not
have.
that
though.
they mind. Wow. Well, we just got one final to go, and it is Comp Eliminator. It's Reuven Dawson against Dan Williams. We just got to wait for them to come into the lanes. Bearing in mind that they were basically one of the last to run their semi-finals, so just a turnaround time for them. But what an event. Absolutely fantastic. Those of you that are still here, thank you ever so much indeed for hanging around. And if you're going to stay, then just hang around a little bit longer, because we'll do trophies at about 20 minutes to half an hour after racing's finished. So our aim, I would have thought, is to try and get trophies presented just before 7 o'clock this evening. That'll be down on the start line. And then we can let everybody go home. And of course, it's bank holiday, so for most of us, it's not a day at work tomorrow. Then back to the grind on Tuesday, unfortunately, but there we go. I'll tell you what, Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves just for a moment. As I say, we've only got one final to go, and obviously we'll take it back when they come down to run. Here we go then, our final of the weekend, and it is Comp Eliminator, Reuben Dawson taking on Dan Williams. Lots of money on the line here, actually. Class sponsor Trackworks, but the contingency sponsors the event winner, £150 from Williams Brothers Speed Shop. Number one qualifier, 50 quid. Engine Data Analysis are offering £80 to the winner and 40 quid for the runner-up. BSI Transport, 150 to the winner and £50 for the runner-up. Marshall Body Repair and Restoration, £50 for the winner and 25 for the runner-up. And Pro Race Engineering, £50 each for the finalists. So, Reuben Dawson and Dan Williams, 8.52 for Reuben. Dan is on 10.65.
Will Reuben remain undefeated in 2025? We're about to find out. Dan's got a good shot at taking him out, though. It's a green light race. That Copo's going to go flying past. It's just whether it's before or after the finish line. He was on the brakes, I think. Run 7.87 at 1.69 to take the event win. That's 2 in a row for Reuben Dawson. Dan was really trying with a 10.17 at 1.26. Just didn't quite have enough. Reuben Dawson was over the stripe by 0.17. Well, congratulations to everyone in comp. It's been fabulous this weekend. It's been really, really good. And once again, congratulations to Reuben Dawson on back-to-back event wins.
And that's it. We are now done. That's all our racing completed for the Festival of Power. Been a phenomenal weekend, actually. Thoroughly enjoyable. A little bit of a rain interruption yesterday, but apart from that, Darryl, been amazing.
Found it a little bit of rain and a kid interruption for me, but there we go. Can't help that.
Well, they enjoyed it.
It's my own fault. Yeah, they really, really did. It might cost me a lot of money, but, you know, in the future. But, yeah, it's all worth it. No, it's a great, for me, definitely a great season opener. And I know this is your second event, or maybe even not.
No,
second event, yeah. Season started off really strong. It's sometimes we don't even get completed events till about July.
Yeah.
And we've had 2 by the middle of April, which is fantastic. The other really good thing as well, this event finally happened on the weekend it was supposed to happen after the last few years of trying. All the planning, all the preparation that goes into it was well worthwhile. So congratulations to the whole of the Santa Pod staff. I want to thank all of you for having myself and Colin up here to do this. Everybody here in Race Control. Thanks to you as well, sir. Good luck. You might need it. And everybody on the banking and in the grandstands, you guys absolutely rock, especially staying all the way till the end. Yeah, especially you. Put your hand up. Yeah, especially you. And you. Now they're all joining in. I can't help it, can I? Anyway, no, we love you, all of you. Without you guys showing up, we wouldn't have a show and we wouldn't have a racetrack. So thank you all very, very much indeed. So we'll see you on the start line for presentation prize giving in about 20 minutes' time or thereabouts, as quick as we possibly can. Let's put it that way. And, yeah, we'll set ourselves up down there and we'll see you down there. Please come and join us.
Yeah, we want to get these done, well, before 7 o'clock, but the latest we want to start presentations is 7 o'clock, as we've got quite a few trophies to give away. Once again, Darryl, thanks ever so much indeed. Great to be back again for another season. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And, yeah, we'll see you down at Trophies. Next event is in 2 weeks' time, one of our nostalgia events. And then, of course, don't forget Door Slammers in middle of May. And then the weekend after that, the bank holiday weekend, the main event. Until then, take care, safe journey home, enjoy Easter Monday. It's a day off for most of us. And, as I say, trophies by 7 o'clock. Thanks ever so much indeed, Nitro FM. It's over to you.